Hey, chat. Sorry about that. We had an issue with the had an issue with StreamYard. Hold on. Can you guys hear me at all? Hello? Chat, can you hear me? There we go. I had an issue with the StreamYard here. Sorry about that. It's all set now. What are we looking? All right, so we are going to keep going here. We got day 2 of the Michael Amiott trial. We're going to get right into that. Now, here's the problem. When the local news affiliate filmed this, they did not film it all properly, so we got an issue. Part of the testimony you're going to see is the captain at the time. He was the captain for the Euclid Police Department. He testifies. He basically comes in there, and he's trying to say that Amiott did not follow any of his procedures or any rules at all. Most of this is his direct that got missed. I tried calling I got in touch with the affiliate. They don't have it. They're like, sorry, we messed up. So it does not exist. But I just want to let you guys know that his isn't really that impressive anyway, because all he says is, well, the detective sucked. He didn't follow the rules. Therefore, what he did was illegal. That's literally their entire argument. It's not much more than that. I wish I could tell you guys it was something different, but it's not. So don't worry, you're not missing anything from him. And actually, the big testimony in this case right now on day 2 is the testimony of his Michael Amiott's partner, the guy who was there. So, so you missed the felting? Not really. No, there's some good felting here coming up on. This guy gets crossed, and it's pretty good. But we don't see his direct. So I'm going to bring up day 2, and he's retired by the point the trial happens, but he used to be the former captain for the police department. So here you guys go.
If you find cause to arrest the person, I would tell them they're under arrest, turn around, put their hands behind their back.
What if you stepped out of the car and someone...
Oh, I forgot. It actually starts with, like, we're well into cross. My bad. I apologize. But this is the beginning of it. In the cross, and she lights him up.
Pulled out a joint, started smoking it.
Objection. Sustained.
If someone stepped out of the car and then committed a further violation, would you arrest them?
Beyond the scope, I believe.
Well, the scope was discretion, Judge.
Which was objected to.
And then you asked again.
Hold on. We're not going to argue like this in front of the jury. Objection sustained. Next question.
Did you testify at a prior hearing that Officer Mouser was in the room when you told Amiott about this dicta?
Yes.
Is that true?
Objection. Overall, this is about who was in the room, right?
Is that true?
Yes.
That Officer Mouser was in the room when you told Amiott this?
Yes.
Kevin, if there were police training that everyone in the department went to, would you have gone to it?
That everyone would have went to?
An in-service training from January 17th to March 17th by Kelly Sweeney, Euclid Law Director. The records indicate everyone went to it.
What year?
2017.
I would assume so, but without checking records, I wouldn't say yes.
Would it refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yes. I'm show you what's been marked.
Can I see that?
Yep, sure. Sorry.
Oh, sorry, give you guys that. Now, there's a lot of cops in the courtroom at this point, and there's a bunch of them wearing their uniforms. I'd actually, if I was, now, if this was the other way around and there were cops in here, and like I was defending someone who attacked a cop and cops were in here, I'd ask the cops to get removed out of the courtroom because I'd argue they're intimidating the jury. But since they're defense, they're not going to raise any issues about it. But there's a bunch of the Euclid cops hanging out.
It does not.
Does that refresh, please?
There we go. Sorry. Took a couple minutes for that to get going.
Does that refresh your memory about training?
It does not, but I'm not going to say I wasn't there.
All right. Next question.
Would you please look at the entire document and determine whether you attended that training?
He looked at it. He said he don't recall attending the training.
Did you look at the entire
I
document?
did not.
Counsel,
Judge, I have a constitutional right to put on a defense.
you don't have a constitutional right to argue like that in front of the jury. You have a procedural right that I control. Move on.
See, I disagree. Right there, she has the right. If he didn't inspect the entire document, which he then clarified that he hadn't, I would ask to approach at that point and demand that he inspect the entire document. At least proffer the issue. That is interesting. That, her and the judge, it only gets worse from here, Chad, but I think that was an improper way the judge handled that. It's very interesting, though. Tell 2.0 she's awesome. 2.0, Mosheri, you are awesome. Move the captions up. I am sorry about that. We'll get them moved.
We'll additionally proffer these materials. Nothing further.
There we go.
Thank you.
No. No, I just said no.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Documents are in the possession of the state.
you didn't give me that document. You can give me any document.
Your
Wait a minute.
documents
Wait a
are in
minute.
the city.
I think I have two sheriffs here, one for each of you, if necessary.
Judge, if you'd like to.
Counsel?
For trying
Counsel?
to represent my client, that would be fine.
If you keep talking over me, I will.
Thank you.
And zero doubts in my mind that I will.
Now we're like, see, guys, yeah, now it's getting for real. Huh? Isn't this getting fun? I told you that there are some good parts to this. So it's isn't it interesting? Isn't it interesting? Oh, well, even the prosecutor got told, I'll put you both in. Slap you in my bow tie, yes. There we go.
Do not push me. I will be as respectful as you allow me to be. Bottom line. Not my courtroom, our courtroom.
If I may, Judge, I'm not interested. I'd rather be in a disrespectful courtroom where I have the ability to put on a defense than be politely
Well-
prohibited from representing my
Well,
client.
let me ask you this, counsel, since you want to do this in front of the jury. We're going to take a morning recess. Remember the admonition. Any further questions of this witness? No. Do you have questions, ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Judge, I have not rested.
Beg pardon?
I have not rested my questions for this. I'm going to get the records during our break that he did attend this training.
That's actually a good part for her to stand up for herself, saying, Your Honor, I have not finished examining this witness. But remember, the judge controls the courtroom, so we'll see what that means.
You all excuse.
So
You all excuse and
There's the bailiff standing right there.
enjoy your break. We're gonna take 15 to 20 minutes break. Do not leave. You may be seated.
Here we go, chat.
Number one. Counsel, you're a very experienced lawyer. And you know, and I know, what's appropriate and not appropriate. And we're going to do what's appropriate. You can disagree with me all you want to. And that's your right. There's a way to approach that also. And that is, if this matter turns out to be against you, there are 3 people in Cleveland that will tell me I am wrong, totally wrong. And I'll accept that. I will accept that. I'm not infallible. I make mistakes. But you're telling me what you told me is not appropriate. You may defend and I want you to fully defend your client. But I will not have you attacking the court. That's what I will say. You can accept it or not. And if you want to be held in contempt, continue. I will lock you up if I have to, bottom line. And if that's what you feel you need in order to defend your client, I don't. But if that's what you feel you need to defend your client, it can happen. Any questions?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
I've 3 times today tried to make a record and been prohibited from making that record. I tried to offer case law in sidebar. I tried to ask the questions to lay the foundation for that, and you denied me the opportunity. You and I both know that the Court of Appeals will not consider issues outside the record. And so my issue is not, we can disagree, but I do have a right to make a record for my client. And yesterday you used the word snippety to me, which I think is totally inappropriate, and I don't think it is a word that would be used to male colleagues.
It's probably true.
Nevertheless, here
I
we
mean,
are, and I have a
to be
right.
fair, yes, I've never heard a male attorney ever get called snippy like that. I mean, like, you know, that part's true.
Make a record for my client, not just a right, but an ethical obligation.
You do. And I have 0 problems with you making a record.
No. Now, guys, before I get too far, this is Judge Guy Reese, the second. He is at the time, he is a former judge out of Columbus, Ohio. He was a common pleas judge, meaning he had felony courts. He ran, and he was a judge down there from, oh gosh, well, how long was he a judge? From like 2003 to 2019. So 15 years he was a felony judge. Had a long history down there. So, yeah, just so you guys understand who this is.
When it comes to making a record during the course of the trial, it's appropriate that certain matters be made on the record, not at that time, because number one, we have a jury sitting there listening. It's more appropriate to proffer. Proffers are generally made outside of the hearing of the jury. No one is going to prevent you from proffering a record. By all means, you have that right and you can do that. With respect to my showing disrespect to a female officer of the court, I beg to differ with you there. Probably, if you check my record, I've done more to champion female members of the court than many of my colleagues.
I've got a lot of female friends.
That's not a brag. That's a statement of what I believe to be true. But be that as it may, your perception with respect to that, I can appreciate it. And we'll make sure that anything that I say and do is not disrespectful to male or female in the courtroom. But my whole role is to ensure that I conduct a proper trial in accordance with how I believe it should be conducted. Not how you believe it, not how the prosecutor believes it, but how I believe it should be done. Disagree? Fine. Make your record? Fine. But you know when you're supposed to make a record when we have a jury here. So you may proceed and make your record at this time.
That's a Tammy girl. Hello.
I will recall Kevin Kelly.
Call her hysterical, Judge.
Is that what you meant? Make my record?
Yes.
I assume you do my
Go ahead and have a seat there. Now, you may proceed.
Kevin, did you attend the winter session 2017 in-service training?
I don't know, but I'll say probably.
Okay. Did something occur during the break that caused you to change your memory?
No, other than if it's a mandatory training, it's likely that I attended. I just don't recall. We've had a lot of in-service trainings.
Would it refresh your recollection to review your attendance record from that training?
No, but if it says that I was there, I'm sure I was there.
Okay, so are you now able and willing to testify that you attended this?
If there's a record that says I was there, yes.
Sir,
So
you
if you have a record showing the
Sure.
record,
I
Sure.
didn't need to refresh his recollection. Apologies.
let the jury know we will be longer than 15 or 20 minutes. It'll be a while.
Could I see that, please? Your copies made this one.
They're the state's documents. They're the bottom materials in possession of the state.
Well, there's thousands of
Well,
documents. I'm asking you if you have copies for me. I gave you copies at the start. That's all I'm asking you, Kevin.
I didn't know you were
Okay.
going to get into all of this because you provided me not a single statement from Kevin Kelly.
I gave
You're aware.
you, I gave you.
Are we
access
gonna
to
make a
thousands.
record, or you all want to go outside and fight each other?
Okay, see, I've had that happen before, where you sit there with counsel and you start screaming at each other and arguing. And the judge says, do you guys want this on the record, or do you guys want to go fight? He's like, if you want to fight, I've had the judge say, if you guys want to fight, I'm going to go sit in my chambers and eat my lunch. What are we talking about here? That happens before. The subscribers went up after the Clyde came. Of course they do, because Clyde's a good boy. That's a shame. Says you can't spell overreacting without overre. Yes. I hate when attorneys address each other. Yes. Kimbo says, have you ever chosen to fight? No, because if we did that, the judge would get really fucking mad. No, you never do that. Never, ever, ever do you do that. No, judge, we want to waste your fucking time. That is not a good answer. That is not a good answer. I'm just saying.
The issue is he's offered no pretrial statements from Kevin Kelly whatsoever. So therefore, I didn't know what rebuttal would be needed. I'm showing you it's been marked as Defense Exhibit 7. You got your attendance record for the 2017 in-service training.
Yes.
Would you like to again refresh your recollection with the training materials from that training?
Please.
Could I see that, please?
I'm showing you again what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 6.
Thank you.
I need to go back. You sure? Okay.
Did you attend that training?
I did,
Does that refresh your recollection about what you were trained with?
yes.
And who handled that training?
I believe it was Kelly Sweeney or one
Who's
of,
Kelly Sweet?
Kelly Sweeney is the law director for the city of Euclid.
Would you agree with me that she's qualified and knowledgeable?
Yes,
Would you agree with me that she probably has a better understanding of law than, or at least more training in law than most police officers who have been in her in-service training?
yes,
Did she train you specifically, after reviewing those slides, on some of the topics you've talked about today?
yes.
Can you refer to page 5? Just verifying it's not on the page. And looking at the highlighted section in blue, what specifically were you trained on in 2017?
I'll read it. The first bullet point says, an officer has reasonable suspicion to stop a vehicle after he ran the license plate and discovered the car was registered to a person with a suspended license. State v. Jones, 2004.
So it would be a lawful stop then, based on your training in 2017, if a car was run and came back that the owner had a suspended driver's license.
That's what the bullet point says, yes,
That's your training, right?
in the training
By the law director.
by the law director.
Is there another part of that training highlighted in green, which is applicable to the information you testified to today?
Yes,
And what was that?
the first bullet point that's highlighted says ordering occupants out of the vehicle.
And what does it say?
You want me to read all the bullet points?
Sure.
Provided that the officer lawfully stopped the vehicle, all occupants must be ordered out of the vehicle in the interest of officer safety. If any of the occupants may be considered armed and dangerous, the occupants may be frisked. Officer may also search passenger compartment of the vehicle to look for weapons. Pennsylvania v. Mims. Bullet point number 2.
That's good. Does that refresh your recollection about what you were trained in?
I'm familiar with that, so yes.
And what year was that again?
The training was 2017. The bullet point was
Or just the training? What year was the training?
the year 2017,
And what
January
year-
17th,
And what year was the stop you just opined on?
2017.
Would you agree then that the opinion you just offered to the state is not consistent with the training offered by the law director to both you and Officer Amiott and all of the other officers in the Department of Euclid?
I don't recall all the finities of what was discussed under the first bullet point on the reasonable suspicion for the driving under suspension. So I don't know, I don't recall if there were anything else that was discussed under that.
I'm going to ask my question again. Based on the training records you just reviewed, would you concur that the opinion you just offered during the state's questioning is inconsistent with the content of those training records from the very same year?
I would say it's inconsistent with the first bullet statement.
Thank you. Judge, I would move to be able to put this testimony in front of the jury. I don't see any basis
Counsel,
to exclude it.
anything?
I was just looking up the case. Could you give me 1 second?
Yes.
Can I get into the other issue, proper issue while he's doing that?
You may proceed. The one question I have is that part of his testimony is that that's what the bullet point says, but you don't know what other discussions were had with respect to that bullet point. And with that caveat, I don't know if I'll allow it or not. You may proceed to the next matter you wish to probe into.
Can I respond to what you just raised, or?
No, not what I just raised. That's where I am on that. So going into it probably won't help very much. You may proceed with your next issue.
Kevin, do you recall any specifics of that training which contradict that bullet point?
I do not.
Would it be like Kelly Sweeney to offer training and bullet point something and then train the opposite?
No.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that all of the training you received would be consistent with what you put on those slides?
Yes.
Thank you. And then about your role, your use of force generally, your role at the school. I think you testified you used more force at the school than you did as an officer.
Did I testify that, or was that there an objection about that?
There was an objection, which is why we're doing outside the hearing for jury.
Yes.
I think we got to clarify, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we got as far as me asking, did you say to someone you use more force now as a school security officer or school enforcement than you did on the road as
Correct.
law enforcement?
Correct.
Is your role at the school law enforcement related?
It's security related. It's not. I'm not a sworn officer. I have no law enforcement authority. I'm a private employee of the local school district.
So it's uniquely different than like a school resource officer?
Correct.
Okay.
It is not a school resource officer.
And then in your use of force in those scenarios, it may seem on its face, would you agree that it may seem on its face to civilians unreasonable that you would use more force dealing with children than with adults?
That would be very contextual because it's a completely different type of force that I use over at in the school versus when you use force as a police officer. When you are using force in the school, it's completely restraint and control and trying to separate people who are fighting from each other, not trying to take someone into custody.
But doesn't taking someone into custody involve restraint and control?
It can, yes, it does.
I guess my point is, no matter how things appear, each use of force is determined based on the specific incident.
Yes, they're unique.
So even though it may seem counterintuitive that you would use force more often with children, the particular circumstances of those occurrences justify it.
Yes.
I wrote on those topics, Judge.
My ruling will stand with respect to that, unrelated, and will not go into it. Anything else?
I'm sorry, Judge. Your ruling will stand with respect to that, to this.
He will not be able to testify in front of the jury about use of force at the school.
Okay, and that's the other.
The other, counsel, do you have anything you want to add?
Yes.
What do you have?
So, Your Honor, I just had a chance to quickly review that case, State versus Jones. That's a 7th district case, and my problem with it is that I think she's trying to introduce it to get out a single sentence that's highlighted in that document and propose it to the jury as if that's black letter law. State versus Jones adds the following to that which highlighted in that document. It says as follows, and this is the Court of Appeals. They're not going through a lot of the facts, but they say here, the officer had reasonable suspicion that Jones was driving under suspension. Multiple courts have held that an officer may run any license plate it chooses, and when that plate comes back as being registered to a person who is not permitted to drive, the officer can reasonably infer that the owner is driving the vehicle. This is especially true when the driver's race and gender match that given in the physical description of the registered owner. And that 7th district case cites an 8th district case, our district. It's called Rocky River versus Selah, S-A-L-E-H. 2000 case, 139 Ohio Act 3rd, 13. Now that Selah, a district case, basically says the following, or at least part of the multi-page decision. The record
Yes,
reflects
that's
that
very
Officer
common for court
Lichtman
reporters. Chat.
testified at trial that he stopped the defendant's vehicle after a license plate check revealed that the registered owner of the vehicle, Musa Saleh, had a suspended license and the driver matched the owner's physical description. So my whole point is, if you get that little squib in, it's misleading to the jury to propose that as black letter law. That's all.
Judge, I'm not offering it as black letter law, I'm offering it as training in the most contemporaneous time period to the incident, the training those officers received, and to impeach his position related to it. It's inconsistent with how he was trained by his law director and his department. And really, the name Yolamar is not particularly gender specific, so we're not writing a brief on that, but that's not really the point. The point is this is what the training was in Euclid. And officers are put on notice of what's appropriate conduct based on their training. And training is relevant for the purposes of the jury to hear it, to consider what a reasonable officer at that time would have believed. They would have believed this training because that's what their law director told them. And it was so important to make slides about it, and everyone had to go, and everyone had to sign it, and it contradicts what Captain Kelly just said.
Your Honor, could I ask couple questions of the witness?
You may proceed.
Mr. Kelly, this sentence that you looked at that says an officer has reasonable suspicion to stop a vehicle after he ran the license plate and discovered the car was registered to a person with a suspended license, State versus Jones. At the time that you were in this class, do you recall specifically learning?
Are you guys saying it's muted? You can't hear it? Oh, okay. Well, then why are they saying muted? I don't get it. Oh, all right. Well, elephant tastes these nuts. So, anyways, all right.
That legal proposition?
You mean, I'm not sure you understand the question. What?
Do you recall, well, you testified that since your name is on this roster,
Yes,
you
I
were
attended,
there, right?
I attended, and that was
Okay.
discovered, that was covered. I don't recall everything that was covered specific to that bullet point.
Do you recall that bullet point at all? Other than having your recollection refreshed with this document?
Specific to that training, no, but I'm not unfamiliar with that as well, so.
Okay. Did you ever rely on this specific bullet point? Did you ever rely on it after the training in any way, shape, or form?
Me personally?
Yes.
I did not stop any, at the time that I'm aware of, I didn't stop too many cars. I don't think I ever stopped a car based on that.
So the
After that training.
So the answer is you never relied on this law?
Not for personal enforcement whatsoever.
Nothing further.
I'm going to stay with my ruling. I'll not allow it.
I'm just hard to figure out with that.
Anything else prior to recess?
No.
Counsel, anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be in recess. How much time do you need, Connie? You're the one that needs the rest now.
10, 15 minutes is fine.
15, another 15. Yeah.
All right.
All right, Chet, they're going to go on break real quick.
Are we
here.
finished with this witness?
From my perspective, yes.
Anything else of this witness?
No, just maintain our objections on the record.
You're excused.
All right. So we're gonna get.
Thank you.
We're
Are
gonna
you
start.
in the new school or what? The big high school or where?
Yes, currently I am. Yes, sir. The
Well,
combined
that's a
facility.
fabulous building.
It is
From
wonderful.
the outside, I don't know.
It's just as impressive.
All right. So now we're getting to his partner that's coming up. What, guys?
Officer, please
What do you
remain
want?
standing. Raise your right hand. Officer, in this matter, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth?
What
and
would you
nothing
like?
but
What's
so
going
help
on?
you God? Thank you. Be seated.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. If you would, please state your name and spell your last name maybe, and then give us your assignment, please.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everybody. My name is Matthew Gilmer. I'm a patrolman with the city of Euclid. My name is spelled Matthew. Last name is Gilmer, Gilmer. I'm a patrolman assigned to the Criminal Response Unit and Community Policing Division.
How long have you been a police officer with the Euclid Police Department?
Since 2013, Your Honor.
All right. You made it more. Thank you.
Good morning, Officer Gilmer.
Good morning.
Officer Gilmer, you said you've been a police officer in Euclid since 2013, correct?
That's correct, sir.
How about before that? Did you have a law enforcement job before that?
Yes, sir.
Where was that?
I was working part-time for the Chester Township Police Department and full-time for the Cleveland Clinic Police Department. And that started in 2009.
That was in 2010,
9, sir.
2009?
Yes, sir.
With Chester PD
Correct.
and Cleveland Clinic?
Correct.
What about before that?
Just military service, sir.
What branch of the military?
The U.S. Army.
And when was that?
I'm still in, sir, since 2004.
In 2004. And then when did you go to the police academy?
2008.
2008? And so then your first job out of the academy was with Chester PD?
Just to clarify, I was an auxiliary with the Geneva on the Lake Police Department, but my first paid job was with the Chester Township Police.
Okay. And just in general, for the jury, explain the training, police officer training academy when you go there. What do they train you in, just generally?
It was about 17 weeks of training. We had an accelerated academy due to some issues that Kent State had putting it together because we were the first academy class. But the general training is community relations, traffic enforcement for the state of Ohio, criminal enforcement, how to deal with special needs populations, defensive tactics, firearms training, and then physical fitness, and then the state test.
Okay. Do you discuss and receive education on the Fourth Amendment?
Of course.
You said, of course.
Yes.
And is the Fourth Amendment something that is in your mind as a patrol officer constantly?
With every situation that you deal with, yes.
In every situation you deal with?
With people especially, correct.
Okay, and why is that? When you deal with people, why is that in the forefront of your mind or your consciousness?
Depending on the interaction with a person, they would be seized under the Fourth Amendment. So,
And before you seize somebody under the Fourth Amendment, what is required?
reasonable suspicion.
Reasonable suspicion of what?
Criminal activity being afoot.
Criminal activity being afoot.
Correct.
Yes. And if you don't have that, are you permitted as a law enforcement officer to seize that person?
You can speak to a person as a consensual encounter, but if you have no reasonable suspicion that criminal activity is afoot, then they would not be seized.
You cannot be seized.
Correct.
And what does seizure mean in your mind, in your training?
Person is not free to leave.
Okay. Is that consistent with an arrest?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned consensual encounter, right?
Correct.
And Does a consensual encounter ever apply to a motor vehicle situation where a police officer makes a stop?
If you've activated your emergency lights and siren to signal a person to stop, it is a seizure.
Okay,
They are
so
not
it's
free
a
to
seizure,
leave. Correct.
right? So when you mean a consensual encounter, what do you mean by that as distinguished from lights and siren and making a stop?
You could approach a vehicle in a parking lot. You may suspect something, but have no basis yet to say it's criminal or not criminal. So you can just walk up and say hello to a person. Walking up on the sidewalk to say hello to a person is considered a consensual encounter. And those consensual encounters can quickly build up to a seizure, depending on what you see, smell, observe, things like that.
Okay. But if I understand your testimony correctly, it's every time a police officer stops a motor vehicle, you need that reasonable suspicion to be in compliance with the Fourth Amendment.
Correct.
Have you been a patrol officer for the entire time since 2013 in the city of Euclid?
Yes,
Have you made traffic stops before?
I have.
Dozens?
Probably thousands.
Thousands. Okay. And each time you make a stop, you make sure that you have the required legal, probable, reasonable suspicion as you articulated?
Yes.
And you always document that in your report?
If I'm the one who makes a stop, yes.
What's that?
If I'm the one who initiates the traffic stop, yes, I would document that.
And in your 9 years of patrolling in the city, have you become very familiar with all the streets and businesses in the city?
As best as I can. For streets, more so. The businesses, they're constantly changing, people coming and going. So we try and say hello to the businesses as best we can.
Okay. Are you familiar with the area of Lakeshore Boulevard, East 222nd, Babbitt Road, East 228th?
Correct. I
Are
am.
you familiar with those areas?
Yes.
Very familiar?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the businesses in those areas?
To the most part, yes.
With the caveat that they could change, I get that.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you familiar with where the Dollar Bank is?
Right there along Lakeshore Boulevard. Is that the one you're concerned on?
Are you familiar with one on East 228th off of Lakeshore?
On the right-hand side, yes, I am.
Yes?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with the auto repair store across the street from that location?
Correct. It's on the east side of the street.
What's it called?
I don't know the name of it. I just know it's on the east side of the street.
Would it refresh your recollection if I say it's Wilson's Auto Repair?
I don't know, honestly.
All right. Are you familiar with then the intersection of Lakeshore and 228th?
Correct. I am.
You familiar with that theater that's there?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with Sims Park and the RTA station there?
Yes.
Are you familiar with where East 222nd and Babbitt Road meet just prior to getting to Lakeshore Boulevard?
Correct. Yes.
Are you familiar with that intersection? It's like a triangular area where East 222nd meets Babbitt just south of Lakeshore. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, there's a park there called Triangle Park.
Okay, Triangle Park. And are you familiar with the number of stop signs that are there in that area for one that's traveling northbound on East 22 or northbound on Babbitt Road? You familiar with that area?
Yes.
You familiar with the location of those stop signs?
Correct.
Your Honor, can I ask the witness to step up to the whiteboard, please?
You may.
Sir, can you step up here, please? Now, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, okay? I'm not testing your artistic abilities. I'd like you to draw on that whiteboard, using up the whole board, the area that is bounded by Lakeshore Boulevard, East 228th Street, Babbitt Road, and East 222nd. And I'd like you to draw to the best of your ability the triangular area there with the stop signs, indicate where the stop signs are. If you could do that, take your time and try to make it big, okay?
He's trying to draw a map here, chat. We'll
222nd, you have Batter Road, you have East 228, you have Lakeshore Boulevard, correct? Correct. Could you indicate where the Dollar Bank is on East 228? Did you put like a DB there? Okay, thank you. Could you indicate where Wendy's is on 222nd? And, okay, that's good, thank you. You can resume your seat. Thank you very much. Officer Gilmer, do police officers that are on patrol use radios in the regular course and scope of their employment?
They do.
What are they using for?
To communicate to each other what they see. They may use it to advise dispatch of where they're at, what they're doing, if there is an issue, if they need help.
Does a police officer on patrol in the city of Euclid have the ability to run a license plate on their, through dispatch using their radio?
They can, yes.
Is that something that's done often?
Some officers prefer to run their own license plates through the computer. Some don't. I personally run them through the computer, so I'm not wasting airtime for dispatch, but yes, it can be done.
So, just for clarification, is each cruiser equipped with a computer?
Not every cruiser is equipped with a computer.
All right, some are, right?
Yes,
And that's called an MDT?
that's correct.
What does that stand for?
It's a mobile data terminal.
Okay. So, is that like a computer system in the car?
It's like a laptop or a, in our case, they're hardwired. It's just like having a regular computer. We've just recently gone to laptop style ones, but
Okay. So, is it fair to say that if a police officer's on patrol in the city of Euclid, there's two ways to run a license plate? One would be to radio dispatch with the license plate, correct?
correct.
And the other one would be to type it in on your MDT, correct? If
That's
you have it.
correct. Yes.
And how long, and just roughly, just generally, what is the turnaround time between radioing in a license plate and getting back information, or typing it in and getting back information?
On the short end, 10 seconds. On the long, sometimes up to a minute. The MDTs work off a cellular signal, so you can put a computer like license plate in, and I've had it not come back for 5 minutes. But it just depends on if you have signal or don't have signal in the city.
Is that something you frequently do while you're on patrol?
What's that, sir?
Run a plate?
Yes, sir.
Like, and again, just average, I'm not gonna hold you to this. Like on an 8-hour shift, how many plates do you think you would run if you're just on traffic patrol?
If I'm on traffic patrol, probably 20 to 30 an hour.
20 to 30 an hour, right?
It takes only 7 keystrokes and an enter to run a plate. We're looking for all kinds of things, even when we're on traffic patrol, warrants, people driving under suspension. Sometimes people are wanted for other things than criminal matters, maybe a medical warrant. So yeah, we would run plates as we drive along.
When you run a plate, let's assume you do it through dispatch, you announce the plate number. What is the primary information that comes back through dispatch in that 10 seconds to 1 minute? What do they tell you?
It'll be the owner's name, their driving status, their gender, the make, model of the vehicle, year, whether the plate is valid, like being expired, or if the vehicle's stolen or anything like that.
Do they always also announce wants and warrants?
Generally,
Generally, because that's important, right?
that's correct.
So if you run a license plate to dispatch, strike that. Do you know what information is used by dispatch, or what information source is consulted in order to get that information that they relay to you?
I would assume the Ohio Bureau of Motor Vehicles records, and then I'm having a brain fart. I apologize.
Are you familiar with LEADS?
Yes, the Law Enforcement Automated Database.
So you just said, so LEADS is an acronym for Law Enforcement Automated Data System?
Correct.
Okay. And have you ever run a LEADS before?
The MDTs run the license plates through LEADS.
Just describe for the jury, what is a LEADS? If you get a printout of a LEADS, what is it?
It would just look like a piece of paper with your name, your address, your date of birth, your weight, your height, your social, all your pertinent facts, then followed by your number of accidents, followed by the number of traffic violations that you have committed. And then any open suspensions would be shown on that printout.
So on a LEADS printout, the first thing that you see is a suspension section, right?
Sometimes, yes. I would have to look at which LEADS format you're looking at. Depending on the computer system, it's going to print it out different.
So there's a suspension section, right?
Yes.
Then there's a conviction section, right?
No. So when you read a LEADS printout, say that a driver had a suspended license, it will show the most recent suspension, and then in the bottom of it, it will say something either fee required, suspended, non-compliance, open, indefinite. So you have to take a second and actually read through it.
Okay. Are you adept at reading those LEADS?
Yes, I feel so.
So is there a lot of information in there to decipher?
A little bit sometimes, depends on the driving record.
Does it, in your experience, does it have the person's entire driving history from the time they had a license in Ohio up until the present time?
Unless something has been expunged, yes.
Unless it's been expunged. So if you ran a LEADS on somebody and they had a red light ticket from Marietta in 2001, would it show up on the LEADS?
Yes.
And if they had a suspension and you ran it today and they had a non-compliance suspension back in 2001, would it show up on the LEADS?
It should, yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And would it have all the information concerning the dates of suspension, when it was cleared, all that stuff?
Usually you'll have the agency or city, when it started or ended, and then just its status. Sometimes you have to dig a little deeper into whether or not they owe fees or things like that. That's all.
Before you write a traffic ticket, do you always run a LEADS?
Yes.
For the record, I'm going to play the audio of State's Exhibit F, Frank. I'm going to ask you to listen to it.
Objection in the foundation.
What is that?
I'm going to, let me back up. Officer Gilmer, were you involved in the traffic stop of Richard Hubbard on 8/12/2017?
I was.
Did you back up that traffic stop?
I did.
Were you the first back-off officer to arrive on scene?
I was.
Who was the first officer on scene?
Patrolman Amiott had stopped Mr. Hubbard.
Were you listening to the radio traffic at that time?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Did you announce over the radio that you would respond to that location?
I don't recall, but generally that is what I would do.
And having heard about that stop on the radio, did you then proceed to the scene of that stop?
I did.
Were you the second one to arrive on scene?
Yes.
Did you see the video of that stop in the past?
Yes. After the incident?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
and I'm referring to the incident on 8/12/2017 at about 10 o'clock a.m. that occurred on East 228th Street in the city of Euclid, Ohio. Are we on the same page?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you watched that video, right?
Correct.
Did you see yourself as the second person to arrive and approach the passenger side of that silver Hyundai?
Yes.
Okay. And then who arrived after you?
Not in any particular order. I believe Patrolman Pavko, Patrolman Thomas, Patrolman Ferrito. Those are the three officers that stick out in my mind right now.
And were you listening to the radio traffic the entire time that that stop was taking place until it ended?
From when Officer Amiott called out the traffic stop, that's when my ears started to perk up, and then I responded to that location.
Okay. Did you make some announcements over the radio during the actual stop?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Would you recognize all of the voices on the radio in connection with that radio traffic?
Yes, I could.
And are you able to do so by a numerical designation of who's speaking?
I don't know what you mean. Their badge number?
Oh, I'm sorry?
Are you asking for their badge number?
Yes.
I could probably give them by name, but I wouldn't be able to remember all their badge numbers.
Okay, could you do it by voice?
For the most part, yeah.
Do you know the badge numbers?
Most of them, yes.
So what's your badge number?
1-8.
1-8?
18.
18.
18.
So when you talk on the radio, do you say, this is Officer Gilmer speaking, or do you say 18 and then talk?
Generally, I would say 18. And I wouldn't say it every single time if there's already been communication established between two people. So it'd be like 18 radio, blah, blah, blah. They would respond, and then I would just talk. I wouldn't have to say it again.
Do you know what Officer Amiott's number is?
Well, now that you put me on the spot, I just forgot. So no,
Is it 63?
it sounds right.
Is it 63?
It sounds right, sir.
Okay. Was you recognize his voice on the radio?
Yes,
Do you know if Ferrito is 10?
I do know that.
Do you know, you said you know that.
I do know that.
Ferrito is 10?
Yes.
Officer Ferrito? Do you know what Pavkov's number is?
No.
I'm going to play this audio. So for the record, I'm going to go to the 5:20 mark. 5 minutes, 20 seconds of Exhibit E.
E or F?
E, Edward. Wait, hold on. Yes, F, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Exhibit F, Frank. 5 minutes, 20 seconds.
Hey, sir, you don't have a location. I live at 228 North Alabama. Okay.
Excuse me, I might have that time wrong. That's fine.
Government at that intersection, this is Silver Hyundai. Just past 40 southbound, get ready to go towards the back of the intersection. Have you got right on 1710 of Gadsden, I'll be clear. I'm happy to tell.
Approximately 1 minute and 38 seconds. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that voice?
It's Patrolman Amiott just calling out his traffic stop. That's what it sounded like.
I'm gonna play the whole thing, and I ask you to listen to it. I'm gonna turn it up. And I'll get the volume. That might be good.
Just past 1 southbound, get ready to go towards the back of the intersection. Have you got eyes on?
Do you know whose voice that was?
Sound like Patrolman Farito.
Farito. Did you hear what he said?
It sounded like he said that it was going a direction and that he's got eyes on it. Does that sound right?
I'm gonna play that one more time. I'd like you to listen carefully and tell me what you hear.
Just at the intersection, there's silver hang on right. Just past 1 southbound, get ready to go towards the back of the intersection. Have you got eyes on?
Does he say there's a silver Hyundai just past Wendy's going northbound?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
And does he say, do you got eyes on it?
That's what it sounds like he says, yes.
And is that Officer Farito?
Correct.
Do you know who he's talking to?
I would assume Patrolman Amiott.
He doesn't say that, right?
He did not say that, no.
It's said over the, no, let me ask you this. Is that something that everybody that's on shift could hear?
Yes.
How many people were on shift at that time?
I couldn't give you an exact number, probably about 8 to 9.
So at about 1:40, you heard Farito say, there's a silver Hyundai, it's going northbound, it just passed Wendy's, you got eyes on it. That's what you heard, right?
That's what I just heard, yes.
That's what you said. And then it's 1:46 for the record, I'm gonna hit play.
6-3, yes.
Excuse me.
What's that?
I heard 6-3, yes.
So, just for the record, at 1:52, so 1:40, we have Farito asking if you got eyes on the silver Hyundai traveling northbound past Wendy's, right?
Yes.
And then at 1:52, you have 63, which is Amiott, right?
Correct.
Saying yes, right?
As far as,
you're-
as far as I'm aware, yes. Yeah.
And then for the record, 1:52, I'm gonna play it.
18, check around, 2 short, 18.
And what's that?
Sound like my radio traffic.
Basically, they're
What
trying
did
to
you
show
say?
they had no reason to stop.
It sounded like I was circling around
Trying
Lakeshore.
to argue we had no right to stop them.
I believe what I heard myself say.
Did you say 18, he's turned around, or 18, I'm turned around?
Can you play it again?
Yes.
Just past 1 southbound, get ready to go towards the back of the intersection. Have you got eyes on? 6-3, yes. 18, check around, 2 short, 18.
What did you say?
It sounds like I was at 218. I was Lakeshore and 218. I'm turning around.
Okay, all right, so that was you saying, I'm at Lakeshore 218 turning around, right?
Correct.
So, is 218 like in this vicinity here? It's this way,
It is going to be westbound. So, yes, it's going to be to the left side of the map.
so East 218 would be around this area, right?
It'd be much further down than indicated on the map there, but it's not to scale.
Much further that way?
Correct.
So, in any event, you indicated that you're at 218 and you're going to turn around. Does that mean you're going to do a U-turn and start heading eastbound?
I'm going to start going to the area that the vehicle was last seen. So yes, I'm going to turn around and come back eastbound on Lakeshore.
Did you make that turnaround because you heard Farito say, do you have eyes on the silver Hyundai? And then you heard Amiott say yes. Did you turn around for that reason?
Whenever an officer calls out a vehicle, we don't let them go alone. So if Officer Amiott says he has eyes on a vehicle that possibly is going to be stopped, I'm going to turn around and start heading that direction.
Okay.
Could I ask, were those audio clips played and separated by time, or is the response of Officer Farito calling it out and then Patrolman Amiott saying that he sees it? Because the way it was played, it was like a 2-second delay, but up there you have a 12-minute delay.
Yeah, that's 1 minute 40 seconds, 1 minute 52 seconds.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought you were indicating
And it's
times.
rough. I mean,
I apologize. I just want to be clear.
I'm just doing that for the record because I have a designation starting at double zeros and it's in minutes and seconds.
Okay. I didn't know if that was time.
59 seconds. So for the record, I'm going to hit play at 1 minute 59 seconds and just ask you to listen.
Okay.
I've been going to 1 towards Lakeshore South. I'm going to just look fun.
Who was that?
That was Officer Farito.
And what did he say?
I think he said something about, last I saw, can you play it one more time? I'm sorry. Just so I can try and get the verbiage right.
I've been going to 1 towards Lakeshore South. I'm going to just look fun.
So couldn't tell if it went north towards Lakeshore or southbound on Babbitt. It looks like it could be fun.
So at about 2 minutes and 5 seconds, you heard Officer Farito say, I don't know if the vehicle went north towards Lakeshore or south on Babbitt. It just looked fun, right?
That's correct.
And did you know who the driver of that silver Hyundai was at the time?
No, not at all.
Did you come to learn who the driver of that silver Hyundai was?
After the traffic stop, we did find out the person's name and everything like that.
And
Yes.
who was it?
Mr. Hubbard III.
And then for the record, I'm going to play at 2:07.
George Noah X-ray 2022.
So did you hear that?
Yes, GNX2022 is the license plate on the silver Hyundai.
Do you know who that was that ran that?
Patrolman Amiott ran that license plate.
And just for the record, at about 2 minutes, 18 seconds. The license plate is GNX2022. Then I just started it up again at about 2:20.
Okay, and I believe her.
Did you hear that?
I did not. Can you replay that?
I'm just going to try to play it one more time.
Okay, and I believe her.
I can't make that. I'm sorry.
Okay. And that's 2:35. We'll continue.
17 ready.
Who was that?
Badge 17.
You know who that is?
I don't.
17. So, yeah. 10:23.
Did you hear that?
Somebody's out at the jail. So it sounded like.
And is the time 10:23?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes. Correct.
So is that something that the dispatcher does from time to time, just indicates the time?
Correct.
Is that so an officer can write it in his report or something?
It's just time stamping it for the radio because the radio is a record. So
So that indicates that in real time, that's 10:23 a.m., right?
correct.
On 8/12/2017, right?
Correct.
And then for the record, I'm going to start with that 3:11.
I'm working the hospital, but I'm not in jail. 6 radio. 6 you don't have a location. We're 228 $5 day.
That's at 3:29. Who is that? What are they saying?
Patrolman Thomas was clearing whatever call he was on. 1019 means that he's going back to the police department. And then Patrolman Amiott called out the traffic stop in front of Dollar Bank.
Okay. So then at 3 minutes, 29 seconds, Michael Amiott is stopped, has the car stopped at the Dollar Bank, correct?
Correct.
That's what it's saying, right?
Yes.
And that's kind of when you arrive on scene, right?
About 30 seconds later, I think.
30 seconds later.
Counselor, you moving to another
Yes.
topic. I don't want to penalize Connie and everybody else and you, so we're going to take our lunch break at this time. It's 12 o'clock. Remember the admonition, and we'll come back and continue with Officer Gilman. Anything prior to recess?
No.
Anything prior to recess?
No, Your Honor.
We'll be in recess. We'll come back at 1:15.
All right.
Yeah, we're gonna skip ahead here. All right, hold on, you guys. We gotta skip ahead, and I think we need to move to the next clip out here. Yeah, we're gonna skip ahead to the next part in the playlist here.
Prior to recess.
Now, this I understand having this drags on till the cross. The cross of the cop is actually pretty good. So here we go. And this is interesting issue here.
Thank you. You may be seated. I received a copy of the motion to dismiss that was filed at 12:17 today. And reviewing it over the lunch hour.
You don't get lunch. Only winners get lunch.
Part of the argument you're dealing with 293509A, which I will take a closer look at. You're not in? Okay, I'll start over then. All right, I reviewed the motion to dismiss that was filed in 12/17 today. And then just a quick review or reading of it. And I know defense hadn't had an opportunity to respond to it, but 293509A, I believe, specifically deals with felonies. And while the lower subsection of that deals with misdemeanors,
I'll be right back.
I believe. So therefore, I will review it further and afford the state an opportunity to comment if they desire to do so. And then I will issue a ruling accordingly. Any preliminaries before we get going here again on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor.
On behalf of Mr. Amiott?
Yes, Your Honor, just a very brief preliminary matter. One of our witnesses, as we discussed in chambers, had a serious fall and had surgery. They were planning to travel here for testimony, but now cannot. And so we would move the court to admit the testimony of Jamie Roth via Zoom. And we can provide that document.
To do what?
To move to having testified via Zoom.
No problem.
Video Zoom.
No problem.
Thank you, Judge.
Not a problem. I'm assuming there are no objections to that. Okay. And it's permissible, so we'll do that.
Oh, one other just small matter, Judge. The intern certificate that Mr. Gerber is practicing with allows him to participate. He was going to handle witnesses. Did the court object to that?
Not happening.
No?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, not happening. Not anything against you, sir.
Yeah, guys,
but,
I didn't realize the camera's off. Sorry.
counsel is the attorney here and representing, and is not demeaning you, because when I was in law school, I operated in muni court unsupervised sometimes with the certificate, so I understand. But given the magnitude of this case, I think it's only appropriate that I not do that in this particular case.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Anything else?
Okay.
All rise.
You can bring, oh, well, they have to go get your witness. You may be seated, and if you would, bring our witness in. Hope you had a good lunch. We're ready to go this afternoon, and we'll be hopefully on pace.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, officer. Go ahead and state your name, and you're under oath. Just state your name for the
Yes, sir.
record.
My name is Patrolman Matthew Gilmer.
You may inquire.
Officer Gilmer, think you indicated that you went to the academy in, was it 2008?
Correct, sir.
2008. Did you learn use of force techniques and rules, regulations in the academy?
We did.
Is there something that's called the use of force continuum?
There is.
Are you familiar with it?
Yes.
Are you familiar with it in connection with the training you received
Correct.
in the academy?
Yes.
Did you receive any subsequent training after the academy on use of force techniques?
In the city of Euclid, yearly, we would have defensive tactics taught by a instructor.
So is that you said that's a yearly thing?
As far as I'm aware, yes, it's a yearly thing.
Is it required training?
Is it required?
Is it required by your department?
I don't know that.
Have you attended it consistently
Yes.
over the several years that you were on the force?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what the use of force continuum is, just in general terms?
The use of force continuum, if you were to imagine two sets of square blocks, and it has a suspect's actions and an officer's actions. And when a suspect does something, the actions that are best practice are to the right of that. So for an example, the first action would be an officer's presence is the first part of the use of force continuum. The next step might be verbal commands, just talking to the person. Hey, I need you to keep your hands visible. And then this will be in correlation to the lowest levels of force, and it would make its way all the way up to deadly force. Do you want me to go through that?
No, I mean, I think we explained it.
Okay.
Has it changed in any significant way over the years since you were taught it at the academy in 2008 and throughout your yearly training until today? Can you think of any significant ways in which it has changed?
I think since, not regarding this incident, but a lot of the incidents that were on the media in 2015, 16, 17, that police send a lot more officers to crisis intervention training, more de-escalation, things like that. But the actual use of force continuum itself has not changed.
Okay. So you're saying, if I understand correctly, the fundamental dynamics have not changed.
Correct.
And is the general standard objective reasonableness?
That's correct.
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that your understanding of the standard?
If you're asking, there's a Supreme Court case called Cram versus Connor that established reasonable objectiveness is what officers would be judged on when they use force. So when we use force, it's from the standpoint of another reasonable officer, not necessarily just a random person that you find on the street.
And you mentioned the case of Graham versus Connor, correct?
Correct.
And that's a United States Supreme Court case, correct?
That's correct.
And you were instructed or trained or educated on that, correct?
That's correct.
And it's your opinion that that establishes the objective, reasonable standard for police use of force. Is that accurate?
If you read the case, it's very specific, as there is no exact mechanical standard that you could hold officers accountable to, because every situation is different. Everything from officer subject factors such as a small person trained in martial arts to a person who is armed could vary wildly between how you use force. But again, it's reasonable objectiveness is by another police officer.
Right. Okay. You testified about your familiarity with leads, just to refresh, correct, prior to the break? Right?
Yes, sir.
You know how to read the leads, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you run any leads in this case on either Caraballo or Hubbard?
I don't know if I recall specifically if I ran it, but I would imagine so, as I wrote the traffic citation, I believe, for Mr. Hubbard. So I would probably have looked at whatever was there. I would have seen a physical copy at some point.
Sir, I'm handing you a document marked Plaintiff's Exhibit H, and I just want to direct your attention to H3, H4, and H7. Can you go through those one by one? H3, H4, and H7. Just identify them for the record.
H3 is the criminal summons for Miss Caraballo that I wrote.
What is that for? What offense?
That is for the offense of resisting arrest.
So that's Caraballo resisting arrest.
Correct. You said H4, sir? H4, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is another criminal summons for disorderly conduct against Miss Caraballo, in which I wrote. And then H7 is... H7 is a digital traffic citation written to Miss Caraballo for allowing a suspended operator to operate her motor vehicle and having an open container of alcohol in the motor vehicle. And this was also written by myself.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you the same question with reference to an exhibit that I'm going to show you, and I'm going to ask you to identify I3 and I6. Plaintiff's I3 and plaintiff's I6, please.
I3 is a criminal summons written to Richard Hubbard III for resisting arrest, and this was penned by myself. And then you want I3 and which number, sir? I7?
I6.
6. I6 is a electronic traffic ticket written to Richard Hubbard III for driver's license suspension, red light violation, and it's pretty. It's not the greatest photocopy, but it looks like 33501, no license on person, and it is penned by myself, and it referenced the report number.
Okay. So you recognize those 6 or 5 tickets as being written by you, correct?
Correct.
Some are criminal, some are traffic, right?
That's correct.
Did you witness all of those events that you wrote the tickets for?
I did not witness the red light violation.
Chet, this is in. Hold on.
Arrest, correct?
Correct.
This is
You witnessed Caraballo committing a disorderly conduct, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, we need to
all of
speed
those
this up
charges?
here.
Yes, sir. They were all dismissed.
They were all dismissed by who and where?
They were dismissed by the prosecutors in the city of Euclid.
Yes, the car was hers.
So you don't remember running the leads, right?
I just don't recall if I was the one who actually went on the computer and ran the leads. If you have my leads inquiry and I did it, then I did it. But I know for a fact I at least looked at a printout at some point.
Okay, at some point you looked at it around.
Yes.
Do you remember as you sit there today, what kind of driving under suspension it was?
I don't recall. It's not listed here either. It looks like the only box checked is suspended.
Yes.
I'm sorry?
For Mr. Hubbard.
Yes, the car was hers, but she had a suspended license. She had hardship privileges. She had driving privileges, but they didn't allow her to go cruising around on a Saturday morning. So Hubbard driving was, obviously he was suspended, but for Caraballo, that was, good for her not to be driving.
The only box I see checked is suspended. I don't recall if it's a non-compliance or a failure to reinstate or anything like that.
Job well done. This is like a bunch of white bread Irish and Italian people in Cleveland. Well, I mean, in Ohio, you can get permits for work, medical purposes, or other medical purposes for your family members. That's what I mean by like hardships. But there isn't one where you get to say like, "Oh Lordy me, let me drive around." So even though she's suspended, the car is still valid to drive around.
You a document marked Plaintiff's Exhibit U. Can you take a look at that page through it, just tell me if you recognize it, tell us what it is.
This is a Leeds inquiry printed on July 21st, 2022, and it is from Mr. Hubbard.
Okay. And does, as we discussed before, that has its entire history, correct?
As we discussed before, it does have history on it. I can't verify whether it's the entire, that would be dependent on the BMV and the agency submitting
Okay.
correct records.
Could you go to the suspension section, please?
Go ahead, sir.
So,
What exhibit is that?
Your Honor, this is plaintiff's exhibit U, as in uniform.
U?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Be approach.
You may.
Hold on, chat.
So, Officer Gilmer, from that exhibit, could you see what kind of suspension that Richard Hubbard was under in 2017?
The only thing that it looks like there is a security suspension from EMV case AC 1607503C. Status is closed as of now. And it's showing a suspension from 10/28/2016 to 7/1 of 2018, Class F. And it's from an accident that occurred in 2016.
Okay. So you said the suspension is from 10/28/16, right?
That's what it says here.
To 7/1/18, correct?
Correct.
That covers the period of time 8/12/17, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you said it was from BMV case number what? Read that slowly, please, and speak out loud.
AC 1607503, C as in Charlie. There's additional non-compliance suspension that goes with this particular case listed just below it. And that's from 10/28/2016 to 10/28/2018. Class B type administrative. And it says, again, it's for that same accident. So there's both a security suspension and a non-compliance suspension.
So both of those suspensions, according to your reading of that, is from the same accident, right?
That's correct.
And the accident date is what?
The accident date is 7/1 of 2016.
7/1 of 2016?
That's what is listed on this paperwork, correct?
Okay. And those are the only suspensions, or I should say, are those the only suspensions that were in effect for Richard Hubbard, according to that document, 8/12/2017?
He has two previous non-compliance suspensions.
I'm talking about the date, 8/12/2017. I just want to make sure that what you're saying there is a suspension, are the only two suspensions he had that were in effect on 8/12/17.
I have to be honest, I'm unsure because there's a clear date for the two others of 2/9/2021
F is
For-
phonetic.
and FRA
Is
on this one.
funny.
And then there's a clear date on this one of 12/25/2018.
Okay,
So
Clyde is
I don't know if
fine.
they were in effect at the time.
with reference to those two suspensions that you just mentioned, what are the dates of suspension?
I see 2/19 to 16
Yes.
to
And this is-
2/19 to
This
7.
is correct. In Ohio, you can have insurance. You can be an insured driver without a driver's license or on a suspended driver's license. I don't know how other states do it, but here that is possible. Now, when they talked about the security suspensions, basically that's an issue of, I mean, there's multiple ways you can get suspended in Ohio. So it's not impossible. A very common one is people call it FRA suspension, no financial responsibility. And that's because they got a ticket at some point and they never showed they had insurance. So that's why that happens. And with the the security suspension, guys, is basically, and just so you understand this is what a security suspension is. It's basically you got in an accident, you caused damage, and there was a personal injury claim, and you couldn't pay it. So it's also called a judgment suspension. That you show the court this person caused me injury, they weren't licensed, and they weren't insured, and they never paid me for the damage done to my car. So you sue them in court, and you win, and then you go boom, and the DMV then gives them a 2-year suspension. So that's how that works. That's what it is. So she got into an accident. She probably defaulted on the court case and refused to pay. So that's what a security suspension is, and I wanted you guys to just see that. So a Nick Rekieta offense, yeah. Well, getting off the grade says the Ohio motto was "Come on vacation, leave on probation." That was for a very long time. That was an issue here in Ohio. That was a joke because a lot of people all the time are getting arrested. Not as much anymore. So anyways, here we go.
18. Says
Okay,
Class
hold on,
C.
before you go any further. So for that suspension, you see 2/19/16 to 2/19/17, right?
Mhm.
So that's prior to 8/12/17, correct?
Yeah, but there's an important part you're leaving out here. That's he had a FRA that was required from 2/19/16 to 2/19/21, and any lapse in that insurance would have suspended his license the second he didn't pay it. I don't know if that was in effect at the time, and it won't reflect it on here.
Okay.
Because that can go from suspended to compliant from one day to the next if the BMV changes it. So as far as this paperwork is concerned, yes, there was only 2 open suspensions that I can verify out of the 4.
Okay. And that's what you wrote him for, right?
I did write him for driving under suspension, correct?
Now I'm showing you plaintiff's exhibit T. I'd like you to identify that for the record.
This is Ms. Caraballo's BMV printout. Reflects the same information except for Ms. Caraballo on this paperwork.
Okay, now.
The problem is this
does
is
it show
completely
that
irrelevant.
Ms. Caraballo
They
was
need to get this
also
going.
suspended for that same accident date, to wit, 7/1/16?
I see. Give me 1 second, please, while I review it. Which date are you looking at specifically?
Well, I think you testified earlier, just for clarity, that the suspensions for the Hubbard suspension, I can get this back to you, were from an accident dated 7/1/16. Just verify that.
I appreciate that. It's easier to read this when you have both next to each other.
So the question is, were the 2 suspensions for Hubbard resulting from an accident on 7/1/16?
I do see on Ms. Caraballo's record
I'm
here,
going to ask you about Hubbard first. I just want to verify.
7/1/16 is the accident date for him.
Okay, so 7/1/16 is the accident date for the 2 Hubbard suspensions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I want you to look in the Caraballo document and tell me if you see a suspension there related to that same accident date, 7/1/16.
I do see accident date of 7/1/16. BMV cases are different though.
What's the BMV case on the Caraballo accident date of 7/1/16?
AC 160-075-03B.
03 what?
B is in boy.
So the only difference in the BMV case numbers is the numerals are the same, but Caraballo has a B suffix and Hubbard has a C suffix, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And they have the exact same accident date, right?
They do.
Okay. And when does it indicate that Ms. Caraballo cleaned up or cleared up? It says clear date. When did she clear that suspension?
This is showing a clear date of 7/21/2017.
7/21 what?
2017.
Okay. 7/21/2017, she cleared it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you see anywhere on that document for Caraballo where she had driving privileges?
Generally, that's not listed on a BMV record. They'll have a paper copy given to them by the courts to present to an officer showing said driving privileges. I wouldn't see that here. Going back to what I originally told you, though, she was under FRA suspension from 10/28/2016 to 10/28/2019, which again, if she misses a SR-22 bond payment on her insurance, she would be instantly suspended again.
If she missed a payment?
If she missed a payment. If you're a day late, the insurance company will contact the BMV, say that you aren't in compliance with your SR-22 bond, and now you're going to be suspended. So even if she cleared it on 7/21/2017, the previous case shows a longer filing date that she had to hold an FRA, and if she didn't have that FRA paid, she would be suspended.
But do you have any evidence that she didn't have the FRA paid at any time?
All I can go is...
This isn't really relevant. This is them dragging along. It's because they're trying to show that he really didn't have a right to go stop him. He's arguing that the license of the original driver might or might not have been suspended, and that he didn't have the right to properly stop Richard Hubbard at the time. Basically, the prosecutor's saying, no, this is all done out of racism, and Amiott was looking for trying to hassle some black people. That's really what's going on here. They're trying to show that Amiott had no right to stop the car, when in reality, he probably did.
Based off of the print at the time, and that would be why she would be cited for allowing another suspended driver. I mean, whether she had a valid license or not, she allowed a suspended driver to operate a motor vehicle, but I can't verify whether she was suspended at the time.
Okay. Do you see anywhere on that document for Caraballo where it indicates she had privileges, driving privileges?
That wouldn't be on her leads. That's a court grants those, and they're granted by paper. I've had clients get arrested because the cops couldn't find it because the privileges don't exist in the system.
I don't see anything about driving privileges on page 1. Let's see here. I don't see anything here about driving privileges. Do you see it? And I'm maybe missing it. So I've been presented with, there was a fee payment plan established on 5/12/2017 from the Cleveland courts.
I'm sorry, what was the date?
5/12/2017.
5/12/17, a payment plan?
Correct. And it says from 5/12/2017, this is for the payment plan as far as I'm aware, I don't see any docket again, to 5/12/2018. And it does say driving privileges from 5/12/17 to 12/8/17.
5/12/17 to what?
To 12/8/17.
To 12/8/17, right?
Correct.
Okay. When you were standing next to the silver Hyundai, when Officer Amiott was standing on the driver's side conversing with Mr. Hubbard, did you hear what was going on?
Yes.
Did you document it in your report?
I believe I stated something to the fact that Mr. Hubbard was a little bit nervous, and if you give me my report, I could recollect exactly what I wrote, but I've watched this video, unfortunately, so many times for this previous case, things like that, that I would have to look at my report so I don't misquote myself.
Did you ever, at any time, did you ever smell a strong odor of raw marijuana?
I remember smelling marijuana, but I can't tell you if it was while I was standing outside of the car, but since I was the one who helped recover it, yes, I absolutely smelled a smell of marijuana.
Did you put it in your report?
I put in my report that marijuana was recovered. Patrolman Amiott put in his report because they were done at the same time, but I can't testify to what he smelled. And I thought putting in my report that I recovered marijuana kind of spoke for itself.
Okay. So you put in your report that you found marijuana, correct?
Correct.
How much marijuana did you find?
It was a very small amount, probably that of like somebody rolling a cigarette when it falls on the floor. But it was recovered and then submitted to narcotics like normal.
Okay, Roger. I'm showing you a photograph that's marked Plaintiff's Exhibit R. Can you identify that?
Correct. That's a photograph taken of the center council, as indicated in my report, where the marijuana was located.
Is that all the so-called marijuana you found?
As far as I'm aware, yes, there was a very small amount there.
You sure that was marijuana?
I don't have the state lab tests, but I've been around marijuana my entire career. I'm in a drug and gun unit currently assigned. I would be able to absolutely tell you that it smelled of marijuana, but I can't tell you what the THC content was. I didn't have any testing equipment on site. I would reference whatever the state testing lab would say it was. I suspected it to be marijuana.
Did you charge him with possession of marijuana?
Generally, we don't submit a charge like that until we get state results back.
So the answer is you didn't charge him.
I did not charge him, as far as I'm aware, with any possession of marijuana.
Are you aware of whether anybody charged him with possession of marijuana?
I doubt it because of the case being dismissed. So
Did you collect that marijuana?
I located it. Patrolman Ferrito collected it, photographed it, and submitted it, as far as I remember from my report.
Your Honor, can I have one moment?
You may find it. You may.
I'm marking out. Says, like Victor, can you take a little bit of time, at least long enough to look at that, be satisfied that you understand what it is?
Marijuana is legal right now. You can have recreational marijuana, but in 2017 you could not. You could have a medical card as well, but when they run if you have a medical card, they have a card, so that would show up.
You're writing and then.
This is the arrest report that I did write from the date of this incident. That's the arrest report that I wrote.
What do you mean? What's my problem? Sorry, guys. A couple people have wrote emails. I'm responding to viewer emails. Was I doing something wrong? Sorry.
From the date of this incident.
First of all, I'd like to ask you, is there any place in that report that you indicate that you smell marijuana, whether it's a strong smell of raw marijuana or just a smell of marijuana?
No, there's not.
Okay. Is there anywhere in there where it indicates who submitted that marijuana as evidence?
Yes, on page 2 it says that Patrolman Ferrito collected it and submitted that as evidence.
Could you look at page 2, the second last full paragraph, and refresh your recollection on that?
Patrolman Ferrito photographed the location of the marijuana.
No, just read it
Oh,
to
okay.
yourself.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, Your Honor. Oh, my apologies, everyone. I did put in here that I submitted to evidence, so that is my mistake.
So, Ferrito found that, right?
I located it.
You located it.
Correct.
Ferrito photographed it.
Correct.
So that photograph was taken by Ferrito,
That's correct.
Officer Ferrito?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that photograph, or I should say, does that photograph, to the best of your knowledge, accurately depict the location of any and all marijuana that you claim to have found, or that you found?
Yes.
And that indicates the center cup holder, right?
I believe it puts center counsel.
Center council, right? Right?
Yes.
And there's a Planet Fitness badge there, correct?
Yes.
Just for reference. And there's a another badge there, like a work badge, right?
That's in the cup holder behind it. That is not containing the evidence.
But does that photograph reflect a number of specs that look like tobacco or marijuana or whatever? Is that what's reflected there?
No.
What's reflected there?
Marijuana is typically green, and the tobacco, which is clearly behind it in a separate cup holder, is brown.
Okay.
So the marijuana that was photographed.
This is a criminal case. Officer Amholt is charged with assault. It's only a misdemeanor, but he's charged with assault. He's charged with excessive force, beating on the guy.
And collected is in front of it and is a different color.
And you're saying that you see green marijuana in that picture. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that the picture is blurry, if that's what you're getting at, but I was witness to this event, and I would testify that that is marijuana to the best of my knowledge.
Did you find a usable amount of marijuana there?
I wouldn't be able to determine what a usable amount is. It's, at the time, an illegal substance, an M1 in the city. And regardless if you had a spec or 4 pounds, I mean, it would still be an illegal substance.
Did you say it's an M1 in the city?
Formerly, at the time, it was an M1 in the city. It is now a minor misdemeanor.
When did the law change?
Several years after this incident.
Do you know when?
I do not.
You do know under the state code, it's a minor misdemeanor, right?
I understand, but the city has the right to make it a higher.
Sustained. Let's move on.
But you didn't write him any tickets for marijuana, right?
Asked and answered. Move on.
Correct.
It's not your first testimony. When he objects or when
Yes, Your
I
Honor.
say something.
My apologies.
Yeah, that's a little bad. He should have known to shut up. Yes, so at the time in Ohio, it could have been a minor misdemeanor, but you could also charge higher. The city had the ability to charge higher, so under the city code, it was higher, but now it's all minor misdemeanors everywhere. Minor misdemeanor means no jail time, maximum fine of $150. But now it doesn't matter anyway because recreational marijuana is okay.
By the way, was there any evidence whatsoever that either of these two individuals were smoking marijuana? Did you smell any of that?
I think, can you clarify your question as to evidence that they were smoking it? What are you asking for?
Well, as a law enforcement officer, you know what evidence is, right?
I do, sir.
Did you gather or come to learn of any evidence that would lead you to believe that either of those two were smoking marijuana on August 12, 2017 at 10 o'clock in the morning?
I am not trained in the detection of
Officer, did you see any smoke or smell any smoke?
No, Your Honor.
Next question.
Judge is getting pissed, chat. Oh, wow.
Showing you a couple of photographs here marked Plaintiff's Exhibit O, P, and Q. Can you identify those, please?
Plaintiff's Exhibit Q is the open bottle of Hennessy recovered from the vehicle. Plaintiff's Exhibit O is a picture of the license plate located on the back of the silver Hyundai. And Plaintiff's Exhibit P as in Paul is just a wide shot of the rear of the vehicle with the dollar bank in the background.
And is that the vehicle you searched?
That's correct.
Is that a silver Hyundai?
It is.
What's the license plate number?
GNX 2022.
Is that the same one that's written on the board there that Officer Ferrito indicated? It looks fun.
It's the same vehicle that we stopped.
Same vehicle. And when you found that Hennessy bottle, where was it?
It was in the passenger side of the vehicle, front, inside of a canvas reusable grocery bag.
It was a screw top on it.
The bottle had its plug in, but the seal had been broken, indicating it was open.
Did you see Richard Hubbard produce his ID for Officer Amiott?
Yes.
And did you see him do that before he got out of the car?
Yes.
Did you see Officer Amiott put that in his pocket?
I don't recall. I thought he put it on top of the vehicle.
Do you recall that he put the keys on top of the vehicle?
I don't recall. I can't remember if it was the keys or the ID, so I'm not sure which.
Okay, but you do recall that Hubbard handed his license to Amiott, correct?
Handed his Ohio ID card to Officer Amiott, yes.
Do you know whether Officer Amiott then ran that information on Hubbard's ID?
Not at that time, no.
Wow.
Did you see Officer Frito take the picture of the marijuana?
Yes.
One moment. I'll just plug this in.
You're perfectly capable of swinging on.
Yes.
All right, now we're getting him showing up.
Tell me if just from that depiction, and that's 34 seconds on the screen, whether you could tell whose dash cam that is rolling up on the scene.
Well, I would assume Officer Frito's, but I saw the file type when you clicked on it. I wouldn't know until the officer got out.
Okay, so you think that's Officer Frito, right?
Keep hearing
As far as I
Officer
know.
Dorito.
Okay. So when you see that vehicle pull up at 35 seconds, who's
No, actually, I have a horrible habit of fidgeting and playing with shit. And I use my hands when I talk anyway, so it doesn't really... I use my hands when I talk a lot, and I'm usually holding something, or I keep my hands on the podium, never put in my pockets. But I'm usually stuck to the podium. I usually stay at the podium. I don't wander too much. Dagamore is saying, so I have this right, open bottles and weed, because they're arguing the owner of the car was a woman. And they were arguing at the time, because like, here's the thing that typically happens. So a car is registered to a woman and her boyfriend's driving it, okay? And there's two people in the car. Well, if it looks like a man's driving the car and you could tell it's a man, you don't have probable cause to stop at that point. If the person looks like the gender from far away, when you get up there and you realize, oh, hey, yeah, that's the person. That's a woman. Okay, guy with dreads could be a woman. Well, remember, the argument was his hair was short at the time, but he's wearing like a hood. He's wearing a hoodie. That's kind of how they're coming to this argument. But they're basically, the city's trying to throw him under the bus. That's all. That's the big thing here, chat. The city fucking hated him. They're threw him under the bus. We should watch Shauna's Element. No, you shouldn't. That's why they're trying to do this. They're using all of this to show Amiott had no right to do all of this. Because he had no right to do all of this, his force was excessive and not necessary. Yeah, I know, but they're saying his hood was down. But once again, Amiott's going to say, well, it looked like a female driving the car. We'll get to Amiott. We'll hear what Amiott says. Stream one of my trials. No, I will never do that. So, anyways, guys, Amiott will tell you everything he did and why he did it. Matty B saying the bailiffs and civvies. Yeah, I mean, a lot of like in like it's up to the judge how he wants his guy to dress. He can make him wear a court deputy uniform. Depending on the court, it might be a police officer who's like an older cop who's retired, might be an off-duty one. Who knows what his detail? Whatever. It's the judge's decisions on running the court. And for Judge Gallagher, because remember, this is not Judge Gallagher. Judge Gallagher is the judge of that court. He has a guy wearing, shirt and tie. It all depends where you're at and what the judges want. Real quick, Charlie's saying, if you clean up your act to become a judge, no. If you could say the word Suffolk convict, yes. 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 We're not going to let people go into court and be like, you're going to court in Suffolk. Sorry, before I send you to prison. I'm not doing that. So here we go.
Cruiser is this.
That would probably be Patrolman Amiott's.
And at this time, is Amiott in the cruiser?
If you hit play, I think he might be outside of that. I don't know.
We'll come back to that. Do you know who this is standing here?
Looks like myself.
And then
Maybe.
there's someone standing back there. Do you know who those two individuals are?
I don't know. I can't identify the person behind them. So it looks like Patrolman Parkin and me.
All right. So who's this?
That might be Patrolman Parkin. That's who I think that is.
Okay. And you see him talking to someone in this vehicle?
I do.
Who's he talking to?
I would assume Officer Amiott, but I can't tell.
Okay. So who's that?
It's Patrolman Ferrito and myself.
So does that tell you that is Officer Ferrito's cruiser?
I would assume yes.
Okay. Just for the record, this is Exhibit D, if I didn't already say it.
You said E.
I did say E.
Yes.
I'm just going to back up for 1 second because I'm pretty sure I made a mistake here. And that is E. Okay. That's E. Exhibit E. I'm going to click on that again, just for the record. Who is that?
It's myself.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you. You want to take your pad down?
Yes.
You may cross.
Judge is getting very pissed off.
Good afternoon, Officer Gilmer.
Good afternoon. Defense.
I think he's mad at the pace this is going and the way they're having to present stuff. I'm pretty sure he's just not happy with the state's case. He looks very upset. If I was the judge having to hear all this and waste time in real life, I'd be mad too.
When you said you started working with Euclid in 2013 with the police department?
Correct.
And by 2017, how many car stops do you think you had participated in?
Probably well over 1,000 at that point, if not in the high several hundreds.
Had you ever been aware of anyone being disciplined for pulling someone over for a stop bar violation?
I had not heard of anybody ever being disciplined. It would be very unusual to discipline somebody for a certain section of the subordinance or the law.
Okay. And the prosecutor had you walk through those meetings reports, right?
Correct.
And from my perspective, it looked like, and I read the report, are they pretty cumbersome to read?
There is a lot of information there, yes, correct. There.
And is the information presented in a way that's easy to decipher?
If you're asking, even up here, I had to sit there and compare the two side by side, go back and forth. So no, it's not.
In fact, everything's like all caps, not formatted, just
It's
information is
that's correct. It's
all
whatever.
together, sort of.
Sorry, that's correct. It's whatever employee was working at the BMV at that time, how they coded it into the system.
And so in a quiet courtroom with time to deliberate, those were difficult to look at, were they not?
Yes.
And when I say difficult to look at, I mean just like difficult, time consuming to figure out exactly what it says.
Correct.
Judge, may I have permission to publish those to the jury?
Any objections? No objection. May proceed.
So certainly then, when you're in your cruiser, is that where you pull it up?
Yes, you pulled up on the MDT.
Can you just describe to me my understanding of the computer here? How does that work?
There's a monitor to the right of the officer and a program that we utilize to put the license plate in. And then when that license plate returns what we call an inquiry, it will populate the screen on whatever color background you've opted to have. And it's just lines of writing in a row.
And I would assume it's even more difficult to read when you're driving, you've got your radio, you're responding to calls.
It is.
Looking at what's going on around you.
It is also when you're stopping a vehicle, you have the concern of what the vehicle in front of you is doing because traffic stops are dangerous.
Why are traffic stops dangerous?
Regardless of what you pull up on the computer, it doesn't reflect whether A, that's going to be the person inside the vehicle, and B, there's no way to know a person that you're stopping's intent or what has happened to them throughout the day, or if they don't like police, or if they have wants or warrants and they're not the registered owner. So there's multiple unknown factors when you make a traffic stop.
Is the dangerousness of traffic stops part of your Okada education?
It is.
Is it something that's emphasized in police work?
It is.
Are a lot of the policies and practices in police work designed to minimize the risks of traffic stops?
That's correct.
Are you trained to approach every traffic stop as if there's some risk associated with it?
Yes.
So getting back to the leads and just the difficulty of reading those reports, are there alerts that come up when you put it into your cruiser?
Sometimes. They can be sometimes false alerts and sometimes they're good alerts. The alert could be for a sex offender, or it could be for somebody who's wanted or suspended, even missing.
So without meaning this case necessarily, if someone's driving and comes up driving under suspension, if you run their leads, might it come up in red or a different color, something to alert you that there was an issue with that?
Correct. The computer, when it's working right that day, it will actually say, like the driver is suspended, like a verbal, not tone, but it'll say suspended or wanted, and then it will be in big red print at the top of the screen.
Do you recall, I think you don't recall specifically those leads that they testified?
Correct. I don't remember if I ran the plate while I was driving.
Now, it's possible that those leads would look different 5 years ago than they look right now.
Correct. If a motorist at that moment was under suspension, again, I use the SR22 bond as an example, it will show suspended, and then they could pay it, and the next day it would show valid. So the leads the leads that are going around right now are not indicative of what they looked like on that day.
But nevertheless, you believed at the time that you participated in the stop that the owner of the vehicle had a suspended license.
Correct.
Now, she was not, or just, brain freeze on the name, Ms. Carvello?
Yes.
Ms. Yolamar Carvello?
Carballo, goddamn.
Suspension, correct?
She was not.
Freaking white bread
And
people, jeez.
She wasn't driving,
That's
correct?
correct.
So even if you had misread the leads, the issue, which wasn't charged for something she didn't do.
That's correct.
Can you tell me I guess I'm just gonna ask kind of an open-ended question here. Can you tell me about the traffic stop at issue from your perspective? Approaching the car, sort of, well, let me back up. What are some of the things you're trained to consider when approaching a car in a traffic stop?
Some things that you might consider is nature of the offense, how long it takes the motorist to stop. Motorists who are hiding contraband may take longer to stop than a motorist who is minding their own business. The jerkiness of the vehicle when it stops, which could indicate use of drugs or alcohol, or they may be moving something around in the car. We take into account whether the windows are tinted, whether we can see the individuals inside, if they're making any movement towards the floorboards, doors, or things like that. We would take into account anything that we could see wrong with the vehicle that looked out of place. Maybe the license plate doesn't match the vehicle, which might indicate a stolen car. When you approach the vehicle, each officer is different. One may approach from the driver's side, while others may approach from the passenger to help mitigate safety concerns. Unfortunately, there are dangers of walking up to the car and not being able to see an individual's hands. They could have any number of things in their hands, or they could be hiding something. These are all things that you're paying attention to before you even make contact with the motorist.
You have a heightened, would it be fair to say you have like a heightened concern when you approach every car?
Yes.
And you're looking for evidence to confirm or assuage those concerns?
Correct.
Thank you for that explanation. Now, in light of that, can you tell me, sort of an open-ended question, about how you approach that traffic stop and what your perceptions were?
When we initially approached the stop, Officer Amiott's speaking with Mr. Hubbard. As I walk up, it's my job to pay attention more to the passenger than the driver because there are two officers on scene. I did notice that Mr. Hubbard, while he was talking, as I looked into the vehicle, when people are nervous, we tend to breathe a little quicker. And I had made a note in my report, the rapid rise and fall of his chest, just indicating a nervousness at that time. As the conversation continued,
Which is such bullshit.
one of the indicators I saw that I thought was strange, which I see in criminal interdiction, is he started handing valuables over to the passenger. In the case, I make a comment on video that there's a large amount of money being passed from Mr. Hubbard to Ms. Carvalho. For me, going based upon my training experience, especially with the individuals I deal with in the last year in my assignment, people who have narcotics and things like that may pass off things to a person who's not going to be arrested. This could be used for bail or just so that those items aren't seized in response to anything else that might be found inside the vehicle. When Officer Amiott asked Mr. Hubbard for his keys, this was done both to protect Mr. Hubbard and ourselves so that the car can't be utilized as a weapon or a way to flee. And it keeps the public safe because obviously the motor vehicle can't go anywhere if the keys are been removed from it.
I'm going to interrupt for a second if you don't. How often were you doing traffic stops with Officer Amiott?
I think this particular day, Officer Amiott was working a different shift, so we didn't work together very often.
Okay. So then, I'm not going to ask about your knowledge about his practice, but what's your practice with regard to taking keys?
I personally take the keys quite a bit. I have unfortunately had somebody intentionally hit me with their car because they would not give me their keys. And that was kind of a life-changing experience for that. So I generally take the keys if I have any indicators that something else may be going on in the vehicle. Or I'll tell the motorist to turn their car off in the economy and stuff. Hey, save gas. Why don't you turn your car off? Or sometimes we'll even take a look at the keys because of stolen vehicles in the area. See if, it's a key that's been filed down in such a way to operate certain vehicles. So
known as a
So you talk
pump
about
key.
your experience sort of shaping your practice.
Correct.
Do you think that's common among officers?
Yes.
Like you have something of note, go down in one of your interactions, and so that's something you always keep in mind moving forward.
Correct. I think that when you do any kind of patrol, like say you're doing patrol where you're looking not just for traffic violations, but serious offenses, generally we tend to be a little more cautious than we would be if I was on a traffic grant and my sole duty was to ensure traffic safety that day. My heightened awareness is still going to be there, but when I believe that there are other factors, I'm going to start to put practices into place that keep me and the motorist safe.
Notice he's not really worried about your safety, just his.
Because that you're the saying we do either succeed or you grow.
Correct.
Like where something goes wrong, that's always going to be a more compelling learning opportunity.
Yes.
So in your case, you almost always take keys.
Correct.
Because you got hit with the vehicle.
Yes.
And so
Which I don't think is
your
legal
experience
for him
within the
to
police
do.
department, do you think each individual officer sort of has an imprint of practices that they emphasize maybe more than other practices?
Yes.
Precautionary practices.
Correct.
Okay, if you could kind of continue to some of the other things you were.
One of the things I noticed was kind of rewind for a second. Patrolman Amiott had asked Mr. Hubbard for his license, and Mr. Hubbard had stated he didn't have his ID on him. And when I believe Patrolman Amiott started to ask for his name and information, he produced an Ohio ID card. For me, that would be a red flag because you're supposed to have your operator's license on you. And why would you not tell the truth right off the bat? Like, I asked you for your information, you know you're supposed to provide it, you tell me that you don't have it, and then you pull it out of your pocket and hand to me. So is he concealing his identity to hide a warrant? I mean, we don't know who the operator is because the license plate didn't reflect it. So now we know, okay, maybe there's a possible suspension issue or a warrant. So that raises the awareness a little bit more. So that might be one indicator that we pay attention to. Officer Amiott asked for the keys. When Officer Amiott asked for the keys, again, Mr. Hubbard was hesitant. Why? Because he asked him to. I can't sit on the side of the road and explain to you, you know,
Yes, you
for
can.
however long that it takes for you to feel safe and satisfied to just
I think
simply
you're gonna fucking run away
so
from
after
me.
the second time, Mr. Hubbard gives him the keys.
That's fair
At this
enough
point,
thing.
the things I'm starting to notice is, again, with Mr. Hubbard's rapid breathing, maybe trying to conceal his identity, hesitancy to hand off the keys,
Rapid breathing. Chad.
passing large amounts of valuables. Again, I don't know, I didn't count the money, but handing over a money roll in a rubber band to his passenger. And there was one other, at that point, I believe Mr. Hubbard started using some racial slurs to describe, I believe, myself specifically. So it's one of those things where it's like, looking back at it now,
Lofi,
I
this
have a different
combo's
view of what I
top
thought
talk,
then,
buddy.
but at the time, I was fully convinced that there was some kind of illegal activity going on besides just driving under suspension. When Mr. Hubbard started using, again, racial slurs, not being polite and things like that, that's an indicator to me that he's agitated. Okay, I'm sorry you're pulled over today, and I know you're agitated, but this is a minor traffic stop. And all those factors together really started to raise the alert level of what was going on.
Counsel, would you shut that place down? Thank you. You may proceed.
Sorry. These factors are not set in stone, right? So it's possible you could see all those and it's nothing.
Correct.
And it's possible you could see those things and they amount to something very serious.
That's also correct.
But you're really left to just make guesses based on little bits of evidence. Is that fair to say?
We definitely have to use a lot of caution based upon those small indicators. But through my training experience at several classes, you can't overlook small indicators. Unfortunately, it could lead to the end of your life with a person producing a weapon. You don't know. And there's no way to know until you get out that person, talk to them.
They might
If
produce
you
a
have enough
weapon. Oh
factors
no.
to maybe do a Terry frisk
You've
to check
got a
for
fucking
weapons
gun.
to make sure you're not going to get hurt. But you wouldn't know those things until you got a person out of the car to conduct whatever business you need to do.
What was the is there any significance to Officer Amiott asking Mr. Hubbard if he was upset?
It's just one of those
You
things.
know, from your training experience.
I like to do that because I'm recognizing the person, giving them an opportunity to vent why he or she may be upset. Maybe something has just occurred, like the loss of a child or anything like that, right? That might give us more of an indication that I'm upset, not based upon your actions, but it just gives them a way to vent their frustration.
Yes,
and
I'm
kind of
upset
give them
you're
a
stopping
justification why they're
doing
upset.
my business.
Is that part of your training?
To allow people to,
Yeah.
yes, we are often told that if you can allow a person to vent, especially on traffic stops, 'cause no one likes to get a ticket, that could help the process be less abrasive or it humanizes. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce the word, but it gives the person,
Humanizes.
humanizes the person as opposed to treating them like a statistic.
Is it a de-escalation technique?
Absolutely.
Why are we talking about escalators?
Okay, if you could continue sort of on the narrative of what happens from there.
After the money is handed off to Ms. Carvalho, I make the comment because
Carballo.
I can't. We don't, we're not telepathic. I have to make the comment, hey, that's a lot of money, just indicating that there's something else going on. If there was something going on in a serious case, you don't want to tell your partner from across the car, hey, there's a firearm in the center console that I can see clearly, right? Like that could really bring the situation out of control. So we try and kind of be more subtle about things. And so I explained that, and I remember Officer Amiott saying, yeah, I see it. So I clearly knew that Patrolman Amiott knew that he was seeing the same things that I was potentially seeing, that there was an escalation of our concern that this is not just a regular traffic stop.
Okay, and what happens next?
Pardon me. Officer Amiott asked Mr. Hubbard to step out of the vehicle. When he initially goes to open the car door is locked. So the car door gets unlocked. Mr. Hubbard starts to step out of the vehicle, and I hear Patrolman Amiott tell him to face away. Understand that, again, my responsibility is to the passenger. I don't know this person. I don't know if there is illegal activity, if she's involved. So generally, I'm keeping my eyes
I don't
on
know
this,
that
but
you're not
listening.
involved in illegal activity.
I hear Patrolman Amiott tell him to
cops.
face away again. That, again, my concern has now gone up. Why has it taken 2 commands for you to step out of the vehicle and turn around? And after that, I looked over to see
Because I think
Patrolman
you're full
Amiott
of
using
shit.
balance displacement to try and secure Mr. Hubbard, and that is when the situation escalated.
We've all seen the video. You've seen the video, I assume?
I have.
Officer Amiott says it sort of quickly, 2 times, face away, or whatever language he uses. Would it normally take someone longer than that to comply with that request?
You can't speak on every person's behalf. You don't know what the driver's intent is. And that's the problem that we run into, is the driver's intent to push past you and flee, is the driver's intent to create a delaying tactic to make a decision on what they're going to do. I can't speak to how long it would take Mr. Hubbard to turn around, but
Yeah.
asking him to step out of the vehicle, he immediately complied, but when he was asked to turn around, he did not. So he understood the first order with no issue, but when asked to turn around, he made the conscious decision not to turn around.
What did you notify over the radio?
I stated, radio, we have one resisting. This lets every car in the area know that we have a person that is not being compliant and that we would need more units to come to that area.
And what was it that you saw that you've identified as resisting?
When Officer Amiott used the balance displacement technique, Mr. Hubbard had spun towards the car, and then generally, again, following that use of force continuum we talked about earlier, we now will be authorized to use a takedown, and I saw a failed takedown technique where Mr. Hubbard was trying to keep himself upright by grabbing onto Officer Amiott's upper shoulder and lower side. That escalates the situation to, we've gone from not listening to pushing away, not complying. That's where, and now we're at wrestling because we're jockeying for position of dominance.
Of course,
at that
Tim, why
point.
do you think they pay me?
When I watched Officer Amiott moving laterally away from the vehicle, because it goes from what I thought, not what he told me later, I thought he was attempting to do a leg takedown or 3 leg sweeps. I did not know at the time that he was attempting to do maybe a leg strike or a knee strike. So that escalates me even further because I'm like, wow, this guy's really trying to either get away or create a distance from Officer Amiott by grabbing onto him. A compliant person would announce, hey, I don't want to fight. I don't want to do anything. I'm good. But the entire time from the start of the interaction with Hubbard until he was handcuffed and secured in another car was either calling officers out of name, using racial slurs. At no point is he like, hey, I want to give up. I want to be compliant. He gave no indication that he was trying to be cooperative with us. At that time, since we're at the use of force.
Stop there. Does your training allow you to use force because someone calls you a name?
Yeah.
And you're not trying to suggest that his name calling authorized?
No, not at all.
Any use of force.
The reason I bring it up is sometimes it's considered fighting words. Generally, when we're polite to people, we don't call them out a name or call them a racial slur or anything like that. If we want to be compliant.
Fighting words don't apply to cops. You have to have a tough tampon to be a cop. It's been recognized by many courts in Ohio and the 6th Circuit Court of Appeals. So, yeah, no, the fighting words, fuck that shit.
we don't generally use that language. That language is indicative of not being compliant. And the only reason that Patrolman Amiott had even utilized force.
Come on. Answer the question. You
Sorry.
checked in office as to why he did what he did.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, next question.
If I showed you Euclid's force continuum, would you be able to identify that?
Yes.
So if we just made a bigger printout of one, if I may. Officer Gilmer, can you identify this?
Move it to nature.
Do you want me to move it? No. It's the biggest I could print it, and it's,
That's the Euclid Police Department's use of force continuum. It is the suggestion of what the officer does to the individual's actions.
okay, and so, can you tell me how this works?
So-
Your understanding of how this works? Like
Yes, you
what's
read
on the
left
side,
to
what's on the
right,
side?
up to bottom. That's how reading works.
Generally, whatever the individual does, best practice is that officers can always go one step above what the person does to ensure compliance. Generally, we try to follow it as best as we can. So not responding to commands, verbal or physical danger cues is one of the first things that we look at. To the right of that is the officer presence, in this case, the traffic stop, talking to a person, assistance, balance displacement, and the escort position, which might be used to simply put somebody in handcuffs and physically move them to a new location. The next is pulling away from the officer, refusing to move, or dead weight. This would authorize an officer to strike muscle groups, utilize different takedowns, joint manipulations such as wrist locks, or pressure points such as stuff up under the nose, the back of the neck, arms, to get compliance for them to stop and come down that use of force. Next is wrestling with the officer or pushing them. You're authorized to strike, punch, kick, use aerosol, electric devices such as a taser, and baton restraints, which is not to be confused
Aerosol.
with baton strikes.
Aerosol
And then
means mace.
Punching, being striking or hitting the officer with something, or kicking. We move to baton techniques or vascular neck restraint. And then finally, weaponless or weapons used against an officer, attempting to disarm the officer, or life-threatening weaponless assault would allow for the use of deadly force.
And Officer Gilmer, did you, based on your observations, did you unholster your taser?
I did.
And what observations do you believe led you to this electrical devices would be taser?
Correct.
And what observations do you believe authorized you to use a taser?
When Mr. Hubbard was wrestling with Officer Amiott for a position of dominance, again, with my observation was a person who's compliant is not going to grab the officer up by his shoulder and neck area and then down by his waist and belt area to stabilize his upright standing position. There was only moments to make this decision, and I now see them moving laterally into flowing traffic. So I opted to use the taser.
Based on what we've seen in the video, and your observations, where were Mr. Hunter's hands on Officer Amiott?
It would appear one is up around the back of the officer's neck, and then the other is grabbing him just into the vest above his belt.
And were you charged with any kind of use of force violation as to Mr. Hubbard for deploying your taser?
No.
But in fact, you did.
Say again?
In fact, there was an issue with the taser.
Correct.
Can you tell us what happened with that?
So, well, Mr. Hubbard and Officer Amiott are linked together. My intent was to utilize the taser as trained by deploying it in Mr. Hubbard's lower back area. While the altercation is going on, both the officer and Mr. Hubbard turn. The taser fires two probes. They're like needles with small bits of copper wire to them, and they go at a spread. It spreads about 12 degrees. And when I deploy the taser, it hits both Mr. Hubbard and Officer Amiott in the leg. And since they're touching each other, the way electricity works is it completes a circuit and follows that conductor. So it tased both individuals.
And did there come a time where you tried to remove the probes?
Correct. I knew what happened immediately when this occurred. Two things are going through my head is this is not good, and it was embarrassing. So as I go to grab Officer Amiott to separate the two, not realizing that I've just completed the circuit now on 3 individuals. And unfortunately, we all get tasered and fall to the ground. Part of that taser's job is to lock your muscles up so that a person could be handcuffed while under it, or so they stop doing whatever they're doing. And unfortunately, it incapacitated all of us it goes for 5 seconds total, but probably all of us for 3 to 4, I would say.
Is that the moment we see on the video where where Officer Amiott and Richard Hubbard fall to the ground?
Correct.
And sort of all 3 of you are screaming?
That's correct.
What happens after the tasing?
So the taser comes out of my hand due to the electrical shock. It falls on the ground. It's going to complete its 5-second circuit as there's a countdown on the taser. For every trigger pull is one 5-second circuit. Once that 5-second circuit is completed, we're a little bit dazed as to what just happened. But both the Officer Amiott and I are trying to effect the arrest. So we immediately go back to that objective, which is to place Mr. Hubbard into handcuffs. At that time, I would have to probably review the video a little bit to see exactly who positioned where. But I remember seeing Mr. Hubbard's legs moving in a manner which is also noted in my report as if he's trying to get up. So I can see him trying to gain what's called base to get Officer Amiott off of him. So I sit on Mr. Hubbard's legs behind Patrolman Amiott to keep him from kicking and pushing to be able to stand up. At this time, I believe I also got on the radio to ask for help. That this is obviously we needed additional officers to subdue the individual.
What did you see or hear with regard to Ms. Carvalho's conduct?
From the start, when Officer Amiott moved laterally with Mr. Hubbard while there was wrestling going on, I heard her telling him, "Don't fight." After the tasing incident, I specifically remember seeing her come out of the car, standing about 3 to 5 feet away, saying, "Bae, stop fighting," just repeatedly over and over and over. In my report, I noted once or twice, but it was pretty consistent throughout the entire incident that she was telling Mr. Hubbard to stop fighting with us. And that's when he obviously yelled at her to get a phone and called her the language that he did.
Do you remember her saying anything while still in the vehicle?
Just as right before Mr. Hubbard got out of the car, pretty much trying to calm him down, like, "Babe, just don't fight." Like, I don't know what the reasoning for that was. I don't know if it was because he was upset or.
No, objection, sustained. Strike the comment after don't know. Next question.
Yeah, that's all speculation at that point.
Did the effect of hearing her shouting directives
Nope, sorry.
to Hubbard to stop screaming or stop fighting, did that have the effect of affirming your belief he was resisting or dissuading your belief he's resisting?
It would affirm what I was feeling and seeing.
Did you at any point, do you recall time in the video where you pat Officer Amiott on the back?
Yes.
What's going on there?
Well, I just tased Officer Amiott and was pretty embarrassed about that. I was making sure that he was okay because I know at that point I was exhausted. Part of being tasered is you feel complete exhaustion from that incident. And when I got next to him, I just wanted to make sure that he was physically okay, that, hey, are you okay?
Kind of man listens to his
when we
girl.
get into a situation where there's a lot going on, we have a thing called auditory exclusion, which means we don't hear everything going on around us. That's why I've patted him on the back to get his attention. So it's just, we're trying to get Mr. Hubbard under
It's heavily
control, but
established
trying to let him know I'm
dominance
next to him
molecule.
and asking him a question. That's all.
Oh.
It's just this report. May I approach?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 8.
Do you want these back?
Oh, I can second that. Yeah. It's the same as the state's. You identify that?
This is a copy of my police report.
When did you write that report?
Looks like only a couple hours after the incident, maybe an hour and 30 minutes later, it was completed and submitted. So
Around 30 minutes?
I would see here. The incident started at 10:24 and the report was completed by 12:11.
Did you state in that report that you observed Mr. Hubbard grabbing Officer Amiott's leg?
Correct. Right as, again, what I perceived as leg takedowns, probably on the third or fourth one, I noticed that it looked like Mr. Hubbard tried to loop his arm up to grab Officer Amiott's leg. And I made a note of that.
Remember, you're only using that report to refresh your memory, officer. You not necessarily want you reading what you've written in that report. You can use it to refresh your memory.
Yes, sir.
You may proceed, Tom.
You said you wrote that report within an hour and a half of the incident?
Correct.
Did you have the opportunity to watch the dash cam video before writing that report?
Yes,
You did?
I did.
And did you know that there was a cell phone video at the time you wrote that report? Had you viewed the cell phone video at the time you wrote the report?
Did you need to answer verbally so the record can.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't speaking up here. No, ma'am.
So you were unaware of it? Is that,
That's correct. During the time that I was writing the report, I had never seen any cell phone video.
and you hadn't seen it?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that your report is not influenced in any manner by the viral cell phone video?
No, I wouldn't even have known about the video at the time. We would have conducted the transport, and then I would have written the report, and there would be no time to go on the internet or see anything. It would just be write the report.
We've been going for about an hour and a half. I don't know how much longer you're going to be with this witness.
20 minutes?
We'll take our afternoon recess at this time. We'll take 15 minutes or so. Remember the admonition. Officer, you're a testifying witness. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, chat, we're going to skip ahead here. There's a bit of a break. So we're going to skip ahead here. All right, here we go.
It's okay, I'm just gonna mark a reason.
That's fine.
Yes, the videos have no watermarks, chat. No. No.
Officer Gilmer, is it fair to say that it's
Wait,
difficult
wait,
to
wait, wait,
oversee-
chat. Hold on. Hold on. There's a watermark. No, there's a watermark. And this is not original either. We're not watching the original copy. It's stuck in Channel 3's camera somewhere. Gosh, no. Look at it. It's all fabricated. Can't believe what you're seeing here. This guy really isn't here, Chad. It's really not his trial.
possible to contain every single observation in detail into your police report,
Yes.
into any police report?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review your report?
I have.
After reviewing it, do you believe that all the content that you included in there is a truthful representation of what you observed?
Yes.
On August 12, 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
Officer Gilmer, it sounds like you've been policing in Euclid for about 10 years now.
I'm going right into my 10th year, correct?
Is it fair to say, policing here from your experience, that there is racial tension in the city of Euclid related to policing?
I believe so.
What was the question again, Tom?
That based on his experience, there is racial tension related to policing in the city of Euclid?
As of August, whenever this occurred, August 12th of 2017.
I think yes, and prior and after.
I didn't ask about prior and after. I said
Sorry, Your Honor.
August 12th,
Yes.
2017.
I did.
You may proceed.
Has Euclid Police Department taken steps to try and address some of those issues?
Yes.
What are they?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is addressing that issue a priority within your department?
Yes.
I don't think that's an area we need to, or should inquire into at this point. Sustained.
Do you, skip on a little bit. Were you aware that the marijuana you submitted was tested?
No. I learned after the fact, but that was only after I had inquired about it. I did not know the result.
You've never reviewed the results?
I've never even seen the results.
Does it sometimes feel like as a police officer, you're subject to sort of no-win style of scrutiny?
Okay.
A no-win style of scrutiny.
I'm going to elaborate.
What's your next question, Counsel?
For example, does it seem like you're criticized if you issue a citation for a minor infraction?
Yes.
And on the other hand, does it seem like you're criticized when you don't issue a
Objection.
citation for a minor infraction?
I think you went into issuing citations a bit, so I think it's appropriate to inquire. You may proceed.
Yes.
So for example, you're criticized for citing someone for open container
Yes.
and also criticized for not citing them for a negligible amount of marijuana.
That's correct.
How often in your experience with run-of-the-mill traffic stops do subjects call you names, swear at you?
Objection.
Overrule, you can answer the question.
It is, I'm more often treated with respect than I am disrespected on stuff like that. So if you want a number, maybe 8 out of 10 traffic stops are very smooth. People are polite and cooperative, and then 2 of 10 they're argumentative.
And of your stops that require some kind of force, even just the force to actually stand an arrest, how often do those begin with obscenities or slurs or swear words, name calling?
75%. Sometimes a person will be the politest person in the world, and then they will resist arrest.
But more often than not, being called a name or aggressive language is an important indicator.
It's definitely we call it a pre-attack indicator. Somebody is upset or they use quote unquote fighting words.
Do you have to tell, based on your training experience, do you have to tell people you are under arrest when you arrest them?
Once the arrest is effective,
I have to answer
they're
this.
safely
I'll be
in
right
custody,
back, Matt.
you would advise them that they're under arrest. You don't have to say that you're under arrest and then try and put hands on a person.
What do you mean safely? I know those are familiar police terms, but safely in custody, arrest effected.
Okay.
What does that look like?
somebody's in handcuffs that are fitted correctly to them, they've been moved away from a scene in which could become volatile with a crowd, or say there's a large bar fight, you wouldn't want to try and review charges with them. Well, there's still tons of people right there on scene. You might move them away from the scene. So specifically a reasonable amount of time afterwards.
So how often in your practice do you tell someone before you cuff them that they're under arrest?
It would depend on multiple factors, but maybe very,
How often?
not very often. Generally, you're going to place the handcuffs on them and advise them of what they're being arrested for,
Why?
so that you don't, if you're arresting somebody for a murder warrant, you wouldn't want to advise them that they're under arrest for a murder warrant, because that may escalate you to a very high level of force on their behalf. You know, they may decide they don't want to go to jail that day.
What if it's not murder? What if it's another charge? What if it's
We generally, it's good practice just to, you don't tell the person if they have a warrant, things like that, before you place them under arrest. You advise them after they're safely handcuffed and not able to hurt you or themselves.
in your mind, when, based on your training experience, when is someone handcuffed? When one cuff is on or when two cuffs are on?
It would only be when 2 handcuffs are on.
Why?
If you have one hand free, you can obtain a weapon from the officer. You could still punch, scratch, grab. That hand, hands are what kills policemen, unfortunately. And until both are secured in a manner, especially with our department policy behind one's back, that is best practice. It's the same.
Yes, police use the training strategy of hands kill you, because hands contain weapons. If somebody's going to shoot you, stab you, well, the hands contain the weapon. The hand is what kills you, but also the hand can be a punch. So yes, that's hands kill, but that's not just police. That's generally a self-defense tactic. The hands kill you, so you always watch the hands. It's the same reason why, if you guys have seen the Tyreek Hill video, I looked at it right away and saw the cop with hand tattoos, because I'm always looking to see where hands go. But yes, he's now getting to why he might be attacking and why he might be involved.
Safest practice. It's what's taught in the academy, is to handcuff people behind their back.
Yes, everything is a pre-attack indicator, pretty much.
One moment, Judge. Did you ever have training on, in 2017, in-service training on car stops?
I believe we did.
Do you recall, as a result of that training, whether you're allowed to stop a car if its leads comes back that the owner has a suspended license?
We are allowed to stop cars if their lease comes back based upon it being suspended, yes.
Not the driver, the owner.
I mean, you wouldn't be able to tell who it is from behind unless you got up next to him. If you have window tint, there's no way to tell that. But I don't recall if we were told. Are you asking if we were told not to do that?
No, if you were trained on whether or not that's permissible.
It's permissible.
Give me 1 second. Just as a matter of practice, I know you didn't, unrelated to this case, as a matter of practice, if you smell marijuana, do you notify the driver that you smell marijuana?
You don't have to, no, not at all.
And do you, as a matter of practice, do that?
It depends. I'd say 50-50, but if I believe that the incident is maybe more than marijuana possession, or I have other indicators, then no, I'm not going to tell them that.
Thank you. Read your back.
Officer Gilbert, are you saying that if you run a license plate and it comes back that the owner is suspended and the owner is a female, and you can clearly see that the driver is a male, are you saying that your police training tells you that you have reasonable suspicion and the right to stop that car?
That's not what I said.
I'm asking you that question. In that scenario, would you have the right to stop the car under the Fourth Amendment?
You saw that the owner was a suspended party, and there was a male driver, and the owner was female. You would not pull that car over.
No. You'd have to develop further reasonable suspicion, right?
Correct.
Now, you testified that sometimes drivers on traffic stops get agitated, correct?
That is correct.
You testified that you felt that Mr. Hubbard was agitated, correct?
I did.
Do you think it's unusual or unreasonable for a person to be agitated if they were stopped based on profiling or targeting or the way they looked?
If that was a reason the person would stop, yes, they would be agitated, but I can't
And they would
testify.
be rightfully agitated, correct?
I can't testify to what somebody's feeling, sir.
But you would understand that that would be a reason to be agitated, correct?
Yes.
Yes. No further questions.
Anything further of this witness?
Nothing.
You may, correct, questions by the jury. Any questions? You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, jury.
Further witnesses on behalf of the state.
Your Honor, could we take 5? I need to count.
Fine. We'll take 5 and you do what you need to do. Ladies and gentlemen, you all can sit or what have you.
Can we approach?
You may.
Yes. Yes. He grew dreads and she got really fat. Like she got fatter. I mean, this occurred 5 years ago. Like this occurred 6 years ago. It's been a long time. This is a 2017 case they just did last year or 2 years ago. It's interesting, though, guys. The prosecutor left that force continuum up there because he probably thought, it doesn't hurt. So we're going to skip ahead.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state has rested their case in chief. And next.
Yes, the state of the city of Euclid rested their case after that. So that's all they showed. Those are all the people they had. They called a total of 5 witnesses. So interesting. The jury doesn't have questions. Yeah. Cat saying yes. He's saying that they pulled him over because he was black. They're saying that Officer Amiott was being racist and that he didn't have a right to stop him. And once he did that, he illegally made him get out of the car. And then once he did that, he illegally used force when Hubbard didn't respond. So yes, they are trying to hammer this guy. Cat, we're going to, I don't want to spoil it. We can't spoil it. I can't spoil what happens because it's not what you think. And there's an entire, it literally just resolved. This entire saga is just now wrapped up. So the Great Seal of Ohio is a bundle of sticks. No, that's wheat and corn. Yes, they did not prove anything. Yes. Perpetual victims, yes. They haven't heard of the miracle drugs Wegovy and Zepbound. Jeez. Not in 2017. Ice Bread, actually, you bring up a good question. After the prosecution rests, are they allowed to cross-examine any defense witnesses? Yes. Yes. So the way it works is once the state is done, the prosecutor presents his case and he's done. Now it's the defense attorney's decision whether or not they put on a case of their own. So when they bring up their own witnesses, they do direct examination, and then the prosecutor gets a cross-examination. So you're entitled to cross-examine witnesses. It's just the prosecutor is no longer presenting evidence of his own, if that makes any sense. So once you rest your case, you're done presenting evidence. Chaucerian fraud, yes. I agree with you. I'm telling you what the state is saying. The prosecutor is making the argument this is all bullshit. Amiott's going to claim, well, I pulled this guy over because it looked like he was the person that was the suspended license for. And I had the right to do it. They also ran the stop bar. And yeah, he's gonna articulate his reasoning. And I want you guys to listen to that. So we're gonna get there. Yeah, so he's gonna be next. He's on day 3. This is the we are to the end of day 2 here coming up. And if you guys want to listen to we can listen to day 3, and we can get the 2 witnesses right before Michael Amiott testifies. He testifies for quite a while, and it's really good, actually. Very good. You may not like him, but it's very interesting. C says, "What's the stop bar?" Okay, we'll do this again. Intersection. Okay, intersection picture. Okay. Let me see if I can find a better, less cluttered picture. Okay, here's actually a good one. All right. Okay. This is this is an intersection here in America. A stop bar. So obviously you got the traffic lights right here, and right here. Okay. This right here is the stop bar. So it's that line when you pull up to an intersection, if the light's red, you have to stop right there. You can't go any further into the intersection. It limits your travel. So like right here is the stop bar on that side of the road. It's meant to limit your travel. And then, that's where you sit at when you're waiting for the light. That's the actual term for it. It's called a stop bar. But now the defense begins their presentation, and here they go. Yeah, you call it a limit line. Okay. Yes, and everybody ignores it. Yes. Behind the line! Over the line! No, Smokey. Mark it down 0. This isn't Nam. We have rules.
We afford the defense an opportunity to present witnesses if they desire to do so. Please take that down.
Yeah, I was just waiting to do that now.
Yes. Thank you. The prosecutor has rested their case in chief. And, typically when that occurs, some folk can say, why are we here? Some may say that they proved their case to the nth degree, and some may say they didn't prove anything. But that's the case that the state has presented at this time. At this time, we afford the defense an opportunity to present evidence if they desire to do so. Remember, the burden of proof is always on the state here. Defense, they don't have to present evidence if they don't want to, but we certainly afford them the opportunity to do that. And with that, we will proceed with evidence on behalf of the defense. Remember what I told you about that time, blame me. In 5 minutes, turn into 20. You may call your first witness.
The first witness is Earl Pearson.
Mr. Pearson, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. Do you swear in this matter, sir, to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please sit.
Exhibit.
Oh, yes, sir.
Thank you. Sir, if you would, please state your name for the record.
Earl Pearson, Pierson.
You may inquire.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pearson.
Good afternoon.
If I could start by just sort of discussing your background. Where are you employed?
I'm employed with the City of Cleveland Heights Police Department.
And what is your role there?
I'm a detective.
Do you have do you work as a trainer as well?
I do. Cleveland Heights has our own police academy. I'm an instructor in that police academy.
And what is your training experience to prepare you for that role?
I attended the Ohio's Peace Officers Training Academy in London, Ohio in 2007 for 1 week for subject control instructor. I also attended a separate class of advanced ground fighting as an instructor for that. I also teach defensive driving, drug awareness, missing persons and human trafficking, interview and interrogation as well.
And how long have you been teaching at the Cleveland Heights Police Academy?
Since 2007.
So how many police academies are there in Northeast Ohio?
Best to my knowledge, there's the Cleveland Heights Police Academy, Tri-C, Cuyahoga County Community College has a police academy, and so does Lakeland Community College. I've taught there as well, at both Lakeland and Tri-C as well in the
Okay, would it
past.
be fair to say a significant number of percentage of officers in Northeast Ohio go through Cleveland Heights Police Academy?
That is correct.
And how long did you say you taught there?
Since 2007,
So a while.
about 15 years now.
How is your
A lot of cops go through this academy.
curriculum determined?
Everything is set by the Ohio Peace Officers Training Commission. Whoever they are, I don't know who they are, but it's a commission of, I assume, officers and administrators from around the state, educators that set the curriculum, and then it is taught by the book. However, it's set by the curriculum. We can't go out of the curriculum. It's frowned upon.
So your classroom curriculum is approved by the state,
Correct.
and you follow the state guidelines. Has your personal curriculum been reviewed by OPATA?
Yes.
And have you at times had occasion to update your policy, your curriculum or your training program?
OPATA sets the standards for those updates, and we have to adhere to those updates when they come across. I just know that it has to run through our academy commander, and then the lineup order is that it's a pecking order because he or she gets it, and then they pass it along to us. They're saying these are the updates that have now been given by the state.
Okay, and
I can reach out to the Cleveland Heights Police Academy and ask them if they do teach about ordering from Denny's. It's very important. Very important. Yes, Nancy Cornett says, Cornsec says there's no Stonies in Cuyahoga County. Very true. And that is something, you know what? We're going to do a Stonies East. We'll do Stonies. We'll set up the eastern outpost of it. We'll set up your outpost there. Is that why they're so professional and capable? I will say the Cleveland Heights Police Department itself is actually a very well-run police department. Euclid has a good police department, too.
you said you teach ground tactics?
It's called ground fighting. It's
Ground fighting.
part of it. But I teach the whole thing. For the last 6 years, I've been the sole instructor at Cleveland Heights Police Academy due to retirement. And prior to me being the sole instructor, my main focus was on ground defense, ground fighting.
Is it fair to say you are well-known and respected within the police community for your work?
Objection. Sustain, rephrase if you want to, Counsel.
Have you received any accommodations or accolades for your performance as a trainer and as a police officer?
I've been given a lot of, nothing formal, just a lot of thank yous from prior students.
Can you describe a little bit what principles govern use of force for police officers in training?
Objection, reapproach.
You may.
When you're training officers, what principles guide the use of force for police officers?
We basically, everything is set on.
Okay, I'm not just saying it for brownie points. Overall, like Cleveland Heights Police Department, they do some dumb shit. Like they were that one here in Cleveland where the guys, oh fuck, they give that guy and they hassle him because he's filming or whatever the hell it was, like a year or two ago. Yeah, they do some dumb shit, but overall they're fairly decent. They usually don't fuck up, so it's pretty easy to if they fuck up, they fuck up, but like generally they don't. I'm just saying. And I don't think any of the Cleveland Heights police watch this. Probably don't like me anyway. Grounds fighting, yes. Doesn't sound like Euclid has a good police department. Well, like I said, lots changed since 2017. So,
Precedent by law. More importantly, probably Graham versus Connor is probably the big one. Objective reasonableness. What is objectively reasonable when you have a use of force encounter? We follow something called the use of force continuum.
You're thinking of East Cleveland, and East Cleveland had a really bad fucking police department. That the entire department basically got indicted. That's different than Cleveland Heights. Very different.
Which basically is a guideline for if a subject does a certain act, the officer has a response to that act.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 10.
Oh, man. This one magnet isn't doing it for me. There we go. Is this the continuum, or substantially the same as the continuum you utilize in educating police officers?
It is.
And can you basically describe briefly what that means?
So on the left, you see the column says individual actions labeled on the bottom. And on the right, you see officer's response. So basically, these are somewhat of guidelines, or I've also heard them called intervention options, where if an individual subject does something like not respond to verbal commands, if they become what's called dead weight, the officer can act within the realm on the same line there for the officer response. So if you have verbal or physical cues, you can give them you have physical danger cues, as it says. You can give them commands. You don't want to be, we always teach as a one-up theory. So if they do a certain act this way, I don't want to be even with them. I want to be one up from them. When I mean one up, I mean a little more advanced to my response.
And is the purpose of that policy for officer safety?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And how long has OPATA been using this force continuum, if you know?
I got this back in 2007 when I went to the academy. So 15 years now.
Okay. Detective Pearson, can you, did you have occasion to train Officer Amiott?
I did.
And were you his ground tactics instructor?
I definitely was. If he went through the academy, yes.
How many people do you think you've trained through the academy? How many officers?
Wow. We were doing 2 classes a year, anywhere estimate from 17 to 25, 27 students. So that's about 50, anywhere from 30 to 50 in for the last 15 years. So a lot.
So do you remember any specifics about training Officer Amiott?
No.
No. But you did teach ground tactics.
Absolutely.
Can you kind of define what are ground tactics specifically?
So ground fighting was started similar to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It was in response to...
Objection. Your Honor, can we approach?
Right.
I thought this was a shorter
Did
one.
Officer Amiott,
There we go.
to avoid any confusion, I'm just going to clarify, did Officer Amiott go through the training academy?
Yes, he did.
And can you go back to describing what ground tactics are?
So ground tactics evolved in police work. The emergence of MMA fighting kind of got everything started. There were officers being injured in a lot of duty by citizens that were basically watching MMA fights, mixed martial arts, and then employing those tactics and techniques on police officers. officers at the time didn't have a response for that. So ground fighting came about to help officers learn, be more comfortable when the fight goes to the ground. For years, the only thing they taught was stand.
Very true, Nancy.
So what happens when an officer goes to the ground, whether they take somebody to the ground, whether they're forced to the ground, or whether both parties end up going to the ground. So it was part of the curriculum for subject control. And then also took an advanced ground fighting class just to be a little more fluent on what I was teaching.
Is it fair to say that ground fighting tactics are inherently less dangerous than employing some of the weapons on an officer's tool belt?
More dangerous to who? I'm sorry.
To someone who, so ground tactics, when an officer employs ground tactics, is that less dangerous to the subject than, let's say, reaching for a weapon or using some of the other tools on an officer's tool belt?
Correct. Yes, less dangerous inherently because you're just using your hands and body.
Can you identify what we have up on the screen here?
This appears to be a Starbucks video that I probably shot on my phone at the Cleveland Heights Police Academy. I would frequently record the academy just to my Facebook page to show people what I was teaching at the time.
And are you familiar with this video?
Yes.
And is this video consistent with the training that you offered Officer Amiott?
Yes.
And is this training video consistent with the training you still offer today?
Yes.
And is this training consistent with our conduct policies and practices?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I'm going to play the video.
Any objection? Yes, objection. Motion blanket.
Thank you. It's about 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Ready? Mr. Side, raise your body. Mr. Guy side, approach. Collapse the elbow. Push over and under. 1, 2, 3. Push over and under. 1, 2, 3. Drop. Sprawl. Get to the side. Form across the face. Go. Cross body. Regular sit through.
The funny thing is here, chat, this isn't like they're learned, like they'll teach them some basic jujitsu. This is basic wrestling. If you did collegiate level wrestling, like folk style wrestling in high school, or to like 6-year-olds, they teach you how to sprawl, get around the guy, and then fucking drive into him. So this is basic wrestling more than jujitsu.
Cross body. Reverse it through. Cross body. Straight across the tracks and the resting mount.
Now they're getting to the jujitsu stuff.
Full mount.
Yeah, Greco-Roman.
Shoulder out the other way. 1, 3. Handcuff, walk around the head. Get that hand, get that hand. I can do good. Release. On your feet. Ready. We're going. Mr. Guy side, place your body. Mr. Mitchell side, approach. Relax the elbow. Over and under, push 1, 2, 3. Over and under, push 1, 2, 3. Drop. Sprawl. Get to the side. Form across the face. Go. Regular sit through. Cross body. Reverse.
That's how you fight without a ball, though, chat.
Knee to belly. Back across. Straight across the tracks and the rest of the mount. Full mount. Yes, verbalize. All right, you take it down punches. Let it roll. Shoulder mount. Let it go the other way. Shoulder mount.
I would be careful calling freestyle is actually a specific subset of wrestling. Like Greco-Roman is a throwing based discipline in wrestling. Freestyle is it's very different, I would argue. Like there's actually people who do freestyle wrestling. But yes, there's like 3 main kinds of wrestling. There's like collegiate or folk style wrestling, also known as Olympic wrestling. But they also do like Greco-Roman. A lot of that's throwing based. And then there's freestyle, which is a different variation as well.
Roll back to the back. Knee to belly.
So they're playing this. This is the defense's, guys, this is the defense's use of force expert. He's showing what Michael Amiott was trained to do. He was trained, you get in guard, you get on top of the guy, and if you got to fucking fight, you got to fight. So he's explaining why Amiott took the guy to the ground. It was on top of him in full guard and just started fucking throwing haymakers on him. That's why they're showing this. They're showing why the police do this and that they're trained to do this.
Check your surroundings. Check your six. Push off. Disengage. Good. In the guard.
I've seen Turkish oil wrestling. Yes, it's a real thing.
Okay, here we go. Post and walk. Post and walk. Post and walk. Go. Come on, Henry. Come on. You walk. There we go. You walk. Keep walking. Keep walking. Let's go. All right. On your feet. Good job. Good job.
Yes, you heard wrestling.
I'm getting ready to kill it. They don't even know it. I'm getting ready to kill it. They don't even know it. Ready. Rotate. Oh, yeah. Mr. Hilder side, blaze your body. Mr. Guy side, approach. Collapse the elbow. Over and under, push 1, 2, 3. Over and under, push 1, 2, 3. Drop. Sprawl. Get to the side. Form across the face. Go. Reverse sit through.
The funny thing is, you would see a far more effective sprawling and circling on a guy if you watch a couple of high school kids at a wrestling match. These guys don't want to hurt each other. When you sprawl, you're on a person with your full weight. You're driving into them back, like you're kicking your feet out. Yeah, like, and you know, you're probably throwing cross arms right into their face the whole time with your forearm just right into them. You know, so they're kind of half-assing it here.
Regular sit through. Cross. Regular. Cross. Reverse.
Basically, yes.
Hands go a little fast. Cross body. Simulate 2D strikes. Grab it over. Straight across the tracks and rest and mount.
Because they don't practice it and they're not getting paid to do it. It's the same reason why a lot of cops suck at shooting, because they don't get paid to keep shooting and be proficient. They get paid a bare minimum to go do a little bit of range time every year. Police officers, a lot of cops are, they act like they're professionals, but then they think like tradesmen. They think they're professionals, but they treat it like tradesmen do. If I'm not getting paid, fuck you, I'm not doing it. Real professionals like me, for example, I got to do CLEs. I got to go training and I got to learn things. Real professionals do that. There are cops who do. They go pay for classes. They go pay for learning. They go learn how to fight. They learn how to do these things. But not a lot of cops do.
Pull out. Shoulder out. Shoulder out the other way.
Jim, a lot of people didn't wrestle.
Roll to the back. Lean belly. Push off. Disengage. In guard. Trap that leg. Shin over shin. Knee facing outward. Stay out the back door. Go. Trap that leg. Shin over shin. Knee facing out. Scoop the opposite leg. Escape out the back door. Yes. Yes. Come on. All right. Full mount. Officer on the bottom. Full mount. Officer on the bottom. Officer on the bottom. Full mount.
Yep.
Ready. Full mount. Full mount.
Yes, I mean, also, guys, this is here's the other thing to think about. Wrestling is a martial art. Jiu-jitsu is a martial art. No different than Aikido, karate, taekwondo, whatever. To be really good at it, you got to know it. And it takes a long time. Learning in your police academy, a 14-week police academy isn't going to be really, it'll help. And they might know more than the average person like that they're dealing with, but it takes a long time to get good at a martial art. So it's not easy. Yeah, and yes, the best MMA fighters at this point are wrestlers, and they have collegiate wrestling All-Americans, or they have a training as wrestling as a kid. I mean, you learn a lot. Aikido's a martial art, yeah. Aikido, Hapkido, Kendo, yeah, all of it. I'm not saying that they're good, but yes, they are. They are martial arts. They are martial disciplines. Ken Shamrock, yep. A lot of guys. Chael Sonnen, a lot of the wrestling. Wrestling is the first. Like it and boxing are the two OG martial arts. It's it's what we've been doing for millions of years. So break out the high school wrestling picks. Nothing impressive. Yeah. Brock Lesnar, Ben Askren. Yeah. Ty Woodley. Yes, a lot of them are now. TJ Dillashaw, all those guys. Phenomenal wrestlers. Khabib, yep, a lot of them. You mastered Tybo in 6 tapes, yeah. Well. So, anyway. Cauliflower ear is so gross. That's why you wear ear protection. I didn't want cauliflower ear, so look. You wear ear protection, you don't get that. So.
Make sure that the X pop over, block the rebound. Officers on the bottom. Whoever the officer is, on the bottom. Yeah. Ready. Come up, grab your shirt, lift your hips. Block the rebound. Pray, trap an arm, trap leg, same side. Roll over, head down, golf ball. Now, escape out of the guard. Go. Yes. Good job, lads. Escape out of the guard. Get out of there. Get out of the guard. Go. Elbows inside those sides. You should want to go. Good. There you go. When you rotate? This side? Okay. This side? Mr. Die side, raise your body. Mr. Hilger side, approach. Left the elbow. Over and under, push 1, 2, 3. Over and under, push 1, 2, 3. Drop. Sprawl. Get to the side. Forward across the face. Go. Reverse. Cross. Regular. Cross. Straight across the tracks and the rest of the out. Pull out. Shoulder mount. Shoulder mount the other way. Then rotate back. Knee to belly. You go back across. As you do it, give them a little punishment. Put that forearm right on their chin. Go. Climb down on them. Yes. Cross body. Regular sit through. Cross body. Reverse sit through. Cross body. Knee to belly. Push off. Suspect number 2 is coming. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get out of there. Good. In the guard. This time, we're going to which escape we're going to use. You guys ever play the guitar? Play the guitar? We're going to post up. Post up. Pop the leg up. Just like this. Yes.
Another 2 minutes.
Mach 3 toe hold. Mach 3 on the toe, roll over. Mach 3 on the toe hold, roll over. Yes. That's it, guy. Freeze. Freeze. Just put it like that. Put it like that. Grab his toes. Over and under. Mach 3 toe hold. Freeze. Oh, Mach 3. On this one. Mach 3. Yes. Keep going. Roll over. Roll over. Roll over. Roll over. Yes. Flip it. Flip. I put his heels into his backside. Put his heels into his butt. Grab the other one. Grab the other one. Cross it. There you go. Right there. Good. One more time. Thanks, Rick. I'm trying to kill him. I'm trying to make us good fighters today. Ready. Hold up. Pop the leg up. Mach 3 toe hold. Roll over. Put your heels right to the backside. Over. Cross them up. Good. Pull him out, officer at the bottom. Pull him out, officer at the bottom. Look, listen, hip hug. Hip hug escape. You're gonna get him off your base, grab around the hips, on top, throw the punch, roll over. Go. Hip hug escape. One more time. No, just let him do his thing. Come on, grab the shirt. Lift your hips. Yes. That worked. Good. Good. Release. On your feet. Rotate. You back home yet? Back home? Everybody okay? All right. Let's take a break. Good job. Good job. Good job. It's a good ground fight we teach you in here. We teach these guys to be safe on the street. Number one, respect these citizens first and foremost. These guys got to survive out here. What you guys think officer is doing is actually, he thinks police abuse, but they're actively resisting it.
Yeah, this is why they use tasers, and they generally.
Mr. Pearson.
This is why when you see cops use force, they're usually just river dancing on people and beating the fuck out of them. There's not a whole lot of cops who know how to fight. It's just a bunch of them get in a circle and they start beating the shit out of you. So, Porcelain Thunder. No, the joke is there's the half Nelson, the full Nelson, then there's Father Nelson. So,
Is Officer Detective Pearson, sorry.
It's okay.
What exhibit is that?
the prosecution didn't stop him, guys. That's the problem here. If I was the prosecution, I would have objected after a while, but they didn't stop it.
11.
I'm not explaining
Is
again.
it possible for any officer to arrest anyone without using force? Is there force inherent in an arrest?
Possible. Everything's situation by situation. I've had occasions on the job where I told a guy, like, you're under arrest, turn around, put your hands behind your back. He doesn't. I had times where I told people to do the same thing and they don't. But it's on a case-by-case basis.
But inherently, if minimally you're pulling someone's arms behind their back and putting cuffs on them, well, maybe minimal, even that is a use of force, isn't that?
It is.
Every time you put your hands on someone.
It is.
Are the training procedures that we just looked at in Defense 11 necessary for public and police safety?
Absolutely.
Can you talk about why?
Well, use of force, there's 4 justifications for use of force that I was taught. One is officer safety, subject safety, public safety, and public image. There may be a time where a subject is actually doing harm to him or herself, and you have to use some type of force to save their lives. We don't usually talk about that. Usually it's just officer on subject. But there comes a time where you're going to have to use some strength or force to effect an arrest as needed.
So I'm just going to ask a question about some of the techniques we saw there. There were times I heard you shouting, get in the mount. What is the mount position?
So there's a full mount and a resting mount. Resting.
Overrule them. Let him continue for a bit. Go ahead. Okay.
Thank you. So there's a resting mount position where you actually lay on top of the person. Safe. If you need to get your breath, you get winded, you let your person basically absorb all your body weight while you gather your faculties, get yourself together, maybe get your wind back. Then there's the full mount, which is a position where officers' knees, person that's on top, their knees are into their armpits and they're kind of like in a seated up position. It's a very offensive position to be in.
So the officer sort of kneeling, that's when we saw the officers are sort of kneeling right across the subject.
Right across the top of the chest, yes.
And I heard you shouting, roll them over. Is it standard practice to ask them to roll when they're on the bottom there?
Yeah, so there's not too many escapes. People that are untrained don't know how to escape from that. Like, you have to give them verbal instructions. Sometimes they do it on their own, where they'll roll to their shoulder. So if they roll over, there's a move for that. It's a shoulder mount. I taught that as well. So that counters that roll. Because what happens if you get up there and they start rolling on their own without you knowing about it, it can cause you to lose your balance and you'll fall over. So the shoulder mount technique is meant to counter their roll.
Okay, but if someone's.
So you're trying to slow the
on
roll.
bottom and the officer's on the mount,
Mhm.
Oh,
and the
God, I
officer says
feel
roll
myself.
over.
Mhm.
Is it possible for the person on the bottom to roll there?
Yeah, it's possible. It depends on how much body weight the person has. Part of the use of force continuum, you see officer subject factors, age, size, that has a lot to do with it.
Gender.
Let's see the size, because if you have a person that's like 280 on top of somebody 120, if they pin their knees in there, they're not going to be able to roll. It's very hard to do. They're not going to be able to roll unless the officer gives them a little leeway, and I say, hey, I want you to roll. I come up a little bit, give them a little leeway, then they can make their move and roll.
Raise your hips a bit.
Correct. Raise your hips.
It's all in the hips.
What is, I heard you say check your six. What does that mean?
Checking behind you, see who's coming up behind you.
Okay. And you talk about collapsing the elbow.
Yes, I'll be right back. Hold on.
Oh, so that's part of standing. One of the drills we do to get students who aren't used to making contact with other people, because you get people from all walks of life. Maybe they've never played sports before. They've never had that contact. So that's called a lead hand drill, where I have the person walk into another subject, and they hit them. What's called a break your tie in. This is one of the primary striking target areas for the upper body. You strike them, collapsing the elbow is just bending the elbow. And that gets into the rest of the drill where we do over and under, pushing, trading places, and so forth.
So over and under would be like one arm over, one arm under?
Correct.
And like
Almost like a hug.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just, like I said, that's just part of a drill to get them used to making contact.
And what about the over-under positions in case like a fighting engagement?
It's almost like two people come together, they clash. Now who's going to be able to make a move from that? Like a clinch almost. And what we teach them is that if that force is coming at you, you have to reverse that force. So maybe you have to take a few steps back, trade positions to get them off the balance, and then you can make a move on them.
Okay, and I heard you say forearm across the face. What is that?
Mm-hmm.
What's the benefit of that, or why do you teach that?
It gets their neck off center, so when you do a takedown on them, their head is already going that way, so that's the way you want to take them.
So you're going to drag your forearm across their face, so your body turns with their face.
Correct.
If you were trying to get someone to roll, is it a training technique that you would drag a limb? Is that forearm across face or dragging the limb across their body?
As they're throwing, if they're throwing punches from a bottom position, or if not, if I can control that arm to push that arm over, because I want to take that shoulder. If I'm going to take them this way, I want to push this arm over.
So you're going to push one arm across.
I'm going to push it across.
And what is the purpose of that?
To get their shoulder off the floor or mat or whatever they're on, because I'm setting them up for the roll.
Okay, to roll.
To roll.
Is it possible to choke someone with their own arm that way?
Not from that position is highly unlikely. It's very unlikely. I've practiced that technique for years, and I've never even come close to choking anybody. Because basically, you got to remember, I'm on top, so I'm kind of pushing it from this way to get their body going.
Okay, and is that a safe technique to force someone to roll?
Yes.
Why don't you just cuff somebody in the front?
You can do it. It's just not an optimal position to handcuff someone because there's an inherent safety issue with that. If they still have use of their limbs in the front, they can still throw punches. They can still choke from the front with those handcuffs in the front. So behind the back, preferably back their hands together to get them cuffed for compliant. If they're not compliant, if they're fighting, if they're putting up a good fight, and you have to get those cuffs on the best way you can.
Is someone considered handcuffed when one cuff is on or when both are on?
Both.
Is there a heightened danger when someone's just got one cuff?
Objection. Sustained.
Why is it so imperative that both cuffs are on?
Because that's where the greatest control comes from in the cuffs, when you have both hands locked in those handcuffs.
Are you familiar with situations in which someone has one cuff and then they use the other cuff as a weapon?
Objection.
Sustained.
The faces, just so I don't make the same mistake again.
Well,
So, Drums, she's trying to show why he had to do what he did and why what he did wasn't assault. It was justified force. Because the argument is this guy's not like he's fighting me and I had to go all out to stop him. And my force is justified even though he got beat up. That's the way it goes. That's ultimately why they're having him here, because he's explaining why that training looks so like, because violence never looks good. That's violence never looks good because it's violent. Him being on top of the guy in guard, just wailing on him, justified doesn't look good. Unjustified doesn't look good. So he's here to explain why Amiott would be trained up to do that. And why he was on top of the guy, just bow, bow, bow. So that's why he's doing it there. Yes, he shuts up immediately when there's an objection because he's a detective. He's got a lot of experience testifying. So here we go.
basis of relevance. His name.
Are the known risks to officers relevant to use of force?
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Are known risks, considerations of known risks relevant to an officer's use of force training?
Yes.
Ask and answer. We need to move on this. Go ahead, counsel.
Is having someone with one handcuff a known risk to an officer?
Objection. Ask and answer. Next question.
Are officers trained about the dangers of one handcuff?
Objection. Sustain.
Judge, when you approach, I'm not sure.
No, you can't approach. It's already been asked and answered. He's answered that. There's a danger. Move on.
Do you teach the risks inherent to partial handcuff in the academy?
Maddie, it's not leading. A yes or no question automatically isn't leading. It's almost all leading questions are yes or no, but not all yes or no questions are leading.
Oh, so the basis for handcuffing is
Objection.
Judge, I've established relevance. That was the only basis for it.
So what was happening? So that was a back and forth where she was trying to show why cops might want to be, aggressive while they're handcuffing someone. And she was trying to make the argument that a guy with one handcuff on is a very dangerous threat because that other hand is basically holding a big piece of steel. And yes, he can use it like a set of brass knuckles. You can use that. That's a hook. I mean, you can use that as a blunt instrument. You can penetrate, with penetrating injuries. A lot of things you can do with just one handcuff on. Prosecution's objecting because it's not relevant because that wasn't a concern here. And he's trying to object saying that wasn't a threat. This guy wasn't using his hands like that. And the court is sustaining those objections. And he's also saying it's already been asked and answered. Their cops do have. Yeah, he's also saying, look, your guy already testified. Getting the cuffs on is the key critical thing. And it's not safe until both cuffs are on. So I understand what she's trying to do here, but the state's not letting her do it.
Objections.
Just if he teaches that course.
I'm still speaking.
Do you teach that? Detective?
well, we teach to put both
We
hands up.
teach it. Do you teach it?
Yes, sir. I follow the guidelines, sir.
Okay. I think the detective testified that earlier that the reason they cuff in the front, cuff in the back, is danger. And I think he's testified about single cuff. Answer the question again if you can.
Okay.
Judge, if I may, I'm trying to get to why that's a policy.
I'm trying to answer the question, counsel.
Because if you only have one handcuff on you, that person's you don't have full control of them. And they still have free use of actually both limbs at that point. The purpose of handcuffing is to hinder them from using their hands in a situation where they can still cause harm.
How do you, in your training course, how do you train an officer to handle a situation when one cuff is on? Are they required to maintain contact on the other cuff?
Objection.
Council.
Can you read back the question, please?
Now she didn't remember what she had asked, so she's asking the prosecutor, can you please read, or she's asking the court reporter, please read back the question. So then the court reporter is pulling up her little machine and her laptop saying, what did you just say? And she's going through it. So we don't normally see that. So it's kind of neat. You're getting to see all this stuff at once tonight, guys. You're going to see how these things really happen. So here you go.
Your training course, how do you train the officers to handle, say, when one cuff is on and they're required to make contact on the other cuff?
Good. If I get the first handcuff on, I have cuffs in my hand, right? I'm able to control the person's left or right arm. You control the limb, pop the first cuff on. I'm not letting go of these handcuffs yet. So it's not just first cuff and then I'm backing up. I still maintain contact and control with that handcuff. Now, how do I get the other hand? That's another fight. So I'm going to need to move this hand and switch. I'm just going to do a simple switch, not let go completely. Just switch hands to get the
Just switcheroo.
So I can get the handcuff on.
If the person is hiding their second arm or resisting or refusing to move, fixing it, how is an officer trained to handle that?
You can strike to loosen them up because now we have some active resistance. There's some techniques you can use to do so. Joint manipulation, joint lock. It's a technique, pain versus injury. This is some discomfort where if I do the wrist lock, it's not going to cause any long-term injury. That's why it's always good to use that technique.
Do you need two hands to do a wrist lock?
You can do it one if once you become fluent in it. That's why basically from day one, when I teach subject control all the way up until the last day, we're always doing wrist locks and things like that because I need them to do this without thinking about it. Or it's just natural.
If someone's hand is like tucked beneath them, would that be a situation where a wrist lock?
Yeah, you got to do it on the hand that's cuffed though, not the one that's underneath. Okay.
So what is the purpose of the wrist lock then? To motivate them to produce the other hand?
Let me have your other hand. Let me have your other hand. Let me have your other hand. Okay. Then they should pop it out.
And is that the same concept with the strike?
Well, so the strike is going to loosen them up also. Same concept. Why are you striking? We're striking to loosen them up because they become rigid or they become active resisting us. So I strike a motor point to get a certain reaction. Once I strike them and they move, then I got what I wanted. You can use other stuff, pinching somebody inside of their arm or inside of their leg. That seems to generate a reaction over the years. I've seen that works pretty good.
In the exercises in this video, as officers are moving from position to position, the subject, like the role-playing subject, I notice often their legs are just hanging out, they're fixed, they're just, sort of resting in that position. How does a train change the dynamic when someone's flailing or kicking or pushing up, or hip thrusting?
Objection.
We talk about that and we practice that. What happens when you start feeling knee strikes from the rear? Like what happens? You start feeling knees in your back. So what is your next move? There's some things you can do. You can move further up on the mount. You can block if you can. Start blocking those, or you can disengage altogether and start all over. You don't have to keep taking these strikes from the rear or worried about trying to fight on two fronts because now you're trying to fight on your front and on your rear. So there's things you can do.
When you say disengage, what do you mean?
Like move up, get out it completely, start all over. Go to something else on your duty belt. Maybe your empty, we call them empty hand techniques. They didn't work too good. If you have an ASP, which is a collapsible baton, if you have a taser, you can go to that.
Can an officer just get up and get back in their cruiser? Are they trained that way?
I don't know what for.
Well, let's say we've thrown some strikes, we've got some resistance, we can't get him cuffed. Is an officer permitted, based on your training, to get up and go sit in their cruiser?
I've never taught that. I've never taught that or heard of that.
I noticed in the training video, there was a portion where you're training the students and you say I think you say disengage, and the ones who are on top, I'll give up and they disengage, but like with a pretend gun drawn.
Correct.
Why is that?
You're going to disengage. Maybe and I said it, I prefaced it by saying subject number 2 is coming. If you're on the ground fighting with somebody, and we talk about 360-degree situational awareness, like knowing what's going on behind you at all times, what's going on, but you're going to be so locked into what you're doing with this particular person. But if you hear them say, or they tip you off and say, hey, get off my friend, get off my brother, well, now it's time to get up because you can't fight on the ground and on your feet at the same time. So we teach them to disengage at an angle, get up, get a weapon out, look out, call out.
And when you were talking about, okay, something's not working, let's say you throw some strikes and you can't get compliance. You say, time to try something else.
Mm-hmm.
You mean, do you inherently mean something else on your tool belt?
Yes. Yeah.
So that would be possibly, what tools do you need?
Like I said, collapsible baton, which is an ASP, or straight baton, OC spray, which is pepper spray, or taser as well.
I noticed also that each time when they were rolling, some officers would either drop an elbow or throw some punches. What is the purpose of that training?
Distraction. I'm sorry.
Been over a number of times.
Overruled. The answer. Next question.
I'm sorry, what was his answer?
Distraction. To distract them.
To distract them from what?
From whatever they have in their mind, what they thought they were going to do. You give them a strike to distract them. If you're thinking about rolling them over, handcuff them, and they want to prevent that roll, but if you strike them in the face, now they're thinking, why did I just get hit in the face? At that point, that's when you continue to move to roll them over.
And hand strikes are an authorized aspect of training, correct?
Yes.
It's actually mandatory officers be trained in hand strikes.
Correct.
Overruled. Asking answer. That's all. Next question.
What are the benefits of hand strikes over other tools in an officer's tool belt?
Objection.
Answer the question.
I would just say hand strikes your hands are already there. You don't have to reach for anything, you don't have to do anything. Your hands are already there. Your hands should be up. And it's probably the quickest and easiest way to affect an arrest and to defend yourself. When I say yourself, I mean as an officer.
For example, it'd be hard to defend yourself if you got something in your hands. So,
Correct.
I don't know.
You got it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Further. Would you let me move this?
Yes, unless he wants to use
Do
it.
you want to use this?
May cross.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
Detective, you testified that on the use of force continuum, it's basically an act-react scenario, right?
Correct.
If a subject acts with force, you react with force proportional or slightly above, as you described it, right?
That's correct.
Until you gain compliance, right?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that it's an objectively reasonable police officer standard, correct?
Correct.
That's what you were trained, right?
Correct.
That's what you trained,
Yes, sir.
subjects, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've been training subjects since 2007 on those very principles, right?
Yes, sir.
What is the nature of your relationship with Officer Amiott?
I was his instructor in the police academy.
Do you remember instructing him?
I remember him coming through the police academy.
What year?
That I do not recall.
Do you know where he went after that, where his first job or second job or third job was?
I do not.
Did you maintain any kind of relationship with him after that?
We were friends on Facebook at one point, and I don't think we are anymore.
But you don't know where he worked after that, police department wise, correct?
I do not.
Do you know why he left any of those positions?
I do not.
Objection.
Overruled.
When were you contacted to testify in this case?
Friday, I received a call from a detective in Euclid, said he had a subpoena for me. And then I received a subpoena.
This past Friday?
Yes, sir.
Friday the 22nd?
It might have been before that. Hold on. No, it wasn't the 22nd. So I got this. It's been time stamped on the 18th. So it was just right after that. So it had to be 19th or 20th.
And prior to being a detective, were you on road patrol?
I was.
For how many years?
For 14 years.
In the city of Cleveland Heights?
Yes, sir.
Did you make a number of arrests?
I did.
Make DUI arrests?
I did.
What crime did you think you arrested people for the most? As in arresting them, placing handcuffs on them, taking them into custody?
To the best of my recollection, I'll probably say disorderly conduct.
Okay. Disorderly intox, like so-called drunken disorderly, or just disorderly?
Disorderly with say a combination of probably causing a disturbance of public and or intoxicated.
What about DUI?
I didn't have a lot of DUIs, but I did arrest people for DUIs. I wasn't like the DUI king of Cleveland Heights by any means.
So in your testimony, you mentioned the word respect, right? Do you remember that?
If you say so, yes.
Well, do you remember in the video that one of the things you said at the end was the most important thing is to respect the citizen? Remember that?
I remember that, yes.
That's very important, right?
Yes, sir.
And it's very important as a police officer to communicate your intentions because you have authority, right?
I do.
So isn't it true that when you arrest someone, it's important for you to say, sir, I'm going to arrest you for driving under suspension. Put your hands behind your back. Isn't that the normal course of action?
Yes.
That's the prudent course of action, right? That's the respectful course of action, right?
If it's possible, if they can comprehend it.
If they can comprehend it, yeah. But you would at least try that and say, sir, well, getting back to the U.S., have you ever made an arrest for driving under suspension?
Yeah, it's been a long time, though. Yes.
It's been a long time?
Yeah.
Okay. And in that kind of a case, would you say, as you sit today, you would normally say, sir, I'm going to place you under arrest for driving under suspension. Put your hands behind your back.
Well, get them out of the vehicle, let them know.
That's a respectful thing to do, right?
Yeah.
Right?
If the subject allows it, yes. I try to maintain that respect as much as I can because it's just I'm not the type of officer. I was never in your face shouting type of person unless the situation deemed it. But I would say, hey, you're driving on suspension. You got to go back to jail with us.
Okay. And you would tell them that in a clear manner, correct?
Yeah.
Do you think it's respectful for a police officer to profile and target somebody for a police interaction based on the way they look? You think that's appropriate?
I do not.
Do you know anything about the facts? Do you have any personal knowledge about the facts of this case that we're here for today that happened on August 12, 2017?
I'm aware of what happened.
My question is, do you have personal knowledge of any of the facts that relate to the incident that occurred in this case between Officer Amiott and Richard Hubbard on August 12, 2017?
No, sir.
You don't have any personal knowledge of what led up to that stop, correct?
I do not.
You don't have any personal knowledge of what the officers who were involved in that stop were doing prior to that stop, correct?
I do not.
You don't have any personal knowledge of...
He has no personal knowledge.
Thank you. No further questions.
That was a very, you could have got to that point at the beginning, but yes, very good takedown of the expert.
I have nothing, Your Honor.
Question? You would,
No.
question?
Oh, I'm sorry, Patty. Sorry. There are questions here. These are actually good questions. Now, this judge does the questions. Guys, this judge does the questions very differently than other judges. My experience has been the judge brings you up and you guys both take a look at him. He just fucking full sends it, which is very different than what I'm used to.
If you wish to review it, you may. I'm going to ask the questions. So, you want to review that?
In my experience, when you get to this point, the judge sits there with you and you all talk, and he lets you make arguments. The fact he's already just said, I'm sending them, you can look at them if you want, is very different.
Detective, what are the 4 justifications for officer safety?
There are officer safety, subject safety, public safety, and public image.
Do the techniques that are used or allowed to get a person handcuffed change when there are multiple officers at the scene?
Yes.
Questions based on these questions?
Yes. What are the considerations for use of force as public image? The use of force looks bad, but is necessary. Is it still authorized?
Yes.
And are there certain instances where reasonable necessary force looks bad to the public?
Yes, it does. Yes, there are situations.
And then my second follow-up, if there are multiple officers on scene, they can't effectuate arrest, are they still authorized to use the force we discussed?
Absolutely.
Council, questions based on jury questions?
But you agree the force always has to be objectively reasonable, correct?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you. Hopefully that was responsive to your questions. You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's almost 5. We're going to go home. I had anticipated we would have more witnesses than this today. We're going to have another long day tomorrow. Probably go to 5 or thereabouts. So please come prepared. Remember the admonition, you're just storing information. Anything prior to recess?
No.
Prior to recess, we'll be in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. All right.
All right, yeah, so that is it for the day. That's day 2. Now, what I want to ask you guys is day 3 is when Amiott takes the stand. Okay. In the meantime, his sergeant is called up to testify, and one of the other guys on that respond to the scene testifies. And their total testimony takes about an hour and a half. Now, we have time tonight if you guys want to watch a little bit of this. We can do day 3 right now if you guys want and kind of get through it. I like this judge. He's no bullshit. Yeah. The old school judges don't fuck around. So we, and real quick, if you guys need to, do you guys need me to refresh what actually happened? Okay. Patty, this all occurred on August 12th. It should be in the description, August 12th, 2017. And there was a traffic stop and things kind of went sideways from there. Let me see if I can bring up the camera for it. Where is... Well, this didn't really rewind too well. My history sucks. Okay, here we go. Where did I pull it? Yeah, here we go. So this is the police stop where this all kicks off. And we'll just watch this again real quick if you haven't seen it. So this guy right here is Officer Amiott. He's the guy the camera keeps focusing on. And this occurred in Euclid, Ohio in 2017. It took nearly 7 years for this to get to trial for a lot of reasons.
Car in your name or what? Your name? You got a warrant? Okay, can you cut it off before we're talking? And me the car. That's it. It's not going to white stop bar. Right here. You don't have your ID on you? You get a warrant? Why are you so upset? Yeah, it's my partner pulled your car out. Yeah. Not him. He didn't call you, the other guy did. What's your name? What's your name? What's your last name, Richard? How do you spell it? Yes, sir. All right, step up. Please wait for me. Please wait for me.
This is the Amiott on top of him, just throwing haymakers. You guys don't realize that little hockey puck thing there is the microphone that the body cam or the dash cam's recording from. So when you hear it kicking around, you hear it skittering across the concrete. And that's it. That's the stop. And that's the whole thing. So he's accused of assault, misdemeanor assault, not felony assault, just misdemeanor assault. Use a different browser to stream than you use for the farms. It makes it easier. So, well, there were a bunch of issues that covered the delay. From here on says, will you cover the crackhead lady that killed the kid at the Giant Eagle? Yes. Yes, she's the lady where we watched a video of her already where she's dragging her knife along. We will be covering the rest of that. Although there isn't a I don't think anything's happened yet. We'll take a look. Meme Copious says, why are we watching Silhouettes? Because it's the best we have. So, do they have the girls video? No, they have a different person, a different. There is a woman across the street who filmed it, and I gotta go back here and we'll pull that up. Because I think I can pull that up here. Hold on, chat. Her video. Where is it? Hold on. All right, hold on here. Let's see if I can find her video or the video she took. Okay, yeah. So the video of there's a woman across the street took video of it, and here's what's going on. This is a little better.
Can you hear that okay, Mr. Long?
Yes.
Okay, so the prosecutor's getting in the way on this, but we're going to do this the best we can here.
Do you see in the corner here where it says 3 minutes, 44 seconds?
Yes.
Can you see here where it says 6? Do you recall that video at the beginning, which sounded like
See, there you go. You get that little clip of him just on top, just boom, boom, boom. Like, guys, he's beating the shit out of him. He got charged with misdemeanor assault. That's the best you're going to get. There are no body cams. This department didn't have them in 2017, so there's no body cams. It's not an issue. These are the two videos we have. Just...
Now,
so that's the video. Those are the two videos you got. Yep. Oh, no, you're fine. You're fine. We all need to catch up. This is 2017, guys. This is way before. It's way before. Yes, the cop got charged with assault. And he's charged with assault and interfering with civil rights. 2 state law charges. They're both misdemeanors. It's not like he can go to prison over them. So, yeah, he took more shots to the chin than Mike Piazza. Yeah. Yep. So we have day 3 of this, and we're gonna start that. Day 3 of this trial. Okay, I think this is it. Okay, nope. Here we go. All right. So here we go.
When it works properly, you're completely.
So this is his. This is a patrol sergeant talking now. Kimbo, I can't spoil it. I can't spoil it. Okay. Give it a chance, and I'll explain it to you. I can't spoil what happened.
Officer, if you would remain standing, raise your right hand. You swear in this matter to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
If you would, please state your name for the record.
I'm Dave Williams.
normal spelling.
WILLIAMS.
And your assignment?
I'm a patrol sergeant.
Where?
The Euclid Police Department.
How long have you been with the Euclid Police Department?
24 years.
May inquire, counsel.
Good morning, Sergeant Williams.
Good morning.
What is your position at the Euclid Police Department?
I'm a patrol sergeant.
What does that involve?
I help supervise a patrol shift.
What is that?
Well, myself and 2 other supervisors in charge of a 16-man shift. We schedule, supervise their activities.
Okay. And did you ever take did you go to OPATA?
I did.
And what police academy did you go to?
I went to the Ohio State Highway Patrol Academy.
Okay, and they're OPATA certified?
Yes.
And did you ever take additional training in TASER?
Yes, I was a TASER instructor.
And what does that involve?
You go to a TASER instructor class. They teach you how it works, how it functions, what it's for, and that certifies you to teach your coworkers.
So, guys, OPATA is the Ohio Peace Officer Training Academy. It's like the statewide agency that sets up the training curriculum. So, police departments can do their own academies. The Ohio State Highway Patrol does an academy where they train their troopers, but you can also go to their academy and they will also teach you to be a cop in general. And then various, like the community colleges in the state, there's a bunch of them, do a OPATA certified program as well. So there's a lot of places you can go, and they're the standards enforcement for police training in Ohio. So that's why you kept hearing on OPATA. I never clarified.
Back to your station to use the tool.
Can you talk to us a little bit about the function of a TASER?
Yes, it's an electrical discharge weapon. It has 50,000 volts. It attacks the sensory system, the central nervous system, the muscular system. When it works properly, you're completely incapacitated. And then when it shuts off, you're back to normal. So ideally, when you use it on someone, they're completely incapacitated and you can handcuff them, place them into custody. It's a really great tool. It's been very beneficial to us over the years.
Is a TASER considered lethal force?
It is not considered lethal force.
Is it considered non-lethal force?
It is considered non-lethal force.
What does the term less than lethal force mean?
Less than lethal means that it's not designed to kill you.
But is there some risk that a TASER could kill someone?
There is some risk that it could kill you, yes.
And in fact, that's
If you have pre-existing conditions, if you're elderly, very small, very young, there's a subset of people they don't want you to use tasers on.
Did you train the whole department on use of TASER?
No, I did not train the whole department.
Did you train Officer Amiott?
I did not. I did not.
TASER.
No, an officer that no longer works for us trained Officer Amiott on taser.
But you're familiar with the training curriculum?
Yes.
And how are officers in Euclid trained?
You sit down.
Is the training the same for all?
Yes.
Oh,
That means you can answer. How are officers in Euclid trained with the TASER?
You get together as a group. You watch a taser provided PowerPoint, go over how it works, how you operate it, how you carry it. You watch a bunch of videos of it being used. You can be shot with it if you elect to do so, just to feel what it feels like. You can be hooked up to it and get a little feeling of how it feels.
Yeah, guys, this is how, because you don't get trained on tasers in police academy. So think about that. That's how cops are trained on using the taser. It's like you learning how to run a new software on your job. Oh, here's some PowerPoints. Go play with it.
What is the purpose of that?
Just so you can testify about it and how you know what it feels like on your body. It's voluntary. You don't have to do it.
Okay. And what else is part of the TASER training?
You, after you are shown how it works and everything, you get to shoot it on practice target. Just so you can see how the probes spread out. They shoot out at an angle. So it has a it has a laser. So if I were to point the laser right here on my body, the top probe would hit me right here, and then the bottom probe would hit lower somewhere. Okay, so generally the top probe will hit where you're aiming, and then the bottom probe goes down at an angle. Okay.
Based on your training experience, what's some of the risks and benefits of using a taser over other options of force?
The risks are overdependence on the taser, using it in wrong situations. It might not work. In this particular instance, it didn't work the way we would have wanted it to work.
Objection. Sustained. Sustained. Question.
Are there other risks and benefits to the taser that you'd like to touch on
Benefits.
without talking about this specific issue?
The benefits in particular are people aren't injured afterwards. There's no lasting effects. You're not injuring them.
Sometimes it fucking kills people.
Pepper spray lingers for days on someone. Hitting people with sticks or fists, injures people. Tasers, generally, the person's fine. You incapacitate them, you take them into custody, and it's all over. So it's been a great tool for us over the years. Doesn't work all the time. There's a lot of misses. People aren't standing still. It's very dynamic. So there's been many, many misses over the years. Many one probe strikes where the probe doesn't hit properly. Many times the probe will get stuck in people's clothing and not penetrate, like winter clothing, heavy clothing. So it doesn't always work. It's just a tool. It has its pluses and minuses.
Judge, may we approach?
You may.
Okay.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Well, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that admonition is on the record.
Beg pardon?
But that admonition is on the record, whatever it was.
Counsel, ask your question, please.
Why are there two probes on a taser?
It's to complete a circuit of electricity. It allows the neuromuscular incapacitation to take place.
If someone deploys, how close to someone do you have to be to deploy a taser?
You can be from arm's length to 21 or 25 feet. You want some spread on the probes. So we've had a lot of failures where people were shot too close. The larger the spread, the better it works.
What happens if you deploy your taser at one person and one of the probes hit, but the other one does not?
It doesn't work. There is no neuromuscular incapacitation if both probes don't hit.
Okay, and if, for example, if I have hands on Officer Amiott and one probe goes into me and one probe goes into him, but we're touching, what's the effect of that?
That's going to be your neuromuscular incapacitation, so they would both be incapacitated.
Are each of us fully tased when that happens?
Yes.
We're not less tased because there's two people.
No.
We're receiving the same amount of volt as if we were tased alone.
Correct.
Our officers trained. Have you ever heard before of a situation where one probe hits an officer, one probe hits a subject?
Objection. Overruled.
No, this is unusual. I haven't heard of it happening before. That doesn't mean it hasn't happened before. This is an unusual occurrence for us. I can't think of when it's happened with us. And we have a lot of use of the tool.
Does the officer have control over how long they take someone?
Yes, as long as you're holding on to the taser unit, you can hold the trigger on it down, and you can tase someone as long as you want to. If you let go of the trigger, then it does a 5-second cycle.
So once you hit the trigger, you can't stop the 5-second cycle, is that correct?
That's correct. Well, you can. If it's in your hand, you can shut it off.
If someone were to hit the trigger and then drop the taser,
Then it would go for 5 seconds.
if in that situation I just asked about, if in that same situation a third person touched the two of us, what are the effects on them?
Then they're all going to be tased.
And they're all going to feel the full amount of the taser.
Correct.
When a taser is dropped, once it's fired, can it be fired again?
Yes.
How many times can each taser be deployed?
Objection.
There's a relevancy here, but answer the question.
It can be fired at least 100 times, depending on how much is in the battery. The batteries deplete.
What are some of the risks that an officer might be aware of if a taser is loose on the pavement?
Objection.
It's the same.
Are there risks to an uncontrolled taser that's not being held by an officer?
Objection.
I'm not sure why you're thinking of the risks of the taser.
You shouldn't be saying that in front of the jury.
And maybe approach.
No. I'm going to let him answer the question. Answer the question, we're
Any weapon, you don't want an uncontrolled weapon laying around.
talking about a taser. What's the
Any taser,
on a taser?
you wouldn't want it being unsecured. Someone else could grab it.
And could someone else deploy it?
Yes,
And if the barbs are already in people, they would feel the effect again?
for sure. Yes.
Just hang on 1 moment.
You may.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
No question with the witness.
Questions by the jury. You have to write it out.
Just may I start?
Big part?
May I just get up there and I want it?
Yes.
I do like that part where you had to say, "Listen, numbnuts, write it out."
By all means. I'll just ask the question. Could a taser injure or even possibly kill a person with being tased with maybe, say, a heart condition or what have you?
For sure. That's one of the people they suggest you don't shoot with tasers. Pre-existing medical.
Suggest you don't shoot.
Pre-existing medical
Sir,
condition.
you can't talk.
Sorry, Ron.
All right. Go ahead.
Yes, you don't want to shoot people with pre-existing medical conditions.
All right. Questions based on that?
He's literally
Is
talking
there
to
some
the
training as to
juror.
how to assess whether someone might be a poor candidate for being tased?
Someone's appearance, small, frail, elderly, extremely obese. There's a whole subset of people they suggest you don't shoot with tasers.
Anything else? No question.
You hear that, chat? I got
Next one.
a free pass.
Officer Paul Doyle.
What about heat allergies? Yes, very critical. Yes, I'm taser proof. All right, hold on here. I gotta switch the guy's banner out. It is Paul Doyle.
Raise your right hand, officer, in this matter. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Be seated.
If you would, please state your name for the record, spell your last name,
Paul Doyle, Doyle.
and you are a Euclid police officer.
Yes, I am.
How long?
31 years,
Your current assignment?
traffic division, assigned to the courts for daily details.
Okay, I noted you brought documents with you. May I see those, please?
Certainly.
So he's assigned to the court to do things there.
You're going to use these in testifying here?
If I need to recollect, it's my lesson plan that I taught defensive
Yes, I'm
tactics.
fat
for
enough
new
to make me
recruits.
taser safe too.
It's the policy and procedure that I shared with them during that training, and a copy of the report.
Which report?
This incident.
This incident report?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hold on to the incident report. I will give you back your other documents.
Thank you, sir.
You may inquire now.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
I think you should state your name for the record, but you could tell us about your employment.
I've been a police officer with the city of Euclid for 31 years, since 1991. I was in patrol for most of that, had some special assignments for community policing.
Of course, almost the only other witness who's not a cop is the use of force expert they use at the end. But yes, everybody else is a cop, and they're all Euclid police officers because they're all there to say he did nothing wrong. They're pulling the first 48 defensive. My baby didn't do nothing wrong. So here we go.
Several years, and then
I'm going to interrupt you. What is community policing?
it's just community-based policing, where what we had done is organized community groups, neighborhood associations, and found out what was important in their neighborhoods and help them achieve the goals that they wanted to achieve. Anything from police matters to community matters. We spent times doing community gardens, community playgrounds, community libraries. We did after-school studies. We did Saturday morning matinees. We did Saturday morning bowling. Just organized help. It's part of the Weed and Seed program to seed in good programs for the community.
Is that designed to foster community engagement with the police department?
Yes.
And improve community life in Euclid?
Yes.
And how long has Euclid Police Department had programs like that?
Counter objection to these kind of programs.
Beg pardon?
Objection to these kind of programs.
Overrule, answer the question.
It was in effect, I think, for close to 10 years.
And what time period?
10 years. Next question.
What are your other roles at Euclid Police Department?
I was assigned to the traffic unit, and then when manpower became an issue, I was transferred over to the court, work as a bailiff. So I'm still assigned to the traffic unit, but daily duties require me to be in court most of the time. And when I'm not in court, I'm back out on the road and do traffic details or assist with patrol.
Do you also participate in training of new recruits or new hires?
I have, yes.
Working police officers in Euclid?
Yes, I have.
And did you participate in that role from 2012 to 2017?
Correct.
Did you stop in 2017 or was it ongoing?
Basically stopped in 2017. They rotate guys through the detail.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to train Officer Amiott?
Yes, I did.
So he was Amiott's field training officer. Okay, guys. So that's why he's important here. He's like, I'm the guy who actually trained him on the streets. And real quick, I know we're going to get to a bunch of these other super chats, but Johan's asking a semi-tangential question. If I have diabetic neuropathy, can I use that excuse not to do the DUI line walk test? Yes. Here's the neat thing. Don't ever do any of the field sobriety tests. Never, ever, 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 anyway. Never do them. So, yeah, it's you've got a great excuse, but you're going to say, I'm not doing them. I don't care. You're not doing the pen test. Don't do any of them. Don't do any of them. But yes, very good question. And Fatty Caddy, we'll get to all your comments.
And is that when he was a new hire?
Yes.
And what topics did you train him in?
What I covered is basic defensive tactics. My outline, we went through just basic strikes.
Okay. If we could pause for a moment. I have a copy of your defensive tactics outline. I'm Mark, I want to make sure it's the same thing you have before we create confusion and correct it. May I approach?
You may.
Sorry, Judge.
So this is the 2017, the first page that deleted, but it's the same outline for both.
I think we have the same document.
Yes.
I'm going to mark as Defense Exhibit 12.
the document? Oh,
This is my defensive tactics outline.
thank you.
And is that your training curriculum?
Yes, it is.
And is that an approved curriculum?
Yes, it was.
While he's looking at that, are you familiar with the use of force continuum?
Yes, I am.
Is this training curriculum in line with that use of force continuum?
Yes, it is. It's actually the last page of the outline.
Do you have a copy of this?
Share a copy of this. For the training curriculum.
You can give me a copy.
It's the same document.
You're saying you have to try to get out, which is actually about.
I haven't prepared your copies for you. I'm sorry.
Question?
I'm just reading to my document back. Thank you. So I'm going to mark your curriculum as Defense Exhibit 12. Can you go over what you trained in that class, just with your curriculum, what Officer Amiott would have been trained with?
Okay, the first thing we do is an introduction just to get to know the people that are in the class. Find out their work history, their defensive tactics experience, if they have any injuries or concern, and then I just go over the outline with them. I was surprised to find out that most people don't have any background for self-defense. A lot of the people just came from regular jobs. One officer was a librarian, another was a mechanic. They just do blue-collar type of work and decided to become a police officer. I had 14 hours to introduce them to concepts and principles that would help them defend themselves when they're literally engaged in a situation where they would be fighting and they're governed by rules and the person they're fighting has no rules. There's no referee, and at any time, if they want to fight dirty or pull out a weapon, these other people can do that, whereas we are governed by rules during the fight.
So it's fair to say that you have to prepare officers for rapidly changing situations,
Correct.
unpredictable situations,
Correct.
sometimes unfair situations.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move along to the next section of your curriculum. What actual force tactics do you train in?
We start off with just warming them up, and we do just basic strikes. Punches in the air, then we'll do it on a pad. We did the jab, a reverse punch, a jab, reverse punch combination, a hook, uppercut combination. Just very basic combinations.
Why are officers trained to punch people?
Because when you're in a fight, you may be required to punch. It's actually one of the simplest techniques to teach, but it's going to be required. If someone's fighting you, you're going to have to fight back to defend yourself.
And do strikes, whether leg strikes or hand strikes, are they?
You guys are wondering, Clyde's got a new peen to chew on, apparently. You can hear 2.0.
Intended to produce compliance?
Yes.
What how do you train officers to strike? I see punches, elbow strikes, and knee strikes here.
Yeah, we continue on with elbow strikes, knee strikes, and kicks.
What is a knee strike?
Striking someone with your knee.
And when would you do that?
Again, when you're in a fighting situation, things change and evolve quickly. You may find yourself standing. You may find yourself on the ground in any position. So we're trying to teach you how to strike another body with power to help protect yourself. So.
Okay. And what else do you train here? If you go to blocks.
Okay. We started out with all the strikes, and then we went to blocks. Again,
I don't think YouTube's going to allow that, chat.
To keep from getting hit or to minimize the damage when you are hit. So we just went over basic blocks. Again, on here it's going to be up, down, inward, and outward. Again, just to protect the perimeter of your body.
Okay. Can you go over the specific kinds of punches, strikes, and kicks that Officer Amiott was trained on? Do you have enumerated here?
Yes, we do. The punches is going to start off with just the jab. That's going to be once you're in a fighting stance, you'll have one side forward, preferably the non-gun side, so you keep your weapon back away from the opponent. A jab would just be a straight line punch to the attacker, usually up towards the head area. A reverse punch would be using the reverse hand, the backhand, not the lead hand, but the backhand coming back, and that would either could go to the face, to the body. I think when I train them to do the drills, they'd actually train high, middle, and low to pick targets at different heights, just to teach the student that there is several targets available and not to get focused in on one.
Okay. And what about knee strikes and kicks?
Okay. As with all the strikes, You have different weapons that you can use. Would be your hands for the punches, your elbows for the strikes. You can actually use your shoulders. And you were asking about kicks?
Yes.
Okay. Again, the kicks would be using your feet, again, in just different directions. Front kick would be snapping and a thrusting. Side kick going to the side, snapping and a thrusting. A roundhouse kick would be an angle of attack coming in directly from the side. And back kick kicking behind you. So you're able to defend from different directions.
Is this training required for all new recruits?
It was at the time.
And in your training experience as an officer, have you had to rely on this training in the performance of your job?
Certainly.
So you've had to punch people, kick people.
There are plenty of times when people don't want to be arrested or petted for weapons.
Have you had to use it?
Yes.
Next question.
And then what happens next? You drill them? What does that involve?
We did the strikes in the air, then we do it on a pad, and then we put combinations together, basic combinations, 1-2 combinations. Like I said, we'd work it in the air, and then again on a pad, where they would either do a 1-2 punch or a block punch combination and try to vary the targets.
What does that mean, vary the targets?
Vary the targets.
Vary the targets.
Yes.
Sorry.
So when you're striking, you don't just get caught considering only one target. Being in a fight, you may be laying down with someone on top of you or side by side, in a car, half in a car, out of a car. If someone's standing outside the car and attacking me while I'm in the car, punching them in the face is not going to be very effective. I won't be able to reach the target. Moving lower on the body to the groin, to the legs, to the knees. These are other targets that are close at hand that I could probably strike more effectively until I can get into a position to do something else.
So officers can even punch someone in the groin if the situation requires it.
Correct.
If it's reasonable.
Correct.
Can you tell me about your training in how officers should approach or closing the gaps and things you have listed here?
After the combat drills, we did approaches. It's going to be to remind them of the reactionary gap or the interview stance. Basically, the reactionary gap is going to be a pace and a half of the suspect. Nobody gets within a pace and a half of you, and that would be the person that you're dealing with, the suspect. If I'm dealing with someone, I'm traditionally very short compared to the people that I deal with. They would be able to cover that pace and a half much quicker, the distance, than I could. If they're inside the reactionary gap, that means they can act faster than I can react. So if they're within a pace and a half, they can strike me without me being able to defend myself.
Okay. And how do you train on closing the gap or conduct inside the gap?
Well, with the reactionary gap, we covered just the distance and then approaching from the angles instead of directly in front and directly behind, working on the angles to minimize, or what I would say, check their weapons. In closing the gap, what I had them do is, it's called an in-place check. As you talk with your hands up. Keep your hands in front of you. It doesn't matter if I'm talking with my hands this way or actively engaged in a fight like this, my hands are up to protect myself. So I've taught them to keep an in-place check up near your chest to help protect your face, and that as I close that distance, that's a time when he can strike you before you have a chance to react. So I'm going to keep this in place, so if something should come, I can deflect it away while I go in, and I'm targeting his elbow, the lead elbow. With that, I can grab the arm and spin his body, blade him away from me, and by touching that, it prevents this arm from coming back at me, and it makes an uncomplimentary angle where if he tries to reach me with the other arm, I can continue to push in, and it makes it where he won't have a lot of force as he tries to reach or strike me.
So is that exactly how an officer is trained to?
That's how I train them, yes.
What are escorts?
Escort is just going to be moving person from one place to another. So if you had an incident where you wanted to take him from his vehicle back to our vehicle, okay, or if you're in a house from one room to another to separate people, just to moving them from one place to another.
And how officers train to escort the subject who's resisting, based on your outline?
Okay. Ideally, all this is done without resistance. We'd like to get compliance or cooperation.
Does that always happen?
No, it doesn't. We try to teach them the techniques to help protect themselves if the person becomes combative and to still accomplish the goal. But ideally, it's done with no resistance. And when I train them initially, it's done with no resistance. So they have an understanding of the landmarks and stuff of what they need to do. The first escort was a straight armbar escort. It's done with no resistance. You're just basically going to come up. As I said, you close the gap. You're going to keep one hand to protect your face. As you close the gap and make contact with the suspect, you're going to aim for the point just above the elbow. Grab that and then grab the hand. So now I have control of the arm. And as we start to walk, if they're compliant, it's a very gentle touch. All right. And I can actually take my hand and place it around their body to guide them in the direction. It's a very gentle escort. With resistance, we did step it up a little bit with just a little bit of resistance where they're not quite complying, but they're not quite fighting. So if you're telling them to come with me and they're not going to go in that direction, what you do is you place the hand behind the elbow, stiffen the arm, anchor the other hand, and shove the shoulder up into his ear. What that does is causes him to unbalance, and it will start to move him in the direction that you want him to go.
And is that the same training you use with Officer Amiott?
Yes, it is.
And is that training method the state sanctioned method?
It was at that time, yes.
Has it changed?
I'm not sure what the current.
Because you're not.
I haven't been doing it for several years.
We have some, it looks like, moving on, the next section is falls. What is your training related to falling positions or use of force in falls?
Actually, as you go through the escorts, it does just a couple different options with the escorts. You pushing them in one direction, pulling them back, push, pull, and then just sinking the weight down to buckle his base. They did come-alongs.
What does sinking the weight down to buckle his base mean?
Again, it's just going to unbalance him while you're attempting to move him. If I were attempting to move someone that's much taller than me, I would have a tough time working high. So it gives you an option of working lower. So I would hit the hip and buckle his hips down, bringing him down to a height, but it would also unbalance him so I could move him in the direction that I need to get him going.
What is a balance? Do you train balance? I know he's going to have balance displacements.
Well, it's
Is that a balance displacement?
yes. To do anything, you need to have a solid base underneath you. Whatever work you're going to do, you need to have a base underneath you. When you don't have a base, you're out of balance and you can be moved or
So is the objective of the officer to keep their base while undermining the
disrupting theirs. Yes.
And what are some of the balance displacement techniques you train in?
Well, like I said, with this, the escorts were very low level with no resistance or very low level resistance. And that was, like I said, the push was where we push the shoulder up into the ear and it would actually tip them away from you. If they tried to regain and go and to fight that or resist that, then you could actually sink your weight and pull them back the other direction, getting them to move in this direction. So once they're off balance, you can redirect them where you want them. The other one, like I said, here in the outline is pressing on the hip. So if he's rigid up top and fighting with his arms, chances are you'll have an opportunity to do something in another area of his body to take his mind off what he's doing. So in this instance, the recommendation is to hit the hip and drop him down to buckle his base a little bit to get him off balance, to move him in the direction you want him.
Would you expect that if you perform these techniques, based on your experience, if you perform these techniques and someone's not resisting, they would go down right where they are?
Objection. Overruled. Answer the
Okay, all right.
You remember the question?
Yes.
Answer the question.
These are actually imbalanced, so you're not going to, the purpose isn't to drop them to the ground. It's not a takedown just yet. You're just unbalancing them so you can redirect them in a direction you want them to go.
Okay.
So if they're stationary and you want them to move, you're unbalancing them to get them to move. And once they start to move, you redirect them where you want them to go.
Okay, so I think I may be confusing the idea of balance displacement between and a takedown.
Yes.
Okay. And now can we move along to, what was that, like falls?
Yeah, the falls.
Okay.
Basically, when you're in a fight, your chances are it's going to go to the ground. And a lot of times people can get hurt.
Darcy, thank you.
Hitting the ground. Just falling improperly, hitting your hands, hitting your elbows. You can dislocate and damage and hurt yourself. So taught the officers how to fall properly to minimize damage when they do go down.
Okay, and next takedowns.
Okay.
How are those trained?
Okay, this would be the next step where you have the balance displacement, where you're trying to unbalance someone. This is where you're actually unbalancing them to the point where your purpose is to take them down to the ground, direct them down to the ground.
Okay, and how are officers trained to do that?
The first one was a forward straight armbar takedown, and it's very similar to the escort position that when I came in, I'm going to protect my face moving in, grab the arm, get the arm straight. If I go to escort them or move them, and they resist and start to fight or prevent me from moving them, then what I would do is use my hand, my forearm, or I can even use my shoulder, but I'm going to press it against the back of their arm, start to roll it forward, bend them over, imbalancing them, and drive them down towards the ground.
And I guess to ask the question again in relation to takedowns, would you expect that if someone's not resisting, they would go down with their standing?
Yes.
Approximately.
So yes.
Sustained. We'll strike it, disregard. Next question.
Maybe approach.
No.
Wow. Needs to not let him
I'll
do stuff.
rewind and ask again about balance displacement. If you were using a balance displacement technique,
Was that comment from me, counsel?
no, but one was not, one was overruled, one was sustained, so I'm just gonna go back to one that was overruled.
Okay.
If someone were using, you're using a balance displacement intended to drop someone to the ground, and they weren't resisting, would you expect them to fall where they were standing?
Objection, speculation, hypothetical.
Sustained.
Officer, do you have experience with this?
When we train the new recruits, everything we do,
Objection.
I sustain the objection. Your question was, counsel? What was your last
Well, I was
question?
gonna-
What was your last question?
It's establishing a foundation that he's not speculating. Are you trained
Would
in?
you read me the last question, please?
Yes, sir. Officer, do you have experience with this?
Answer the question.
yes, I do have experience doing.
Next question, please.
And have you personally used these techniques that you train
Yes,
based on your training and experience, without speculating? If you use a balance displacement technique intended to drop someone to the ground and they're not resisting, would you expect them to go to the ground in close proximity to where you're at?
I expect them to go down directly where I direct them.
Thank you. What are some of the other takedown positions that you train in?
On the outline, we have two basic takedowns, and that would be forward.
That right there, chat, that is your witness is not working out the way you planned. And it sounds like they didn't do the best prep with this guy because it really derailed her there.
Taking someone straight down forward, and then we had taking them down backward. It's all relative to the officer. So the directions, taking someone down towards their face or someone suspect down on their back. When we train with these, we always walk through them without resistance, slow speed, so nobody gets hurt as they do this, so they can learn and understand the movements. So once they become familiar with it, then they can do it a little quicker and improve their technique.
Okay, and can you go through like the itemized things you trained with backward takedowns?
Again, my lesson plan was all off of the escort position and closing the gap. So if I came to approach someone, or if they approached me, I put a hand up to my face to protect my face, get that lead arm, come in and try to control the arm. From this position, if I wanted to take someone backwards, what we had is the first three would be shoulder, shirt grab, or hair grab. So if they're going backwards, I would grab the shoulder here and I would step back, drop my weight down, pulling their shoulders behind their hips, which would cause them to fall backwards right in place. All right, I could grab the shoulder. Next would be the shirt. If they're wearing a heavy coat or a sweatshirt, a solid shirt, I can grab the shirt and it's affect the same technique. Last would be the hair grab. Whereas if they were summertime and didn't have clothing that you could grab onto, could actually grab a handful of hair, tip the head back, tip the shoulders behind the hips, and again, drop them right in the spot in front of you.
And what if a subject is spun back toward you? Takedowns trained.
If they're spinning in towards you, they're aggressing you. You're now engaged in a fight. Depending on the officer's experience, they would have to determine whether they should stay with the technique if they have enough skill to pull off the technique, or disengage and go to another technique. The next technique that I had was actually something similar. That was turn the head, turn away, and heel palm. So if I'm in this position and they start to pull and spin around with me, with this technique, you just take the hand, hit the face, and turn his head, and then redirect his head down. So he would be spun all the way around and actually almost tackling you.
Is the training methodology behind that someone's body sort of follows their head?
Yes.
So by directing their head,
Yeah. If you can control the head, you can control the direction of the body.
okay? And what's the next one on the list?
The next one is to turn head away with the mandible, your jaw being the mandible. The first couple were pulling the person backwards. The second one was pushing him away. The third one is coming all the way around up underneath his head here. So to the layperson, it would look like a choke or whatever. We're not going for the neck. What you want to do is hook the angle of the jaw here. All right. You want to keep your hands away from the mouth so you don't get bit. So you slide up underneath, turn the head sideways. Once the head's turned sideways, you can start to corkscrew it and turn it around. As long as the head's in line with the body, they have some strength. When you turn it sideways, people are much weaker. They're fighting their own muscles. So you turn it around that way. And again, pull the head and the shoulders behind the hips, which should drop them down right in front of you.
And this is also how Officer Amiott was trained.
These are all techniques that I taught the classes at that time, yes.
What is D, the seatbelt?
Similar situation, again, all of them stemming from the basic position of being in the control of the arm. If they're not compliant and they start to turn to fight, this would be just take the arm up over the top like a seatbelt coming across the body, and you would strike down on the shoulder, across the chest like that.
Hold on. Whoa.
Across the body, and you would strike down on the shoulder, across the chest like that, and unbalance them by pulling again the head and the shoulders behind the hips and dropping them to the ground.
Okay, and the E?
The forearms clothesline. Again, if I have them in this position and they're moving forward to get away from me or to spin around in front, that would be just to turn basically into them, come with the forearm as a clothesline, striking them in the upper chest or in the jaw area. The goal is to tip the head and the shoulders back behind the hips and drop them to the ground.
Okay, and last, I think it's F.
It's going to be armbar takedown. Let's see here. From straight armbar. Okay, from the escort position, again, would be from the straight armbar that we looked at in the beginning. You would apply pressure behind the elbow to force them forward. Now they're bending the arm, resisting you pulling the arm back. So you start to lose that position. And again, this would be to just graft right to the next technique, is to pull the arm up, buckle it, go with the bend in the arm, and take them backwards. So as they're trying to fight and pull back like this, you, instead of trying to fight them and go forward, you reverse direction and use their momentum to take them backwards.
Thank you. And what's the next subject you train on?
Wrist locks. Again, just basic inward and outward wrist locks.
And next?
Rolling suspect over to cuffing position.
Why is this important?
Well, if you're fighting and they land on their face, they're already face down. You need to get the arms behind the back. But if they land on their back, they have all their weapons facing you to fight you. They have two hands, two elbows. They have knees. They've got feet. They have their fingers to gouge, claw. They can bite. So what you need to do is to flip them over to get them into cuffing position. But you want to do that with minimizing risk to yourself.
If someone's on their back and not giving their hands up to be cuffed, why do you assume that their hands or feet are weapons
Objection.
based on your training experience?
Did you want me to answer? Or?
No, I'm going to make a decision here.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. You may overrule, answer the question.
On any person's body, they have 11 weapons. They have their hands, their elbows, their shoulders, their knees, their feet, their head, and then you have tiny weapons, smaller weapons. Minor weapons would be the hands, the fingertips for scratching, pinching, teeth for biting. So it's just anybody that wants to hurt you, they have several ways to hurt you, and these are the basic weapons that they have.
Did you train officers that you taught to anticipate the risk of these bodily weapons on subjects?
Certainly.
Why is that important in training?
Objection. Just saying, that can hurt you. Next question.
Back to rolling suspect over to cuffing position. Can you talk about how officers are trained to do that?
Okay, again, as we trained with any of this, it's done very slowly in the beginning. You walk through it, explain the moves, and then as they get more familiar with it, you start to increase the speed and just slight resistance with it. But if someone's over on their back, what I taught them to do is to lift the arm to check the weapons. So we're starting with the escort position where I have control of an arm that I can at least get in and get a hand on an arm, whether they went forward or in this case backwards. I'm hoping that they maintain control of at least one arm, maintain body contact. If not, and they're going to close the gap, they come in at an angle and to regain control of an arm. All right. If they're reaching up or trying to strike you to try to grasp that arm, once you have the arm, the first thing that they're going to want to do is to yank up hard on that arm. Initially, I told them that they want to check when someone's standing, you check their weapons by pushing on the elbow. When they're laying on their back, when you pull up on the arm this way, it blades their body away. And again, essentially locks this arm out so he can't attack you with it. By turning sideways slightly, it checks the other weapons because he doesn't have a good angle to strike you. He may be able to hit you, but hopefully it would minimize the force and the damage caused by that strike. Number two on that would be apply pressure to the back of the elbow to check the weapons, and that's the purpose, again, to turn the body away. You're going to pull up on the arm hard. As you start to roll them over, you want to get them past perpendicular. If you're short, and if you stop short, and he's not quite perpendicular, he can go back and continue to fight. If you get him up at least perpendicular and beyond, you're at a tipping point, and you have a fairly good chance of rolling him over on his belly. And again, with face down, it checks his weapons.
Okay, and what are the purpose of verbal commands?
Just to keep letting them know what you want done. You're trying to talk them through it. Ideally, you want compliance. If the best fight is the fight you never have to have. If I ask you to turn around, put your hands behind your back, and you do that willingly, then there's no fight. That's the easiest way to do it. If you're trying to tell someone you want something done, then you use verbal commands to let them know. Once they start physically resisting, then you're going to have to go to physical, but we still try to use verbal commands that if they're absorbing information, they know what you want done.
Based on your training program, if you tell someone to roll over and they don't, is that use resistance?
Well, they're not compliant.
So it's, I guess
Yes.
it's non-compliant to
Yes.
resistance.
Yes.
What is the difference?
Either you're going to help and assist with your own arrest, or you're going to hinder that. For me, there's very little difference, but I guess for the person involved, their activity level. So,
Okay. And you have a section here under copying the suspect called positions, control versus comfort. Can you tell us about that?
I believe this actual little section is once you're having them down, we've went to taking the person down, they're on their back, you've rolled them forward. Now you have the arms and you're actually going to cuff. So they've not fighting at this point or actively fighting at this point, and you have an arm. So you can establish some control over the person that's down on the ground, because if they're face down and the arm is up behind them, you can raise the arm up and you have pressure point or control leverage at the shoulder. You have a leverage point at the elbow, and you also have a leverage point or pain compliance at the wrist.
Do you train in a defense tactic called shoulder to ear that involves bringing a shoulder to the ear?
That was a technique. That's in the beginning for the S word.
Okay. Moving along to how is someone trained if they've got a suspect rolled over but are in the process of cuffing them? What was your training on that issue like? So if there's still someone's rolled over, they're still getting resistance, pull those arms up. Or they're unable to pull the arms up.
If they're face down on the ground and pulling their arms in, all right, you're going to have to get the arms out in order to handcuff them. We cuff behind the back.
And what are the techniques you would train an officer to use to get the arms out?
You can try to reach in and grab a hand, or better yet, a finger. So if you can separate a finger from the hand and then redirect the hand by prying back on the fingers to move the hand in the direction that you want it to go behind the back.
And other techniques?
Again, you can work your way up the arm, but further up the arm, the stronger the person's going to be. So you can try to work a arm or a baton in by the elbow and use both arms to pull it out. If they're not compliant at all and holding tight, you do strikes. Give him something else to think about, take his mind off the fight. And if while he's concentrating on the pain or the discomfort somewhere else, you're able to get the hand that you want and direct it where you want it to go.
Okay. And is someone handcuffed when they have one handcuff on or two?
When they're handcuffed is when both hands are secured behind their back.
Based on your training experience and based on your training program, is someone under control when they just have one handcuff on?
Objection. Overruled.
You can answer.
Okay. No, actually, that's a really dangerous situation. It's like giving them a weapon. Once a handcuff is on, now they have the other handcuff.
Sustained and answered. Next question.
Why is that a uniquely dangerous situation for officers?
They have a piece of metal in their hand, whether it's in their hand or whether it's attached to their wrist. Now you have an arm that's flailing around with a piece of metal attached to it that can hurt you or somebody else.
Do you train officers about that risk?
Yes.
And in your training experience, do you teach officers to maintain control of the other cuff, the open cuff?
Yes.
There's a lot of improvising.
Actually, we have two different types of cuffs, chain cuffs and hinge cuffs. I actually tell them I prefer the hinge cuffs because once you get a cuff on, you have a little more control. Whereas with the chain cuffs, because it's chain and it's pliable, they can actually, if even with two hands cuffed, can trap your fingers in it and injure you.
Maybe self-explanatory, the chain cuffs, can you describe the difference
Objection. Sustained.
between handcuffs?
Irrelevant. Move on. Irrelevant.
Does the kind of handcuffs you use affect the choices you make when using force? They pose different risks to officers?
You're able to do different things with the different cuffs. A hinged cuff is
What
attached.
type cuff did you have when you were training?
We had both.
Which ones did you train them on?
Both.
Answer the question.
Okay. Just the benefit or the hazards of each. A hinged cuff has two hinges and the cuffs don't twist side to side. All right. So as you grab that, I can have a little more leverage in my hand and control bringing back the arm behind the back. Whereas if it's just a chain in between, I can grab the other cuff, but he's free to move and wrap and do whatever he wants. So with that, you can get your fingers wrapped up in the chain. So, and injured.
Okay, and then the officer, how are they trained to secure the other hand with just one hand free? So they're holding the cuff and to get the other arm. How are they trained to do that?
Actually, if you have one hand in a cuff and you brought it back behind their back, hopefully at that point, the suspect has given up and he will, the general practice is have them bring it back to you. You're going to control that hand and control his body and call for the other hand to come back. If he doesn't, then use pain compliance to get that.
In your training experience, you said usually they've given up by then.
Yes.
Is it your training experience that even where you've had subjects resisting, by the time you get one cuff, they have given up and will give you the other arm?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain it then. We're dealing with training here, so next question.
Would it be uniquely, would you train officers that it's significant to the assessment of resistance, that someone still will not give up their second arm when the first arm is cuffed?
Objection.
Sustained.
If someone is in any way competing, your ability to cuff their second arm, is that resistance?
Yes.
Objection.
Is it active resistance?
Yes.
Is pain compliance the training method?
You stated you had been a bailiff, right?
Excuse me?
You stated you had been a bailiff, correct?
Yes.
Okay, when somebody objects, what are you supposed to do? Wait.
Okay.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
Do you train officers to use pain compliance in response to active resistance?
Objection. Ask and answer.
Sustained.
Can you read back the answer? I didn't hear the answer, so. I'm sorry.
What was your answer to that previously?
Can you repeat the question?
Okay. I agree. Do you have it?
I'm not sure which one you're asking.
Okay.
There was no answer.
Can you just read back the last question? I don't want to phrase the question wrong. You just read back. Sorry.
Do you train officers to use pain compliance to active resistance?
Yes, we do train to use pain compliance to get the suspect to follow our commands so that we can effect the arrest.
Is that how Officer Amiott was trained?
Yes, it was.
Is that how all officers are trained?
Yes.
Or is it required training by the state?
Yes.
Do you, in the course of your employment as a Euclid sergeant, do you participate in traffic stops?
I'm a patrolman. I'm not a sergeant.
Oh, I'm sorry. As a patrolman.
Thanks for the promotion, though.
You're welcome.
I have, but not so much anymore.
Okay.
Majority of my day is spent in the court.
Okay. 1 second. One moment here, if I may.
You may.
Officer, is your, in addition to the authorities we spoke about, APATA, state, et cetera, is your training in line with the Euclid's use of force and firearms policy?
Yes, it is.
And have you reviewed that policy to make sure that your training is in compliance with it?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that policy?
Yes. I have it here.
read the state first. Did you say you have it with you there?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm just gonna, may I approach, Judge? I wanna make sure
You
we're
may.
looking at the same document. Okay. I'm gonna mark this as Defense Exhibit 13. And can you tell me what that document is?
It's a use of force policy and procedure for the Euclid Police Department, and it was dated December 21st, 2016.
And would this have been the use of force policy and procedure at the time of the incident in question?
Yes,
Which I think we can establish you're aware we're here about a 2017 incident.
correct.
What is the policy for Euclid police officers using force? If I could direct your attention to Section 2, use of force, subsection D on page 74.
Section 2, use of force, D, says that any police officer has probable cause to believe that a person has committed a crime or public offense may use reasonable force to effect the arrest, to prevent escape, or to overcome resistance. When an officer makes or attempts to make an arrest, he or she need not retreat or desist from their efforts by reason of resistance or threatened resistance by the person being arrested. Nor shall the peace officer be deemed the aggressor or lose their right to self-defense by use of reasonable force to effect the arrest, prevent escape, or to overcome resistance.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Good morning, Officer Doe.
Good day, sir.
Officer, you indicated that you've been on the Euclid Police Department, I think 31 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
What about before that? Where were you a police officer?
I wasn't.
Okay, so your whole career has been in Euclid?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah,
sir.
the argument
You
reasonable
indicated
force.
that you trained Officer Amiott on use of force techniques when he was a new hire, correct?
Correct.
And when was that? What year?
I believe that was 2014.
They don't act like
Okay.
professionals.
Is it common practice for all departments to train officers, new hires on use of force?
I'm not sure what practice is with other departments.
Okay. You indicated that you train all new hires because I think you said that you don't know the background of the person, right? They could come from any walk of life, correct?
I train all new hires because the department wants all the new hires to go through their departmental training.
Okay. Do you know where Officer Amiott worked at previous police departments prior to Euclid? Are you aware of whether he held law enforcement jobs?
Approach.
You guys aren't aware that's Michael Amiott.
Prior law enforcement.
You may proceed.
Thank you. So, Officer Doyle, are you aware of prior law enforcement experience that Officer Amiott had prior to coming to Euclid Police Department?
I believe at that time I asked each person what they did for a living prior to coming to Euclid.
Okay, so the question is, are you aware that Officer Amiott had prior law enforcement experience at the time that you trained him?
I believe he came from Menor.
Okay. Are you aware that he also worked at North Kingsville?
No.
Were you aware at the time that he also worked in Grand River?
No, I have no knowledge of the new recruits as they come in.
Do you know if he received training and mentor on use of force?
I would imagine they had some or at the academy, but not extensive. Even our program is only 14 hours.
Okay. So you don't know what kind of training he had in mentor, but you're saying you assume that he did have some training, correct?
Well, most departments would require some sort of training. We just don't know what training they've had. So
And that makes sense, right? That that police departments would train law enforcement officers on the use of force, correct? That makes sense, right?
it's part of our job, yes.
It's part of your job. Because part of your job as a police officer involves inherently the use of force against citizens, correct?
Yes,
And where do you get that authority? Who gives you that authority?
the state, I believe.
The state, right?
Yes, yes,
So the state of Ohio is a government, it's a sovereign, right?
yes,
Right?
yes,
And the state of Ohio gives you an authority to use force against citizens because you're a police officer, right?
yes.
And how do you acquire that? Do you have some certificate that you have?
To be a police officer, yes.
Okay, so just to get down to basics, in order to be a police officer in the state of Ohio, you go to OPATA, correct?
Correct.
If you successfully pass that, what do you have to do before you are deemed to be a certified police officer in the state of Ohio?
Take an exam.
You take an exam,
Yes.
and then if you successfully pass that exam, what's the next step? What happens next?
Well, you would have pass all the exams to their level and have a department sponsor you or hire you on.
Okay, so you also need a sponsorship, right?
You can be sponsored ahead of time or you can get hired afterwards.
All right, what is a sponsorship? What's required in order to obtain a sponsorship?
31 years ago, the police department hired me and then sent me down to Ohio State Highway Patrol Academy. So they sponsored me to go through the training with the understanding that if I passed, they would hire me as a police officer.
Okay, and I assume, obviously, you were successful with that, correct?
Yes.
And then do you get a certificate from the state of Ohio?
Yes,
And is it called a peace officer certificate?
I believe so. I'm not quite sure.
But it's your understanding, isn't it, that it's that document, that authority, that allows you, as a person with a badge
Yes.
and a gun and a uniform and the authority to use force against people, right?
Yes.
And you're justified in doing that so long as you maintain a valid certificate, correct?
Yes.
And do you have to renew that every year?
No.
Your certificate?
No.
Do you have to renew that certificate at all?
No.
Could that certificate be revoked by the governing authority of the state of Ohio?
I imagine it could.
It could be revoked for a number of things, including misbehavior of sorts, can it not?
I would imagine so.
Okay, but that's never happened to you, right?
No.
Okay, fortunately.
Objection.
Just saying.
So, I'm sorry. So, you as a police officer want to maintain that certificate in good standing, correct?
Yes.
So you agree with me that that certificate gives you a privilege and a right that, for example, I don't have and no members of the jury have, right?
I'm not sure it's a privilege,
Okay.
but
Well, here, let me clarify a little bit. Do you agree that because you have that valid certificate,
Overruled. Let me hear the question.
do you agree that because you have that valid certificate as a certified police officer granted to you by the government, the state of Ohio, that you have the right to use force in certain circumstances against citizens? That's a right and a privilege that I don't have. Do you agree with that proposition?
I would just term it as we have the authority to use force, but
Okay,
I'm not sure if it's a privilege or.
or a right.
Yes.
Okay, so it's you have that authority, correct?
Yes.
And that authority is granted to you as long as you remain compliant with your certificate, as long as you have the peace officer certificate, right?
Correct.
And you agree, don't you, that I don't have, as an individual, I don't have that authority, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Can we approach her?
Approach.
That because of circumstances, law enforcement officer,
Yes,
and you have the authority, as you put it, to use force in certain circumstances. Do you recognize that that's an authority
Sorry,
different
guys, I
than
forgot
I
the
have?
thing again.
Does that make sense? Do you recognize that?
I believe the authority difference is for misdemeanors, as I believe any citizen can arrest for felonies if they choose to do so, but
I'm not talking about arrest for felonies. I'm talking about, well, let me put it
No,
this
he's
way.
not related to me, guys.
The fact that you have a police officer certification allows you to use reasonable force against citizens, correct?
correct.
Are you saying that I, as a private citizen, have the right to use force against citizens to, for example, if I took the court reporter by the arm and dragged her out of the courtroom, that would be assault, or that would be deprivation of some kind of right, it would be abduction, it would be something like that, right? Yes?
Well, again, I think the difference,
The question is, do you agree that it would be something like that if I use that kind of force against her, correct?
you have the authority to use force to address felony charges. But for misdemeanor
saying I
charges,
do,
yes,
private
average citizen can take action when there's a felony committed, but not misdemeanor. So what separates us from the average citizen is we can enforce or use force to address misdemeanor charges.
Okay, and that's a right that I don't have, right?
Correct.
You indicated during your testimony, you said, quote, if someone is fighting with you, an officer, you can fight back, right?
Certainly.
Okay. And that's based on the use of force continuum, isn't it? Force versus force. Force used against you, you could use reactive force, correct?
The use of force continuum, yes, guides us.
It's an action-reaction continuum, correct?
It's a guide,
It's a guide.
yes.
Okay. It's a action-reaction guide, right?
It's, if you're in a fight, things evolve quickly and change quickly. So it's not, you're here on one rung, you have to go to this rung, this rung, this rung, this rung, this rung. It's fluid, it changes.
Okay.
But it does give you a guide as to what you can do.
Okay. And is it true that the touchstone of that guide is reasonableness, objective reasonableness? True?
With our training, it's reasonable and necessary, yes.
And what if it's beyond reasonableness? Then what?
What's the rest of your question?
Okay, a police officer has a right to use reasonable force against a citizen, correct?
Yes.
And he is allowed to do that. He's justified in doing that because he's a police officer, correct?
Okay, yes.
Yes. And if he uses unreasonable force, you agree then that he doesn't have that right and he doesn't have that justification, correct? He loses it, right?
I would believe the department would address that.
The department?
Yes.
What about the law?
Oh.
You think that's an appropriate legal question?
Objection.
It's the same.
Were you present during any of the events on August 12, 2017 that involved Officer Amiott, Officer Gilmer, Officer Ferrito, Officer Pavkov, and Richard Hubbard and Yolomar Karagawa?
No, I was not there.
Thank you.
Somewhat. There's a limit to what he can
Read it,
answer.
right?
I have nothing, Judge, thank you.
Questions by the jury?
There are some jury questions, chat. So here we go. The jurors have questions.
Officer, when using spinning or hip displacement and chin to ear movement, does it cause pain to the person being pinned down?
I think they're combining things.
Does any of those cause pain when they're being used?
The balance displacement is for low-level resistance. You're having someone that's refusing to move or doesn't want to
My
move.
question again, does it cause pain?
The actual displacement should not cause pain.
What about the chin to ear movement? Does it cause pain?
It would be uncomfortable, I guess, but I don't think it would go to the level of pain. You're just raising their shoulder up to their own ear, and it pushes them off balance. The purpose of those techniques is to unbalance someone, to direct them. And again, this is for low-level resistance.
Is it unreasonable for a person to still be moving about due to when they're in pain?
Objection.
Objection noted.
One more time, just to clarify.
If a person is in pain, do you expect them to be moving about?
I guess it's a possibility, certainly.
Are officers trained to strike in order to get someone handcuffed while the suspect is laying on their stomach?
Yes.
Is that correct if multiple officers are on the scene?
Striking is a form of pain compliance. And
Is that appropriate if multiple officers are on the scene?
Yes.
Just noted.
You may object. Go ahead.
Yes, it is appropriate.
All right. Questions based on these questions?
Just two quick ones. It's my understanding that shoulder to ear or the dragging the arm, the objective is to get the subject
to roll to avoid the pain. Is that understanding correct?
The whole training was based off closing the gap and dealing with someone who was actually standing. The shoulder to ear technique was for someone who was standing, and you're going to escort them to move them in a direction that you want them to go. So the shoulder to ear was you grab the arm, you push the arm up into their shoulder, which tips their body sideways.
She asked a specific question. I think you're giving us the entire dictionary.
I believe they're confusing topics. That's what I was trying to clarify.
Well, tell her that then.
That's what I was doing. Is the shoulder to ear is meant to redirect someone. It's not a pain compliance technique. If you're on the ground and fighting, then I guess you can have pain. The striking is pain, but the unbalancing is meant to redirect someone so you can direct them in to another location to move them.
Okay, so if I can clarify my understanding, if someone's jabbing my shoulder into my ear, the reason I want to move is because it directs me because I want my shoulder not to be in my ear.
Actually, if your arm is straight, it'll tip you over sideways. Okay. So once you're unbalanced, you're out of balance, I can move your body easier.
So then I'm going to want to step over to regain my balance.
Or bend the elbow and raise it up to get away from it.
Okay.
You're trying to take away the driving force. So by bending the arm and raising it up would be a way to escape that move.
Okay. And then my other follow-up question is, when officers are assessing what force is reasonable, is it measured by how many people are there, or is it measured by whether or not they have control over a suspect?
Objection.
When you're using force, there's
Answer the question.
Well, there's numerous topics that you take into account all at once. Whether the people engaged, if you have.
What was your question again, Counsel? I'll have her read it. Please read the question. Please listen, officer.
Yes.
This is funny.
My follow-up question is, when officers are assessing what force is reasonable, is it measured by how many people are there? Or is it measured by whether or not they have control over the suspect?
Is it measured by control or the number of people? That's the question.
It's measured by age, sex, size, skill level, multiple subjects, number of officers, relative strength. There's also special circumstances as far as closeness of weapons, injury, exhaustion, being on the ground, distance from the subject, special knowledge.
Officer, let me ask you this. What were the two options she gave you?
If it's
I guess to clarify.
No, I asked him a question. Is it measured by two options she gave you?
Okay. If you could repeat the options.
No, that's okay. You've answered. Next question.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Counsel? Anything?
Officer, is it true that the people who are in the best position to gauge the reasonableness of the force that is proposed to be used are the officers on the scene or the officer that's involved in the struggle?
The officer involved in the struggle.
Thank you.
You may step down. Thank you. We're going to take our morning recess at this time. Please remember the admonition. We'll come back at 5 to 11.
So, guys, that's it. The next bit of this is day 3, and we get to, you get to see this guy on the stand. That is Michael Amiott. He is the officer in this. He takes a stand, and yeah. So that is what happens there. I don't really like this judge. Bella says, why is this judge on the bench if he already knows everything? The hood rat jurors are stupid and purposely trying to make the guy a victim. The judge wants to testify. Let him. This ain't Selma. Pretty sure most of this jury was white from what I remember reading about. So, just saying. Just saying. This judge is just very pissed off. This has been a very poor handling of his courtroom. So I understand him getting mad. So guys, tomorrow we will try to do, how much do we have left tomorrow? We got about an hour tomorrow. And that ends day 3. So we'll watch day 3 tomorrow. And then from day 3, we will go into a little more day. We'll finish Michael Amiott stuff on Friday. And then if you guys want to watch day 4, we can. And we'll go from there. The whitest white living in Cleveland. No. So, guys, we're we're not doing a stendo show, but we got some comments to get through. SB Sellers gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, Sellers. Selena gifted 5. Selena, thank you very much for your support. Both you guys for your support and generosity. Nicholas Kreuzer says, and this is what I think a woman looks like without pants on. Thank you, Officer Crayola. Fatty Caddy says, blacks on average give preference as jurors and justices to fellow criminals. How can they in good conscience be allowed to be on the bench or on the jury? Fatty Caddy says, and this is talking about when you fail to pay a court judgment against you if you cause an accident. Yes, you get. It's called a judgment suspension. It's basically a reckless bum suspension. Yes. Nicholas Crazer then says, the officer saying, well, I relocated the marijuana, pyrolyzed it, and inhaled the combusted particles for safekeeping. Yes. Yes. Yes, in Ohio, under Ohio law, marijuana is spelled with an H, not a J. It's interesting, actually. Idle hands spend time at the genitals, and you know how much God hates that. Who says this? Does that Shake say that, or Frylock says that? Who says that? Carl, maybe? I don't know. Fatty Caddy says, are they dumping him? They're talking about Michael Amiott. Is the city dumping him because they want to dodge legal liability, or because the prosecutor is a black /Soros prosecutor? No, the prosecutor is not a Soros prosecutor. These guys are not, like, when it comes to like the city prosecutors, that's a hired position by the city council. He's not the prosecutor like the Cuyahoga County prosecutor. He is a prosecutor. He works for a lot. He represents a couple of different cities, and he represents them like he's the city prosecutor. Like when traffic cases come up, but he's also their law director, and he does things. So there's a couple of firms here in town. They specialize that representing towns, and they say farm out all the legal work to us. So no, this is not an elected position. He's an Italian. He's got a very Italian last name. Johan Naxo saying, with this diabetic neuropathy, don't ever take the field sobriety test. Never, ever, 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 ever take them. Doesn't matter who you are. Gandalf says, can they suspend your license if you refuse to take the test? Not the test in the field. They can suspend your license if you don't want to take the breathalyzer, a blood test, or a urine test. But the walk and turn, the follow my finger and all that crap, say your ABCs, lean back, touch your nose, do the one-legged stand, all that, you cannot be punished for refusing those. The field sobriety test can be refused. Kat says, isn't a light suspension usually twice what it would be for a DUI? Not really. I mean, like in Ohio, it's an automatic year suspension, and if you get a DUI, everybody pretty much gets a year suspension anyway. So, yeah. Johan's saying, but don't you automatically get arrested if you refuse? No. But here's the thing, Johan. By the time the police are making you do the field sobriety test, they're already probably going to arrest you. They're already looking to arrest you because they already think you're intoxicated. They're just developing more and more evidence to help their case. This isn't for them to guess or figure out. They already know you're drunk. It's just a question of how much. So that's why I'd say don't take the test. By that point, they're already going to arrest you, and there's already suspicion of DUI. Fatty Caddy says, Sean, I'm not racist. Only Kayla loves blacks more. I'm not. Yeah, well, there you go. Fatty Caddy says Kayla had multiple new peens. Okay. Darcy for $19.99. Thank you, Darcy. Is saying off topic, but Turtle Boy is doing the juror interview video. It's interesting to hear what the juror says. He has called everyone a retard, including the jury. I feel like it's an assist to Commonwealth with this inside. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's who knows what's going to happen here going forward. But yeah, I can see that and I can understand that. Man, we'll take a look at it at some point. But thank you for the super chat, Darcy. I appreciate it very much. Brewberries for 5 Australian dollar dues with Bobo the dog, cancer free. Saying, hey Sean, just checking to see if my email about the shit slinging protest came through. I had issues sending you an email previously. No, I do not see them. I do not see them. So, hold on here. There you go. There's the email, potentiallycriminal@gmail.com. I just checked my email again. I did not see anything from you. So I didn't see anything to talk about sling and poo. So we'll take a so that is just if you guys need it, that's what it is right there. So no, I did not see it, and my apologies if I haven't. And Cedar Rose for gifting 1 membership. Thank you very much for your support and your generosity. Thank you so very much. Does that mean you haven't been getting my emails too? Does that have a filter against Asians? No. Kimbo, if you sent me, did you send me an email recently? Hold on. You sent me oh. No, I'm not going to ban you. No, I'm not going to ban you. And hold on here. What? How the? I gotta see something here. If this is. All right. Well, I'm gonna have to email you back. I see that one now. I went to watch the Brass Facts stream, and you're still on. Yeah, I heard they were on with Tacticon. I wonder how that went. So, just my emails that didn't come through. Racist. I know. Well, I don't see them. Hold on. Spam. Oh, because you got my spam folder. It's been in my spam folder. Here we go. Hold on. Not spam. Hold on here. Just making sure nobody else has stuff in here. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just making sure I had everything there. So yes, I got your email now. So I'll look at it. Typey says, for fuck's sake, I can't type anything in chat. James Reed says, I'm surprised Amiott's prior cop problem. Shh. We'll talk about that. Not right now. Shh. Remember, he's got to testify and get through cross. So James, shh. So it's AI chat filters out of control. I don't have, and the thing is, I have no word selected. So, oh, so guys, yeah, that is it. Tomorrow, we're going to go through the first hour of Michael Amiott testifying. It should be very interesting. And then we'll get ready for the Thursday night show. If you guys are new, I'm assuming the 200 people here are, the regulars. But we have the Thursday night show tomorrow night, 9:30. Got a lot to talk about. Some new things have come in. Apparently, there really were Venezuelan gangbangers from TDA, Trend Arguenda, running around fucking Aurora, Colorado. Apparently, that really was fucking true. Justin Timberlake entered a plea not to DUI in his DUI case, and Sarah Boone, the state's fighting back. So we'll take a look at that tomorrow and anything else that pops up in the meantime. We'll be doing that at 9:30 amongst other stuff. Yes, tomorrow will be $2 cans at Stoney's. Tell us about the Forgotten Tower on 9/11. Oh, yes. Imagine if there was a 7th tower. Building 7. Now, guys, really, this is 23rd anniversary, September 11th. That's fucking crazy. 23 years ago, I was in algebra class when it all went fucking down. That, like, it blows my mind. It's been 23 years. Like, I remember it like it was fucking yesterday. So, yeah, guys, it is the 23rd anniversary, September 11th today. So, yeah, a lot of people didn't make it out that day. So, yeah, it's been 23 years. Amos Marin says 23 years ago, I walked into the duty hut, the barracks, and said, "Oh fuck." Yeah. Yeah. Anubis says, ruined my 31st birthday. I can see that. Of course, it was in algebra. It was algebra 2. So, yeah, I remember it like it was yesterday, and yeah, it's, you hear the stories about it, and there's some really amazing stories, but there's some really sad stories. Then there's some really kind of like, kind of interesting stories. So, Robin says, what time will we do Michael Amiott tomorrow? 6 o'clock, guys. 6 o'clock tomorrow. We're going to work on day 3. Okay. So we'll start working on that tomorrow. Obviously, we've only got about an hour left on this clip from YouTube. We might do a little bit more of him, but we're probably going to have to break up his testimony. So, Johan says, I lost friends there, and I was almost one of them. Yeah, I got to go, and it was the craziest thing. I got to go to the World Trade Center in March of 2001. We went to go see my grandmother and my aunts. My one aunt lived in New Jersey, and the other one lived in Brooklyn still. And we got to see my grandma and all that in Brooklyn. And we got to go to the World Trade Center, but it was March, so it was real shitty outside. And we couldn't make it up to the observation decks. It was just fucking awful outside. Like we rode the ferry over to the Statue of Liberty, which, by the way, the Statue of Liberty is the biggest fucking letdown ever. I mean, like, you watch X-Men and you think like the Statue of Liberty inside that head is like a big platform, and it's like you could play like almost like football inside that. No, you go up the spiral staircase and you go like on a catwalk like this wide, and you're staring out the windows, and the windows are all fucking distorted to fit the crown. You can't see shit out there. So that was a big letdown. And then we had to ride back, and I mean, like, there wasn't enough room inside the little boat we were taking back and forth, so I had to like stand outside, and it's fucking snowing and nasty out. We get done with that in the morning, and we were going to go to the World Trade Center. Well, there was a cloud deck, and it was real crappy up top in a high wind, so you couldn't go in there. My aunt knew some people and made a call, and we got to go. Well, I mean, we walked. We were walking around downtown, and that's why I was like, wow, you could buy a Rolex for $20. And it's like, wait, that's probably fake too. So, that was the best part about it all. You can see all those things that were going on there. That was the real funny part about it. Job well done says, back when you could actually climb Statue of Liberty. Yeah, you haven't been able to do that in a long while. It was a big fucking letdown. So anyway, we get to the World Trade Center, And my aunt makes some calls because she knows some people, and we got to go up to. We were in the North Tower, and we were on like probably like the 103rd floor, I think it was. And anyways, we were in the. We got to go into, because she knew people up there. We were in the offices of Cantor Fitzgerald, which I didn't realize at the time. And Cantor Fitzgerald is a big trading firm. Massive. You know, in 2001, they had like 1,600 people, I think. How many people do they have? On here. Okay, no, they had like 650 people. Sorry. Yeah, hold on here. Yep, yeah. So, and they are they trade government securities, like one of their big things. And we got to go up, and we were like on the 103rd floor, and it was my aunt's really good friend. And we were up there, and it was really cool because we were above the fucking cloud. Like the cloud deck was below us. And like we were up there, and we're on the 103rd floor, and like it was really cool. Like just walking through a stock trading floor, that was really neat too. But we got to the windows, and you could lean out, like, you know, we're like looking down the windows, and I'm like, cool. You can see like helicopters going along below you. Helicopters were flying below us. But yeah, after we were looking around, like my aunt was showing us around all the people she knew there. And this guy was like, these guys were sitting there, and they knew my aunt, and they're like, hey, you know, check this out. Hold on. Oh, she's yelling at Clyde. So, you know, this guy's like, hey, check this out. And I'm like, hey, you want to see, like, he's like, I just lost $1 million. And I was like, oh, fuck. I'm like, aren't you going to get fired? He's like, oh, no, we'll make it back. And he's like, and then something happened on their Bloomberg monitor. And he's like, yeah, we made it back. And I was like, oh, this is pretty cool. And like, we were like there for like 20 minutes watching these guys do this stuff. And they were pretty cool, showing me all the things they were doing. Yeah, they all fucking died. All those fucking people died, except for like 5 of them, including the president. I thought it was pretty cool, but yeah, like later on, like I remember when it happened, and I'm like, I asked my dad, I'm like, all those people are dead, aren't they? He's like, yep. And I'm like, that was fucking creepy. They all died. And the worst part about it is, I remember seeing it back when they were doing like, and I remember that first month, family members were like, if you've seen my wife or seen my sister or my daughter, here's their name and here's who they are. Her husband came on he was one of those people they were interviewing. Here's my wife. You know, she passed away. Like, we don't know where she is. She worked for Cantor Fitzgerald. We really want to find her. If you know, let her know. And like, he was holding up her fucking picture, and I'm like, oh my God, that's my aunt's friend. Like, it was fucked up. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, it's a whole weird fucking thing out there, guys. It was really fucking weird. Yeah, then then there are all the people who jumped. Like the famous guy who jumped. But you know, when you read the accounts from like firefighters who showed up, they say like what we saw on TV and what you can even see like on Live Leak or anywhere else on the internet doesn't do it justice. It was like, I read one account from a firefighter, and he said it was raining fucking people. People were just jumping left and right. So, and that makes sense. It makes sense. A lot of people jumped. But, you know, remember, though, the same thing, like the French documentary that was going. 9/11 was somebody's first day on the job. There was a firefighter. It was his first day on the job. And the French, like, it was a French documentary team. And they're like, we want to film firefighters first. Like, it was like his first 90 days or something. His first fucking day on the job was September 11th. Like, think about that. When when you're starting a job or doing something like that, remember, somebody's first day on the job was September fucking 11th. So, yeah. So, interesting. Maddie B says, I signed up for the military because of that. I was so pissed. Yeah. And the smell for months. Yep. You could hear people hitting the ground. Well, there's a famous, if you go to AR15.com, one of the guys there is a New York firefighter. He talks about his he wrote it down once that it gets reposted every year. And part of that was so he didn't he says if I don't tell the story, I might, go hang myself in the garage. But he talks about it happening, and he talks about how he got there as the first tower fell, and everything went fucking crazy. So it's very interesting. So yeah. Anyways, guys, yeah, all jokes aside, yeah, really bad fucking day. Bad day for a lot of people. It's 23 years ago, though. That blows my fucking mind, really, chat. Blows my mind. So, yes, Rip Lively, we miss you. Yep. Yeah, it was funny because I remember Flight 93 got hijacked and it flew over Cleveland. And they were I was in high school, and they're they evacuated us outside. Because they're well, there's an airplane being hijacked and it might come here. And I'm I said, do you really, why are they going to crash into a fucking high school in the middle of fucking nowhere, Ohio? What are they going to do? There was 400 kids at the high school. And then I'm if they're going to do that, why are we standing in a big group out in the open? Why don't we all go home? Well, they wouldn't let us go home. That was the shitty part. We had to wait till my parents came and picked us up at the end of the day, which sucked. But a lot of kids' parents quit work and came and got their kids and left. But no, my parents were yeah, fuck it. They'll be fine. So yeah, plus the GWAT, plus the Patriot Act. Yeah. It's been all kinds of shit. Garrett says, I was in a wedding party where the only people not killed in 9/11 a month later were me, the groom, and the bride. Ooh. And Zero MSS says, my uncle he was on vacation. He lost his entire firehouse, including the guy covering for him. Yeah. Yeah, there's people out there that have to cope with a lot of shit. Yes, there are adults with kids that aren't alive now. Yeah, I know. Yes. What do I think hit the Pentagon? The fucking airplane hit the Pentagon. It wasn't a fucking cruise missile. It was a fucking airplane, okay? As much as we can make all the jokes about stuff, there wasn't thermite paint in the World Trade Center. They got hit by fucking airplanes full of fucking people. Flight 93 was full of people when it augured into the ground out in Pennsylvania. That all really happened. We can talk about Building 7 if you want to, but it was Ted Cruz, yes. But my steel beams, I know. It's mind control. It was definitely an airplane. Yes, it was. Oh, too many light poles. Oh my God, Stabby. No. Stop with the loose change stuff. No, stop. No. Yes, then Sam Hyde set the charges. And then he dropped the leg on Building 7, yes. Oh. Did you see the secret 9/11 intro scene from the movie Postal? That was hilarious. Yes. Chaucerian Fraud says, I woke up and walked in my grandma's room to wish her a happy birthday, and she pointed at the TV, building on fire. Well, did you tell her blow out the candles? Gondat says, let's talk about who funded 9/11. Yes, that is an interesting thing. 17 out of the 19 or was it 14 out of the 19 hijackers all came from one country, huh? Isn't that funny? We didn't go to war with that country. Just saying. I'm saying. He can't keep getting away with it. He will keep getting away with it. And you can't stop him. Stabby says, what's loose change? Loose change was the first, like, oh my God, loose change was like the first, like, 9/11 truther documentary that ever came out. They show pictures and play really spooky music, and they're like, conspiracy. I can't believe you've never heard of it. Sam had his effect, Big Boss, yes. Saudi Arabia, yes. All the hijackers came there. Oh, the Saudis are going to get me. That's fine. They can do it. I've never seen it. Really? You should take a look at it. So, gotta have the spoopy music. Yes, you do. On Joe's show, they recommended to watch Loose Change. Jeez. I came to the conclusions on my own. Man. I was a free thinker. Man. It sounds like a Monty stream. If we're talking about Benghazi, Monty could talk about it. Joe did 9/11. Well, okay. No comment. We'll leave that one alone. Oh. Anyway, guys, that is it for tonight. Yeah. September 11th, guys. Take a moment, think about it. A lot of people died. A lot of people died in the aftermath. And it kind of, a lot of people took advantage of fucking with the world ever since. A lot of people all over the world took advantage fucking with everything. Because of this. It was their great crisis that they didn't let go to waste. So, yeah. So, guys, like I said, tomorrow at 6, we'll finish. We'll get Michael Amiott's testimony going, and then we'll do a Thursday night show. So, once again, everybody, take care, and yes, remember till next time. Just because you did it, Michael Amiott is still not guilty. Still not guilty. So, anyways, chat. Have a great night. Take care.
Weapons, blacksmithing, and models of planes, esoteric works, and even some trains. Much merriment had while drinking White Claws, tips on hunting, and even talking the law. Whatever you do, just don't talk to cops, even when they nab you on illegal stops. Just 'cause you did it doesn't mean you're guilty, but please talk to a local attorney. Was that the fat guy?